I am your friend, Dr. Charles Apoki. I want to use this opportunity to congratulate our sister, Aisha Yesufu, on the graduation of her daughter and the fact that she is employed and working in a nuclear energy facility. Some of you criticize us. Why do we send our children overseas? We want to give them the best of opportunities that we are fighting for here for the children of the voiceless. It is better that they become the best and come back and contribute to the development of the society. We must make the society in such a way that our children and grandchildren will love to come back to this country. Our children, people overseas are proud to be Nigerians. They do well.
It's here. This is it. The federal government just came out with some new regulations that allows you to buy real estate with less.
But we need to create a conducive environment for our children and our grandchildren. I owe this country because this country gave me a lot. That's why I won't live here to stay permanently outside. I will stay here and contribute my quota. I do businesses, I employ people, I give scholarships, I do a lot of things here in this country. Nobody hates any person here. We just hate evil and oppression. This is the t-shirt of our school, Petra Christian Academy, Petra, P-E-T-R-O-A. Upon this rock I shall build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail. I was having waist pain and low back pain. I bought an orthopedic mattress and I learned some exercises from YouTube that really helped me. But I went with my second son to Barcelona. I don't know if it is the flights, but I had waist pain. I couldn't bend down to lace my shoes, so he will be helping me to lace my shoes. Then we were in Romania. When we got to Bucharest, because we were not driving, we didn't hire a car, so we were trekking using buses, subway, and one day we trekked 10,000 steps. That's about 7 to 10 kilometers. I suddenly found out that my waist pain, the waist pain I had disappeared. My blood pressure was very good, and I was feeling healthier. So I decided to adopt the trekking exercise. I'm 65, as you all know. So I trek within this compound. This compound is 4 plots in one. I also trek along my street. It's closed, it has a gate. And then I trek around the streets too. And yesterday, I was trekking around town. I wanted to clock 10,000 steps. And when I got to my house, the wristwatch showed 10,000 steps and congratulated me. And so, as I was trekking, I saw a banner, 1 year in mind. The man had died and gone. He is only represented by a banner. All those that had quarrel against him or he had quarrel with can't quarrel with the banner. It's only the good that he has done that will remain to speak on his behalf. When we say for a life well spent in Nigeria, we can't, most times, there is nothing to point to in the lives of people we have influenced. I'm doing what I'm doing because I want to raise 1 million African entrepreneurs and leaders. That's my inspiration. And also to create a better Africa by reorientating our minds and raising new leadership.
We all need to take care of ourselves, even when we aren't sick. That's why free preventive care is included in.
I trekked further on. I saw a big house with a banner, 11 years in mind, an iconic businessman. This was a very wealthy man. Cars used to be parked in front. Today, the house is empty. I can't see any wife there. I can't see any children. The children are gone. That building, virtually empty. I trekked further on. I saw another one. Desolate, big house. Desolate. The children are not there. The wife is not there. And then I entered another street. As I was going, I saw another big house with big gates. It was in darkness. No electricity. No generator. I saw the wife of the man sitting outside, maybe because of the heat inside. In those days, it was not so. Then I entered Afesere Road. I saw another banner. How many years, some years in mind? Those were the prominent citizens in this town that I knew. The house is quiet. Only tenants are there. I didn't see the children. I keep wondering, when I was trekking back to my house, the question is, what are we fighting over? I got to a stage in life and I left everything I had worked with my wife to her to manage. I don't know how much they earn. I don't care how much they earn. I told her, if I tell her something, she refuses to take my instruction, just as many women do, I will tell her, if anything comes out of this, don't trouble me. Don't trouble me. I need my peace. I need to think of what I will do for my society and the report I will give to God. All this beauty, 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 you see, beauty, 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 packaging. When you are gone, they are gone. Gone. I did a video, somebody said, I am 85, I still care about my looks. Good. Care about your looks. But after a short while, you are gone. You're just a memory, just a shadow, just bones and amino acids. Bones, and if you have ever gone to where they excavate and they exhume a dead person. My friends went to exhume their father, very harsh man, very strict man. He disciplined every child in that area, whether you are his child or not. When he was coming, every person ran. When they exhumed him, the beautiful coffin was that they bought, expensive coffin, had decayed. They found the skull, one femur, and a few bones. They couldn't see any other bones. And they put him in a new casket and reburied him. Who are you? What are you fighting over? Reputation, defamation, libel, slander. We don't encourage that. But God does not look at the outward appearance. He looks at the heart. We don't know you. You have painted a picture, but your heart is what God will judge. Say, the people praise me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me.
It's the most wonderful time with the kids jingle.
We are defending reputation, defamation. God knows you more than you know yourself. You're pursuing this babe nowadays on social media is nyash. Nyash, you see women with empty brains advertising nyash. Nyash. Go and exhume a dead nyash. You won't like to look at nyash again. I have dissected the human being from the brain to the toes. We are nothing. Nothing. The Bible says, who and what is man that you are even mindful of him? Money. I saw a video by a very dark man. I don't know. It is alleged that the first Nigerian cadet, number 0001, who died as a colonel, who fought for this country, who ensured that cables in Abuja were laid underground. His estate is about to be acquired or taken over forcefully and the buildings demolished. Funny stories are going around. Ask yourself a simple question. When this colonel was alive, could you dare go near him or your father go near him? All men are like grass, and all their glory like the flowers of the grass in the field. The grass withers, and the flowers fall to the ground. I was in a state. I was told that anywhere you go, the former governor, the buildings, they will say it belongs to him. When you die, go and check the palaces of some African presidents that are dead. They are overgrown with weeds, overgrown with trees, and reptiles are the new landlords, I should say. Why all this? Go. I will kill you today. I will cook you. I will eat you. I will do this. I will jail you. I will disappear you. What? There is a name in Urobo. Ono Sakponome. I have a friend, Donaldson, that owns Shiloh Beach and resort. Shiloh Beach Resort and Apartments at Eku. Ono Sakponome. Who can claim ownership of this world or of life? What are you people fighting over? The greed, the acquisition, the conspicuous consumption, the self-aggrandizement, the titles, oh God. When you see somebody that is dead, no matter the number of rooms in your house, only that coffin, not bigger than this dining table, only that small grave. It's a poor man that will inject formalin into your body. Say, go to some mortuaries, they are all there naked, women, men, naked. When you go to mortuaries, you will hate to be proud. Hate to be proud. You are just 70% water with the spirit of God or the devil working in you. What are we fighting over? Bashar al-Assad. I saw the cars in one of his garages, cars, vintage cars, maybe some owned by his father. They've ruled that nation, Syria, for more than half a century. I saw modern cars, Ferrari.
Find the lowest priced health plans at healthforcalifornia.com. Get a quote in 30 seconds.
He ran away. He's now a refugee in Syria. An ophthalmologist. If he had ruled well, made the nation democratic, and handed over power, excuse me, handed over power democratically and developed his country, they would have honored him. Today, left with disgrace, left those cars behind. Poor people were entering his bedrooms to collect duvet, collect plates, collect that. Now, a refugee in another man's country. What are we stealing for? What will somebody corner 1.3 trillion for? 84 billion allegedly cornered, and you're walking. 753 duplexes. How much can your children eat? How much? How much can you eat? Kleptomania is compulsive stealing of what you don't need and what you can pay for. If you spend 30,000 naira every day, it will take you more than 300 years to finish 1 billion, not to talk of 80 billion. It's a worker's salary of 70,000 minimum wage will take about 16 years of saving everything to earn a senator's 1 month salary. You have been governor, you were a senator before, you became governor, you had retirement benefits, then you are now senator again, and you are still stealing. Are you the grave that is never satisfied? What are we fighting over? It bothers me. That walk yesterday was a reminder that in as much as we will put our best for society, ono mu akpokpo, ono mu akpokpo, ono who mu akpo, carry this world, go. Who will carry this world, carry this earth away? Nobody. I expect people to calm down. Calm down. Baby, calm down. We should calm down. Even we, we general overseers, we pastors, the anointing, somebody did it, died, this one died, you will die too. Cool down. There's one truck, Uga youths owned it, horned before overtaking. Many have gone before you. Nigerian and African big men, horned before overtaking. Many have gone before you, according to Uga youths. I remember Dr. Charles Apoki. Sit down. Dele Farotimi said that he thinks of his grave. Sit down, reflect. Look and review your life. What are you fighting over? I will just say this, then I'm done. I was quarreling with my wife. I'll quarrel. Anything she says, I will answer. But God told me, why are you answering this woman? Is that how I respond to you? It's not everything you say I respond to you. You see, be like Christ in the house. I stop answering her. She will say this, say that. I know the answer.
Parents, are you doing enough to get your child into a top university? Do you worry whether or not you're doing enough to help your teenager get into a top university so that they can have the best chances?
If argument, I tell you, you say you are right. Oh, yeah, be right. Let me be wrong. Time is an impartial judge. Food, anything they put down, I eat. If I can't eat it, I'll go and buy. There is nothing I have not, apart from caviar, one of the most expensive meals. There's nothing I will eat that will shock me, that will surprise me. There's nothing I will wear that will surprise me. Is it sleeping with a woman? There's nothing I have not seen. Before I married her, I was bad, man. Badly bad. There's nothing I have not seen. So now start fighting over sleeping with her. No. Over food. No. Over money. No, take, manage. They even still come to meet me for money. They will drive car, the car will spoil. It has to wait for me to repair it. If electricity token is finished, I will still be the one to pay. So, but thank God, He has given me the grace. Church, struggling what with church? To preach in the pulpit? No. There are many unbelievers that I will preach to. Talk to from here. And struggle pulpit. Struggle being press and make people bitter. No. So much to do. There's no need to fight over this world, over this life. Am I contradicting myself? No. Don't intentionally allow yourself to be oppressed and destroyed. Tell the person, you cannot dream your dream and dream my own. You cannot sit on my seat and sit on your seat. Let me breathe. Dr. Charles Apoki is my name. We'll have a webinar coming up on the 10th and on the 11th of January. Tagged Hit the ground running financially in 2025. And we'll have properties for sale. Send a message to +234.
What would you say, first of all, is the significance of this moment? 5 members of the House of Representatives elected on the platform of the Labour Party defecting to the APC. How earth-shattering a moment is it for the Labour Party and its prime candidate, Peter?
The Labour Party is clearly in some kind of crisis. You know, we had all that drama around their chairmanship and the traitor who was on the take from outside elements. But the thing that depresses me most is actually, it is Peter Obi himself. I just don't understand how somebody who was this sparkling, inspirational figure who created a movement almost overnight, I don't understand how Peter Obi has gone from there to there. He's like a firework that has turned into a damp squib.
Hello, friends, all over Nigeria and abroad. Greetings and salutation. This is your friend, Dr. Haruna Goro. I know by now many of you know me. I have been advocating for good governance in Nigeria, something that looks like a daydream, but I believe one day it will come to pass. As you may have seen in the topic or the thumbnail of this video, that Peter Obi may never become president in Nigeria. I know you want to know why. I just finished watching a video on Arise TV with a popular journalist called Dono Kobara. This lady was a staunch supporter of Peter Obi and was also an obedient, and she is very, very frustrated. I want you to watch the video, and I'm going to come back and just give you my take on it, because a lot of people are frustrated. They are decamping from LP. They are joining the ruling APC party, a party that many of us knew was not good for Nigeria, and now they are jumping ship and they are going to the APC. And we can't blame all of them. I want you to listen to this lady, Doni, and the interview on Arise. And I'm coming back to tell you my take.
Great to see you.
I'm committed to Peter Obi no matter what. But let me say this to you. As much as I believe that Peter Obi has what it takes to bring change in Nigeria, but if he continues doing things the way he's doing, because I'm telling you, the politics of Nigeria and politics in general is not for gentlemen. If you want to play it safe, that means he shouldn't even do the politics. He should wait for politicians to go out and viciously campaign. And when they get the mandate, then they can bring him and then enthrone him like the king over Nigeria. But the way Peter Obi, he wants to say sorry on everything. He wants to play diplomacy and go and beg. See how he went to Babalola to go and see him with the discussion concerning Dele Farotomi. I'm not saying he should go aggressive, but I'm telling you to unseat these evil powers, these wicked, selfish, greedy politicians. You can't play it safe. Imagine if Nelson Mandela was just playing diplomacy, but he had to go to jail before South Africa became free. Imagine if Martin Luther was just playing safe, singing Kumbaya in the church. Blacks would not have been free today. Imagine if Rosa Parks in Alabama, Montgomery, if she had not protested, refusing to sit at the back of the bus. Till today, women would have been oppressed, especially black women. So to bring change in Nigeria, we need somebody with a heart of steel. I call upon Peter Obi, please listen to the people. Many of the obedience that came out, sacrificed their lives, sacrificed their money, and went out on the street before the election, during the election, and even after the mandate was stolen, they went out to protest. And they were saying, we want our mandate to be restored that was stolen. But you said you are going to court. People like us, we said it's not going to work. Even your running mate was speaking, but you said you trust the judiciary. But you did not know that Anambra is not Nigeria. Tinubu is a slick person. He has surrounded himself with slick people. If he could talk about stealing the mandate and running before the elections, and he did it, are you thinking that you will come in 2027 and still have the followership that you had and even have the votes that they claim that you have? It's not possible. You know the reason? Because he is now the incumbent. He is now the president, commander-in-chief. We may deny it, but that's what is happening. Whatever they are doing is affecting all of us. That's why Peter Obi has to change strategy. If he has the dream of ever becoming a president in Nigeria, politics is not for whims. It's not for people that are gentle and calm. Surround yourself with people that will push, having the tenacity, the vigor, the power. Yes, we appreciate the work you are doing, going around boreholes, in helping people, the poor, going to nations. But I'm telling you, Peter, the Nigerians need you at a time like this. And they're not looking for a manager. They are looking for a leader, a person that will take his time. If it means you have to go to jail, many of the people that have salvaged nations, that have brought freedom to nations, they put their necks, they put their lives on the line. Then it happened. We're not telling you to change your personality, but please surround yourself with people that are able to tell you the hard truth. Then you listen. Then we'll come up with strategies for 2027. If not, Tinubu has enshrined himself. He has rooted himself so deep. Even Labour Party people are now decamping to APC. What else are you waiting for? Okonkwo has gone, and many of the people. And I don't know why Abure should still be allowed. And you need to come out and be a leader. And if you live in Labour Party, let's know where you're going, or if you're starting your own party. But the idea of continuing this way, and Peter Obi thinks he will be president in Nigeria, I don't see it happening. Only a miracle like the parting of the Red Sea, if God supernaturally wants him. But according to the games of politics, I don't see it ever happening. But I want to call upon all the obedience, call upon all well-meaning Nigerians. Please don't give up the fight, because it's actually not just about Obi, it's about every Nigerian, because it's not just about Obi, it's about Nigerians taking back their nation from this wicked, evil politician. And to do that, everybody must have the resolve, must have the tenacity, have the heart and the guts to say, we are not letting go until we see a turnaround in our nation. Because even if we have Peter Obi now as president, he can only go maybe 1 term or 2 terms, at most 8 years. Then we will go back to square one. If we don't have people that we can trust, that are going to stand and say, our nation back. Well, I just felt I needed to share my views, my opinion, because I gave my all, did broadcast concerning this thing. It's not that I've given up, but I'm telling you, I don't like what I'm seeing. Some people may say, but you're too aggressive. That's how you bring change. You can't bring change in passivity. You bring change when you're aggressive. And I'm not talking about being violent and destroying things, but just coming out and taking a stand until there's a change. I still believe that Nigeria is a possibility. And I still see potential in someone like Peter Obi. But I'm just calling upon you, please take a stand, because people are jumping out of this ship so fast. Many Obedience are discouraged. People are leaving Labour Party, going to the same party that we know is destroying the nation. We can't let it happen. And I tell you, I'm saying this with passion. As you can see, I'm sweating. But I believe very soon our sweat will be wiped off by Almighty God. God bless you, and see you next time. This is your friend and brother, Dr. Haruna Goro.
Hey everyone, ready for another deep dive? Today we're going exploring power dynamics and social commentary in Nigeria.
Oh, interesting.
And we've got this super fascinating piece to help us unpack it all.
Okay, I'm listening.
It's called My Apologies to Chief Afe Babalola by Rudolph Ogu Okonkwo.
I'm not familiar with that one.
Well, get this, he uses satire and all these anecdotes to critique people in power.
Oh, wow. That sounds like it could be really insightful.
Yeah, and kind of hilarious at times, too.
So how does he approach this whole idea of power dynamics?
Well, one thing that really jumped out at me was this recurring theme of apologies throughout the piece.
Apologies. That's interesting. How does that play into it?
Right. It's like he's constantly apologizing, but it doesn't feel very sincere.
You're right. It's definitely sarcasm. It feels like he's pointing to this culture where those in power just expect deference and apologies, even when they're the ones in the wrong.
Yeah, I totally got that sense too.
You know, it's like they're above reproach.
Exactly. And he uses these really vivid examples to illustrate that.
Like what?
Well, he talks about these slapping incidents.
Slapping incident?
Yeah, involving a politician, a bishop, and even a media personality.
Wow, he's not pulling any punches.
No, he's not. And the way he describes these incidents, it's almost comical.
I can see how satire could be a really effective tool for this kind of critique.
Right. He's using humor to highlight this really serious issue of...
Give me 58 seconds, and I'll show you the math to making $50,000 using a new government-sponsored real estate hack very few...
abuse of power.
Absolutely. It's about social hierarchy and those in positions of authority taking advantage of their power.
It's like there's this unspoken rule in Nigeria that you just accept this kind of behavior without questioning it.
Yeah, and Okonkwo is definitely challenging that. He's forcing us to look beyond these seemingly isolated incidents and see the bigger picture.
Then there's this specific example he gives of Afe Babalola.
Who's that?
He's a really prominent lawyer in Nigeria, and he sent flowers to someone who criticized him.
That's interesting.
On the surface, it seems like a polite gesture.
Right, like a waiver.
But when you think about it in the context of this power dynamic, it takes on a whole other meaning.
I see what you mean. Could be interpreted as a form of intimidation.
Totally. Like, I know who you are and I have the power to reach you without actually saying it.
Exactly.
Okay.
It makes you wonder, is it an attempt to silence dissent, discourage further criticism?
And then Okonkwo goes on to write this mock apology to Babalola.
A mock apology.
Yeah, it's filled with this exaggerated, over-the-top praise for Babalola.
I love that. It's so clever.
Right. It's like he's exposing the potential hypocrisy and unchecked influence of these powerful figures.
Absolutely. It's satire in its best.
And then to wrap it all up, he asks this really powerful question.
What's that?
He says, Africans, who did this to us?
Wow, that's heavy.
It's like a call to action. He's prompting us to think about the historical and societal factors that have contributed to these power dynamics in Nigeria.
It makes you stop and think, doesn't it? Like, how did we get here?
Yeah.
And what can we do to change things?
It's a question that stays with you long after you finish reading the piece.
I bet. It sounds like Okonkwo really hit a nerve with this one.
He definitely did. And what's interesting is that this question isn't just limited to Nigeria. It's something we can all ask ourselves about our own societies.
You're right. These power dynamics exist everywhere in different forms. It's a universal theme that Okonkwo has tapped into.
Absolutely. And that's what makes his work so powerful and relevant to a global audience.
So where do we go from here? How do we start unpacking these complex power dynamics?
Well, let's start by diving into some of the specific examples that Okonkwo uses in his piece.
I'm ready. Let's get into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really makes you think about your own experiences, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like, are there places where you see these same kind of power dynamics at play?
You know, it's funny you should say that because as you were talking, I was thinking about how this plays out in institutions, like in workplaces or even families.
Oh, absolutely.
There's always that pressure to just go along with things, not make waves.
Yeah, that's a great point. It shows how deeply ingrained these power dynamics can be.
Like we might not even realize they're there sometimes. So Okonkwo mentions that Babalola, this lawyer who sent flowers,
Right.
he used to be a lawyer for President Obasanjo.
Oh, really?
What do you think about that connection?
That's a pretty significant detail, I think, because it links him directly to the highest levels of political power in Nigeria.
Yeah, it does.
And it brings up these questions about influence and accountability.
Like, does it make him untouchable?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does this connection give him a sense of impunity?
And then there's this other thing that Okonkwo brings up about a U.S. embassy cable.
Oh, gosh. What about it?
It allegedly mentioned Babalola bribing judges.
Whoa.
It just adds another layer to everything.
It does. If it's true, it suggests a pattern of behavior, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like a willingness to use his power and influence to get what he wants.
Even if it means breaking the rules.
Exactly. Yeah.
Which kind of goes back to Okonkwo's whole point about how power can corrupt.
It really does.
Yeah.
It shows how people in authority often play by a different set of rules.
Totally. Then there's this part where Okonkwo starts talking about Babalola's philanthropy,
Okay.
but he does it so sarcastically.
What does he say?
He mentions this huge donation that Babalola made to King's College in London.
If you have a 700 plus credit score, you qualify for Chase's new program where you could access up to 150.
Wow.
And he even jokes that Babalola could buy Okonkwo's whole hometown with that kind of money.
He's really highlighting that economic disparity, isn't he?
Yeah, it's like Babalola is operating on a completely different level.
It makes you wonder, like, can someone with that much wealth and power ever truly be held accountable?
Right. Are they subject to the same rules as everyone else?
Big questions, huh?
Yeah.
And it gets at the heart of Okonkwo's whole point about unchecked power.
He's not directly accusing Babalola of anything.
Yeah.
But he's using satire to encourage us to look deeper.
To see the potential consequences of this imbalance of power.
And then there's this part where Okonkwo goes on this whole rant about how terrified he is of Babalola.
Really?
Like he's totally playing it up for comedic effect.
Oh, okay.
He says he knows Babalola could just make him disappear or get the police to harass him.
It's scary because it's funny, but it also has this ring of truth to it.
It's like he's capturing that very real anxiety that people feel when they criticize powerful people.
Yeah, especially in places where dissent is not exactly welcomed.
Then he goes even further.
What does he say?
He starts saying stuff like, I've acknowledged I'm the devil and I'm not ready for deliverance.
Oh, wow.
And he calls himself a foolish boy who just runs his mouth off out of ignorance.
He's really laying it on thick.
I know. But it's so effective because it highlights how this expectation to just shut up and obey benefits those in power.
It keeps them in control.
Exactly.
And this isn't just a Nigeria problem, is it? This happens everywhere.
No, it's definitely not.
Okonkwo's piece is like this wake-up call.
Yeah, it is.
It makes us look at our own lives and see where these same patterns are happening.
And ask ourselves if we're part of the problem.
Are we speaking up or are we staying silent? Are we challenging these power dynamics or are we letting them slide?
Okonkwo's use of satire here is so brilliant.
I agree. It's funny and thought-provoking all at the same time.
It really exposes these uncomfortable truths about how power works.
And it does in a way that's entertaining and insightful.
And you know, Okonkwo is definitely the right person to be making these kinds of critiques.
Oh, why is that?
Well, I mean, he's a professor, he's an author, he hosts a podcast.
Oh, wow.
He really knows what he's talking about.
He has this deep understanding of the issues.
Yeah, and it comes through in his writing.
What I find so interesting is that even though Okonkwo uses humor and satire, you can still sense this underlying sadness and frustration in his words.
Oh, totally. Like he's almost lamenting how ingrained these power dynamics have become.
That's a really good point. It's not just about making us laugh.
Right.
It's about making us feel something.
Yeah.
Making us uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even outraged at the injustices that he's pointing out.
He wants us to examine our own roles in these systems.
He's not letting anyone off the hook.
Yeah, it's like he's holding up this mirror, right, to society and saying, look, this is what's happening. What are you going to do about it?
Exactly. Yeah. He's making us think about how we might be contributing to these power imbalances,
even if it's in really subtle ways.
even subconsciously.
So how does all of this apply to us as listeners? Like, why should we even care about power dynamics in Nigeria if we don't live there?
Well, this deep dive isn't just about Nigeria, is it? It's about understanding that these power structures, they exist everywhere.
You're saying Okonkwo's piece is kind of like a wake-up call?
Exactly, yeah. It's about taking a look at our own societies, our own community.
And asking ourselves, where do we see these same expectations of deference?
Right. And how are we maybe complicit in letting these systems continue?
So we should be asking ourselves, where do we see people in positions of authority abusing their power?
Even in small ways, yeah. And are we speaking up against it? Or are we just staying silent?
It's a big challenge, and it's easy to feel like our actions don't really make a difference.
It can feel overwhelming.
I know. But Okonkwo's piece reminds us that we're all connected.
We are.
What happens in one part of the world.
It can have these ripple effects.
And these incidents that might seem isolated.
They're often symptoms of these bigger systemic problems.
So it's important to engage with different perspectives.
To listen to voices from outside our own bubbles.
And literature, art, satire like Okonkwo's piece.
They can be powerful tools.
For building empathy and understanding.
And for creating a more just world.
This has been such an insightful deep dive. Okonkwo's piece is funny, it makes you think, and it's a real call to action.
I agree.
It reminds us that we all have a role to play in challenging injustice.
Well, I'll leave you with one final thought.
Mm-hmm.
Could a similar piece be written about your own country or society? What power structures exist where you live? And what would a satirical take on those dynamics look like? I encourage you to think about those questions and see where they lead you.
That's all the time we have for today's deep dive, but we'll be back next week with another fascinating piece to unpack. Thanks for listening.
Kohl's Cash is the gift that keeps on giving. Get $10 Kohl's Cash for every $50 spent.
Welcome, everybody. Greetings, greetings, greetings. Happy Wednesday to you. So I'm going to be sharing my link so we can start the read right away. How's everybody doing? No, I hope you guys are doing well. I hope it's not too cold where you are. She's in a sweater. I wear so. The cold though is getting colder and colder. How's everybody doing? Tone, welcome. Oh. Welcome, welcome. Ovie, welcome. How are you? Olumide, welcome. Greetings to you. How's everybody doing? I hope we're all doing well. I enjoyed that the last video that I shared. I think that was actually quite interesting listening to. Osira, welcome. I hope I said your name well. Okay, well, I'm going to get started. So if anybody wants to join me, feel free. So we're starting with chapter 6 of Dele Farotimi's book. Hey, Ify, how now? You just wake up. You be like, say you don't, you enjoy your sleep since, like you're jollophing.
I've been up since 8 a.m.
Oh, okay, 8 a.m. That's not bad.
8 a.m.
That's not bad.
And this is 6 p.m.
Okay.
I told you I gotta work. Tinubu is the president. I'll not tell you. Voila.
Okay, I hear. Okay. On that note, yes, I give it to you. I cut cap for you. You know, you get your book with you. So anyway, maybe I start. We are getting to chapter 6. We're starting with chapter 6. You not come our meeting today, Ify.
I don't tell you say I dey work. Hey, Omo, me and you know they the same level.
I'm sorry, not verse now, not be like that.
I don't tell you say Tinubu na president. Me I go work. One bag of rice na 100 and something thousand naira.
No, okay, not verse.
The money where I go give her for this Christmas, I have to triple it, just like you said.
No verse.
I will triple. No,
no verse, no verse. I take her back. Okay, my sister. No verse.
I'm still working. Oh,
I know.
My sister. Okay. This thing will be smart, you know.
I hear you. I empathize.
Okay.
This T-Pain's economy is not for lily livered people. You have to walk your butt off to rub 2 pennies together. I was speaking to a relative. They said they buy bag of rice 120 something. I said they don't reduce that to 120 something, so not be 160. I think it got to 150 or something like that at some point. So they try. You're on mute in case you were talking. You're on mute. Yeah. Okay, maybe start to read the book. Chapter 6, the practice. I always knew that I was going to strike out on my own after spending 2 years learning as much as I could from everyone that I would work with. I don't know how I came to know this truth, but I knew it just as I had known the several other immutable truths of God concerning my life. I always felt his powerful compass directing my course and channeling my aspirations towards the achievement of my intended pursuits. I just knew. The conception of my first child coincided with the time my mother, who had been subsidizing my pupillage, had her own immigration problems and couldn't return to the land of her economic exile. It was also the time when the entire family was at its lowest economically. I was, as I had mentioned, squatting in my friend's house, and I did not have any money saved up, but I knew that my daughter's conception was a trigger and that it was time. I made a friend that I have held dear since our days together at the law school in Buari, Femi Adekeye. Femi was one of the foreign educated law students. The lot of them were staying at what used to be either the guest chalet or staff quarters of the institution that used to house what became the Nigerian Law School. This was sequel to Abacha's diktat that they be moved to Abuja, that his daughter Gumsu might safely attend law school from the family's compound in Aso Rock. I found Mr. Adekeye to be most unlike his fellow Butterish fraternity. Now, we the Okoko bumpers, as we call the caucus we had formed during our undergraduate days at LASU, and which we had with the prime agency of our late brother, the effervescent and ebullient Obarinde Adeoba Ogunsoya, made inroads into the school administration's system. We had made friends amongst key persons and greased necessary palms. We were allotted rooms in the chalet, and did not have to bear the pains of guinea pigs that became the first occupants of the new and horribly constructed hostel accommodation. I met Femi at Chester Terrace. Femi had earned a first degree from the Ondo State University. He was anything but butter. He was at home eating with us from the cholera joint located behind our block, and was equally at home amongst the coterie of assorted cheeses and dainties. He became acquainted and within the years of studying law abroad. Femi is an all-round good man, and he was a key player in God's plan for my life. Femi went to work with the legal department of what was at the time Prudent Bank. Immediately after we had been called to the bar, and by that time that I was leaving KOT, Femi was a key factor in affording me the confidence to walk in faith. Prudent Bank was paying 2,000 naira to lawyers for the CAC searches that they were obliged to conduct as part of the KYC and due diligence requirements. before they might open corporate accounts, and Femi had been faithful in giving these briefs to friends that had braved going into practice on their own earlier. The meager amount of 2,000 naira per search added up to a tidy sum, when it came in a consistent flow, and many a Buhari inmate has Femi to thank for sustenance in the days of our law practices. I'm eternally grateful to him. I had made the acquaintance of another fellow student at the law school in Buhari. I'm unsure of how we might have met now, but Bola Hassan was a very jovial person and is imbued with a selflessness that is pretty rare in this climb. I had been running into Bola in courtrooms since we had left law school, and he appeared to be as much of a courtroom rat as I was. We would gravitate towards each other upon meeting up in courts, but then that is a common issue with the first set in Buhari. We developed a bond forged in the furnace of our common affliction in Buhari. Bola's parents owned a commercial building on Sanusi Fafunwa, and Bola was running his law practice named Law Cartel from a rather generous space at the rear of the building. When Bola became aware of my readiness to leave KOT, he made me an offer to join Law Cartel that I could not afford to turn down. I got the use of an office with an address in Victoria Island, a shared clerk, other facilities, and the offer couldn't have come from a nicer person. The arrangement allowed me to trade in my own name or under the Law Cartel banner, and all I had to do was to share the cost of running the office. I was happy with that. I was to remain with Law Cartel until just after my marriage and the birth of my daughter. I moved into the Ikota complex in 2003, 2004, and it was the beginning of the practice that I had sought to build, Ralph Uwonke, it is that have serially provoked me into what I believe to be the closest I've ever come to defining my jurisprudence and outlining my legal viewpoints. Ralph is a legal mechanic. He came to me as an associate in 2006, quickly gained my trust with his legal drafting skills and generally impressive intellectual capacity. He has a prodigious capacity for hard work that remains unmatched by anyone that I've ever employed. And he was, for the years that I practiced with him, the professional yin to my irascible yang. Ralph knows the law. He's a walking encyclopedia of law and one of the very best commercial law brains that I have ever had the privilege of either meeting or working with. He kept me out of trouble for years. If I have described Ralph as a mechanic for his rigid insistence on fidelity with the letters of the law, I must admit that I was the artistic legal brain in the practice that I built. When strict adherence to the letters of the law would not be in my client's best interest, and the law allowed the imaginative room within which to legally maneuver, I was always happy to take advantage of the room offered. I will be mulling over what I believe to be an ingenious solution to a client's legal challenges, and having doubts as to the lawlessness of the idea I had settled on, I would use Ralph as the sounding board, luring him into the many passionate disputations that I enjoyed with him over the years. Thing is, poor Ralph assumed for several years that he was always just a step away from being fired for his constant audacity to argue with his boss. What he came to realize is that I was only ever grateful for his courage, and I looked forward to our sessions. It was during one of our heated sessions that I declared my philosophy of law, and I believe it was also the day that we began to understand the strength of our synergy and the value and efficiency of our then emergent partnership. I explained to him that I did not read law in order to follow the rules. I read the law in order to guide myself and the purveyors of my services through the labyrinthine minefields of the Nigerian legal system. I always knew, sorry, bear with me, let me pull people into the studio. Okay. Thank you guys for coming. Welcome, Mr. Ferreira, I see you. Mama Echo, I see you. Welcome, guys. All right, let me move ahead. I always knew that Nigeria is built on a foundation of lies, that the country of my birth is iniquitous, unjust, and intricately evil. I had known this from my mother's womb, and I had never harbored any illusions about the existential nature of the evil empire in which we live. I explained how it was the duty of the lawyer to work in the knowledge of his truth in everything that he does for the client. I explained how I relied on his own knowledge of the mechanics of law to rein in my own worst instincts, which constantly seeks to discountenance the many inane laws and regulations that would restrain the client between our two extremes. The clients are usually left to the best of two worlds. A client came to brief us about a property that the company owned in Ikoyi. Client is a property investment company that has a lot of real estate interest in the Ikoyi axis. The uniqueness of our legal, architecture, and tenancy laws had created an equally unique problem for them recalcitrant tenants that had learned how to exploit the institutional weaknesses of the legal system and the tenancy laws to game the company out of its legitimate business income and expectations. They would all rent for several years and would happily pay a lawyer to delay the cases for recovery of the premises and back rents. We put a stop to it. We crafted a clause that has become part and parcel of every tenancy agreement that we have drafted for that particular client, and anyone that has been happy to have the clause incorporated into their own leases that we have drafted, designed, as it were, for this particular client. I'm happy to report I'm happy to report it as one of the unique devices that we have employed in the services of our clients over the years. We introduced a re-entry clause into the tenancy lease agreements. The tenancy laws have been drafted by men without any understanding of the need to protect the pecuniary interests of the landlords, and most certainly without any thoughts as to businesses that would be investing their capital in the real estate sector. The cumbersome laws and processes have served to prolong suits taken before the court seeking the eviction of debtor tenants, the recovery of the premises, and the immense profits. Some lawyers have turned the delay tactics into an art form, and our clients were losing money. The government that has failed woefully in the business of social housing has drafted laws that are overprotective of the tenant's interests and dismissive of the property owner's rights. We began to insert a clause that allows the landlords the right to re-enter the demised property upon the crystallization of a failure on the part of the tenant to meet the obligation to pay his rent. Raf had argued strenuously against the inclusion of what he rightly identified as an unlawful clause, but after allowing him to make his point, I considered the legal soundness of his argument and then explained the legal basis of my decision to adopt the clause in spite of his reasoned arguments. A man that couldn't afford to pay his rent but would employ a lawyer to delay the recovery of the premises merely takes advantage of the system that has allowed the conditions favorable for his wicked refusal to meet his obligations. I'm sorry, guys. When a man has failed to pay his due rent, the very foundation of his occupation of the premises and the condition precedent to his peaceable enjoyment of the demised property would be hard pressed to explain to the court as to why he should be deemed entitled to any monetary damages above the rent that he already owed. I have used the clause a grand total of 2 times, and none of the evicted debtors have ever managed to successfully sue my clients for damages. The only one that sued recalibrated his senses on receiving the counterclaims and defense of the suit that he filed. I have used this to illustrate the practical nature of the law practice that I built and the lack of any illusions in my engagement with the Nigerian legal system. I was not blind to the objective realities of my environment, and I happily evolved workable solutions to my clients' problems. I built what was to become a lean legal firm that at its peak was the biggest real estate law chamber in the country and remains accountable for the bulk of legal precedents used in the real estate industry in Nigeria to date. After the initial years spent essentially as a litigation lawyer, I quite deliberately and consciously avoided accepting litigation briefs. I had seen firsthand the extent of the rot in the courts registry. I had seen the impossible caseload of the magistrates and judges. I could see that the judiciary is just as corrupt as any other sector of the Nigerian state, and I wanted anything to do with the court system, so as long as there was a likelihood of a negotiated settlement of the inevitable disputes that our clients ran into. The years spent watching Mami settling the Inalinde squabbles became the bedrock of the firm's reputation for complicated business negotiations and dispute resolutions. We actively worked at all times with a deliberate intention of doing everything to avoid going to court. Litigation has always been a last resort in my practice, and from the very foundations, actively discouraged. As my practice evolved and my influence with my clients grew, I increasingly became the person that would provide the legal architecture for transactions. From the initial beginnings, I found that the bulk of the arguments and disagreements on the draft would usually come not from the counsel representing the other parties, but from my own clients. When briefed to draw up an agreement, we would always draft blind. We're blind to the identity of the parties, and it would not matter a jot who was paying our bill. I learned from Mami's feet that however happily a party might appear to concede an advantage whilst under any form of pressure, they would almost always regret the concession granted, and where and whenever possible, they will be looking to break the agreement. I learned that the most important part of any agreement is captured in the Yoruba doctrine of Tí ojú bá yẹjú, kí òun kó má yẹ òun, consensus ad idem. I have had countless disputations with my clients in defense of the initial draft of the several commercial agreements that we have drafted over the years. And I'm happy to have been trusted with a lot of groundbreaking agreements in the real estate sector, which I spent the bulk of my legal career serving. Despite being the preeminent real estate law firm in the country, no legal document drafted by my law office has ever been invalidated by a court, and we have had less than 5 legal challenges to our clients' rights or interests arising from some legal error attributable to our work. I built a practice that knew the wisdom of avoiding a Nigerian court. As Mami was okay, I think there's a grammatical error. As Mami would say, I think that's what she was trying to say. Akiti kotude kashori. I don't know. Maybe I said it wrong. Apologies to my Yoruba people. No one comes out of a court case adjudicated in the favor of his opponent with a smiling face. And who's going to take chapter 7?
My book is not here, Ferreira.
Okay, Mr. Ferreira, thank you very much, Mr. Ferreira. Welcome again. Good to see you. You missed our short meeting.
Yes, so I'm just coming back from work. I'm just getting inside the house.
Okay, you will pay $5 for any person will not show up. We'll put it down $5 for back. Outside later. Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Tom, would they update me on details or anything?
You like say you do village meeting, you this woman.
Mama Echo, you not give us the minutes, so I don't see him.
Okay.
You asked me to write minutes.
Yes, now I see you drop her for the meeting something. You not drop her. I they look so that people go know what happen today.
That are the drive.
I beg, help us do them. I beg. If you not say are too small to beg you,
No. I was driving. That is why I told you I didn't hear all the details.
Okay. I beg. Make just all right, Mr. Ferreira, go ahead. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, chapter 7, the beginning of the end. Can you all hear me clearly? That's good. As I had said at the outset, I had always known that I would retire from the practice of law once I turned 50 years old. I never knew just exactly what I would be doing with my life thereafter, but I always knew I had never failed to communicate this knowledge to everyone that I considered my friend. Long before I was called to the Nigerian bar, I had no concrete plans laid out for the remaining days of my life. But I knew I would be done with earning my living from the practice of law, even when I was most in love with my profession. As the years rolled by, I began to get closer to the appointed time for my exit from the practice. I began to think more and more about the future, and I sought to imagine and envision what laid ahead for me. While it was easy to settle into the knowledge of my exit without agitating my mind over what would follow when I was in my 30s, the minute I rolled into my 40s, I became more and more concerned about what laid ahead and just exactly what I would do with my life. I had been given the grace of value creation by Creator, and I was confident that I would always find buyers for the scarce values that I have been blessed to search out and to create. I needed not have worried. Eledumare had designed my path from dawn of time. The day of appointment with my destiny was completely mundane in its dawning. 1 minute. It was the 26th day of May 2013, a Sunday. It was. According to the calendar, I consulted before commencing this chapter and dates, and I had equally confirmed by checking the immigration stamp on my passport. The meeting was at Heathrow Airport Terminal 5. It was in the morning. I had traveled out of the country on 18th of May 2013 to attend to some business in the UK. And as it's in the notorious case with me, I was in a hurry to return to our asylum. I have missed my flight only once in my life, and I missed the flight not because I got to the airport late, but because I mixed up the date. I have earned my reputation for always being on time, and scheduled flights are not likely to be missed by me. I had gone through the BA counter, cleared the security checkpoint, and was in the lounge with about a couple of hours to spare, and having had a leisurely breakfast, elected to begin my journey to the departure gate. At the point before one might enter the lift to access the shuttle service, there are park benches arranged on either side of the wild asshole leading up to the lift, and there, sitting on one, was the doyen of the Nigerian legal practice, Are Afe Babalola. The old man had bags arranged around the feet. There was the usual carry-on luggage, I believe 2 other leather bags, but there were a couple of plastic bags in addition. Baba had evidently been busy shopping at the duty-free shops. The Omo Odo Agba that I am, I prostrated like a proper Inalade boy, greeted the old man, and offered my services in carrying his bag. He gratefully declined, and when I insisted on account of my concern for how he intended to carry so much on his own, he let on that he had help and was only waiting for some other persons or persons. I bade him farewell and took my leave. Little did I know of the significance of the moment. I usually know, but this time I did not know. The first we knew of the magic being put together by Afe and his elves must have been around the middle of July, probably a couple of days after the Supreme Court delivered its original judgment on the case. The aborigines of the Ajiran or Sapa axis were whispering about the Ojomo's loss of the case at the Supreme Court, and this was followed by very aggressive moves by the Eletus themselves. Signboards began to appear all around Osapa Agunji, part of Nikon, Igbo Kusuku, Victoria Park, Friends Colony, and the Pinnock Beach Estates. There were asserting claims to 254 hectares of land, and several clients had called me up in panic. In introducing himself, Chief Afe Babalola described himself as a solicitor to the Gbadamosi Eletu family, and indeed the family were the appellants in the case. But the question is this: who and what is Gbadamosi Eletu family? Who is Gbadamosi Eletu? This becomes important given the fact that it is the basis of engagement with Chief Afe Babalola, and it's also at the point of engagement between the courts and those who claim rights on the land on behalf of Gbadamosi Eletu family. There was no entity known as the Gbadamosi Bamidele Eletu chieftaincy family. It's a creation of fraud, and nothing can be found on a claim arising from a fraud. Legend have it, and facts have proven so, that a certain man by the name of Major Eletu purportedly purchased 254 hectares of land from Ojomo chieftaincy family, and to whom title was conveyed via a deed of conveyance in 1977, duty registered at the land registry at Alausa, and all successors to his title, actual or imagined, and contrived, as in this case, most claims solely from the root. The deed of conveyance is one of the many titles determined by Gazette of Acquisition of 1993. This was the acquisition that was challenged by the Eletus in M779/93. That was the claim that was definitely settled in this case. This is the case that Justice AKA are adopted in the first judgment of the Supreme Court. Upon the death of Mr. Gbadamosi Eletu, no probate record have been placed before any court, no will, nothing to indicate what happened to the estate of Mr. Gbadamosi Eletu. However, those who have presumed to claim land in his name have acted at all times, placing the deed of conveyance of 1977 before the court. These persons might be related to the owner of the land and conveyed by the 1977 deed, or they may not be. But as the facts reveal, there is no family in the sense in which the word family is used within the Lagos State land tenure system. There is no Gbadamosi Eletu family. I reassured all that any claims by the Eletu to anything more than 10 acres granted the Eletu in suit number M77993 can only be made in fraud, and I was categorical in concluding that even a Supreme Court bench wholly staffed by their ancestors was incapable of giving them the relief they claim to have won. I knew this because I had been following the case since the beginning of my law practice, and during my time as Basa and Partners, I immediately contacted our representative in Abuja to make the necessary applications to the registry of the Supreme Court for the CTC of the judgment and the enrolled orders of the court, and some were procured within a couple of days. It is amazing how efficient the inefficient registry could become once the process is sufficiently greased. A cursory reading of Justice Akaha-led judgment was enough to show that the Eletus were up to some shenanigans, and the root of their mischief became apparent soon enough. Upon studying the judgment itself, in the face of the intransigence of the Eletu family and their continuing refusal to respect the boundaries of the judgment that had been given in their favor, it became incumbent upon us to seek to speak with the Afe Babalola firm and the Eletu family themselves. We wrote series of letters both to Oludaramola San as the head of the Afe Babalola chambers in Lagos, and also to the Gbadamosi Eletu family, specifically Chief Wahid Eletu, and sought to hold meetings with them in order to better understand the parameters of any disagreement or dispute that we might have with them while we continue to monitor what was going on. We had by this time become aware that the head judge in Lagos State, Atilade J., had signed a writ of possession. Being made aware of this, we continued to write letters to the sheriff section and to the Chief Justice, including concerned authorities, to make them aware that this will be acting beyond the judgment of the court, and this will be at variance with the claims that the parties themselves had placed before the court at all material times, including before the Supreme Court. While all this was going on, we had a meeting in law office of Afe Babalola in Magodo, where Oludaramola San made himself unavailable and had us with Olu Faro, a younger counsel. I have always treated counsel diffidently and I have been particularly respectful of senior counsel. Every counsel that has worked with me would attest to my demand that respect for colleagues be primary. But Olufaro Esque was remarkably insolent and assured that we were made aware of such how powerful of the law office he worked for, believed itself to be, and how much above the law and the practice of law they believed themselves to be. The meeting achieved nothing. The judgment of the court was unanimous in giving judgment to the Eletus, and the pronouncement of the Akars were clear and unambiguous. The Eletus were entitled to the compensation that they had been awarded for the land M779/93, but Justice Rode Vivor laid the foundation for the fraud that was to come. He spoke of an unextinguished equitable interest in 254 hectares. It is my contention that he was not serving the cause of justice when he made that pronouncement, and he was aware of the mischief intended with his deliberate choice of words. With the Eletus' aggressive assertions of the claims that they were awarded 254 hectares gaining traction in the press, and their seizure of several plots of land from small landowners in Agunji or Sakpa axis, my office became inundated with calls from dispossessed owners, land buyers, and from the Ojomo family and developers of all hues, big and small. The panic engendered by the actions of the Eletus bred mass hysteria, and though it all, we kept advising our clients to stay firm and to refuse to succumb to the blackmail of the Eletus. I had seen enough by the end of September 2013 to be convinced that there was a high-level conspiracy involving elements in the Supreme Court. The Lagos judiciary, Afe Babalola and his crew, and with the Eletus as co-beneficiaries. On the 7th of October 2013, I got news early in the day of an impending invasion of the Osakpa Aguji axis by the Eletus and their lawyers, accompanied by thugs and police, supposedly on a mission to enforce the Supreme Court judgment. I immediately placed a call to Oludaramola SAN and asked what judgment he was planning to execute on my client, and reiterated that the readiness of my client to engage with his firm to determine how the judgment might affect our client. He denied any knowledge of any planned enforcement action, assured me that nothing of the sort was afoot, and agreed to have a meeting with me on his return to the country from a trip he disclosed that he was poised to embark on. That same afternoon, I was poised to commence the usual Friday afternoon lunch in the office. The call I had dreaded for weeks came true. The Eletus were on their way to the neighborhood, and with full compliments of the Nigerian state, its power and majesty, to violently violate the human and property rights of the inhabitants of the vast swath of land that runs from Nikon Town to Victoria Park, Friends Colony to Pink Pork Beach Estate. Several small landowners built up properties were being directly threatened. My heart broke. As I have let on, I am no shrinking violent. I am a Nigerian in the true sense of the word. I am no saint. I have never had any illusion about the country of my birth, and I have known and loved the country of my birth and residence all of my life. But it has frustrated me unrelentingly, and I have hated it for the many times that it had left me bruised and broken. I had always had a rather romantic view of law. I imagined that the Nigerian Supreme Court was somehow immune to the madness. I lost my illusion that day. The Eletus were accompanied by bailiffs and sheriffs of the Lagos High Court. The Nigerian police were represented, and the Nigerian state was assisted in the rape of its citizens right by a band of thugs, led by the younger of the Eletu clan. I called Oludaramola as they approached the place where I had stood with some clients to resist the illegal enforcement, and shameless man was still busy denying any knowledge of the enforcement action. We were partially successful in resisting the enforcement. The bailiff could not produce the enrollment of the order that they sought to enforce, and departed the scene after writing some nonsense on the wall. We immediately applied for certified true copies of the process file with the sheriff, and it quickly became evident that what mischief was afoot and just how deep fraud and conspiracy were. The warrant of execution was signed by Attila J, the administrative head of the Lagos Division of the High Court, without her having seen an enrolled order of the Supreme Court. The more we scrutinize the writ of possession, the more apparent the fraudulence of its procurers, issuers, and beneficiaries became. It became patently clear that the head judge in Lagos, Attila J, had either wittingly or unwittingly lent herself as an instrument of fraudulence in the issuance of the writ of possession they presumed to execute on 7th of October 2013. One of the first things that we found most incongruous was the complete absence of the enrolled order of the Supreme Court in the process. At no point did the judge, Attila J, or sheriff cite an enrolled order of the Supreme Court. What was done was the portion of the consenting judgment of Rhodes Vivo, JSC, as it then was underlined, and this was the portion that spoke of an unextinguished equitable interest in 254 hectares. I am persuaded to conclude that the arbiter was inserted specifically for the purpose to which it was pressed. Nevertheless, this was all that was before Attila J, the head judge of the Lagos Division, where she issued a writ of possession covering 254 hectares. Another curious thing we found on pursuing the execution file was the presence of a most fraudulent person by the name of S.B. Joseph, S.A.N., who was the procurer-in-chief of the writ of possession issued by Attila J, and was an actual fact the one who worked exclusively at all times on the procurement of the fraudulent writ of possession. We quickly realized that the law offices of Afe Babalola and Co. Emmanuel Chambers had outsourced the judgment execution to another law firm, S.B. Joseph and Co. The firm had fraudulently and deliberately concealed the judgment of Akas and had underlined the words of Justice Rhodes Vivo to deceive and perhaps misled Attila J, or it's more likely Attila J was always a part of the original fraud. The Eletu somehow managed to corrupt the judiciary to procure a fraudulent warrant that had no bearing on the judgment of the court. On being convinced of the emerging fraud, I made strenuous effort to protect my client from extortionist exercise of the Eletus and their lawyers. I wrote several petitions to the fraud unit of Panti CID, another to the Chief Judge in Lagos State, Ayotunde Philip, and the National Judicial Commission, and yet another was addressed to the Attorney General of Lagos State at the time, Mr. Ade Ikpaye. I also ensured that one went to the governor of the state, BRF, who, being a lawyer, I imagine would be better briefed to do the right thing related to the issue, given the likelihood of a breakdown of law and order, and in view of the fact that the Eletus, in seeking to enforce the fraudulent warrant, had invaded multiple estates within the Lekki, Ajiron, or Sakpa axis, pursuant to the fraudulent writ of possession. I imagine that the case would be of interest to the governor, given his legal background, and he was equally copied in the petition. I detailed the duties of the state to protect the integrity of its own title and general made will, aware that I was not only aware of the fraud, I was prepared to blow the whistle on all that were involved. BRF was not interested enough to do anything decisive about the obvious fraud and brigadage. He passed the buck to the AG Ikpaye, Akim Okunola, then the Permanent Secretary of Land, Agbela, and the Surveyor General. When the heat I was drawing became a little too much for the head judge, Attila J, she reached out through one of the clients and the Ojomo chieftaincy family, seeking to explain that she was misled and had made a mistake. I was informed of her regret at what was termed her inadvertent error in signing the warrant. Attila J was at the time the pivotal place of waiting in the wings to succeed her sister as the Chief Judge of Lagos State. She was interested in doing everything she could to douse the fire that had been kindled by her participation in the issuance of the fraudulent writ of possession. She pleaded with them to appeal to me to bring a motion to squash the warrant that she had originally issued for the possession of 254 hectares. We prepared the motion to squash the warrant after sending the same to other clients for execution. The client returned to us, obviously having coordinated with the judge, who begged, saying that instead of the ground stated in our motion, which was the fraudulent misrepresentation, we should have it changed and request that it be squashed for documentary irregularities. The original motion prepared by my office was a motion on notice. We prepared this and readied our processes to be filed, and then word came to us via Ojomo Palace. Atilade has asked that we file the motion ex parte. This was to avoid a lengthy delay. She assured her messengers to me, as having the motion papers served on Afe Babalola and Co., we only serve to prolong the resolution of the problem created either by our corruption or incompetence. My reasoning argument against the ex parte motion were not countenanced by the client. They all just wanted the mess over and done with. Multi-billion naira investment were being undermined by the situation, and several lives were being disrupted, they argued. In deference to the client's instruction and urging in clear refusal of our legal advice to the client that the matter should not be withdrawn but argued on its merit as being sought for fraudulent misrepresentation, we were prevailed upon to present a motion ex parte asking for the warrants to be squashed on the ground of documentary irregularity and euphemism for fraudulence. We followed the client's wishes in protest, but we were convinced that something wasn't quite right. Events were to prove us right. The motion was filed ex parte, and as had been advised and Atilade, J urged the motion in chambers of the 11th of October 2013, squashing the fraudulently prosecuted warrant as promised and euphemistically referring to the ground as being one of the documentary irregularities. But even as Atilade J played the contrition game, she was already part of the game plan being sneaked together by the Grand Master of Judicial Corruption in Nigeria, Afe Babalola. I have come to the conclusion that the required form of the application and our rulings were all part of the insidious plan of Afe Babalola, his band of crooked lawyers, and the canteric of crooked and incompetent justices of the Supreme Court.
Wow. See expose now. Hey! No wonder. Omo Atilade J, Rhodes Vival, Afe Babalola and his lawyers, Afe Babalola and Co. All indict, all of them, their hand not clean. Even the Eletu family, when they say no, they non-existent. Eh? See the level of corruption when they in our country. Hey, I don't even know what to say. I'm overwhelmed by this information. This is why they are doing everything. But the news is already out. It's already out. Can you imagine? Atilade J taking over from her sister. Hey God. He said Atilade J was at the time in a pivotal place of waiting in the wings to succeed her sister as the chief judge of Lagos State. They don't turn out to family affair. Passing it on from sister to sister. Eh? She was interested in doing everything she could to douse the fire that had been kindled by her participation in the issuance of the fraudulent writ of possession. She pleaded with them to appeal to me to bring a motion to quash the warrants that she had originally issued for the possession of 254 hectares. Omo, I don't know what's 254 hectares, but it looks like a large amount to me. We prepared the motion to quash the warrant after sending same to our client for execution. The client returned to us, obviously having coordinated with the judge, who begged, saying that instead of the ground stated in our motion, which was for fraudulent misrepresentation, we should have it changed and request that it is quashed for documentary irregularity. And person go come tell me now, say, let's wait till 2027 for an election that will be rigged again. Then they will now send you people to court and say, go to court. You people will now wear cloths, wear a suit, follow again. So this court that I'm reading about, Nigeria is gone, Ofone. Excuse me, Ofone. Which court you people want to? There's no court for ordinary people. There is nothing, no rights for ordinary people. This court is for the rich people. It's not for, it's for the so-called who is who in Nigeria. It's not for you, it's not for common people. Forget, if you have problem, solve it amongst yourself. If you can't go court, nothing, no. It's the highest bidder. It's the person that one person will go behind and want to pay off the judge. When you come, they will just give judgment in favor of the one who paid, regardless of whether he's the criminal, is guilty or not. That's what we are. We don't have any courts in Nigeria. It's deep, seed. It is deep. And this is what people are talking about 2027. We could not forget 2027. We could not forget that. We not just throw away that ambition. We not forget. Nothing. T-Pain has come to come and sit on top.
But we already know that now. You see, that's why I don't even understand what they're talking about.
These are
the things we know.
We know that, but the problem is the level of rot. The fact that you have names, the people that you will read about, the revival roads that you will read about and say, these are the, these are people who came up under the colonialist rule. You don't understand. The roads all went to school during colonial. So that means you don't say when the judiciary don't rot.
No, but now it's just like it's massive because of technology and because of social media. When social media wasn't here, we weren't hearing about all this corruption and all this. But now it's massive, everybody runs to social media to get their media. How many people are still reading newspapers now? Okay, so the only difference is that this guy wrote a book and mentioned names. That is the only difference. But there is nothing in this book that we are not aware of. But the only surprising part of it is that he called names. And some of you are the names you're not you guys are not did not expect. So,
I don't know. I don't know what to expect. You read a book and you see. Don't want to. Go ahead, please.
Okay, can I just say something here? I think he decided not to mention it. Maybe in his subsequent books, when he goes through all this, he's still going to, because I believe this is not the end of that account. See, the legal profession is a cult. And if you don't belong in that cult, you're an outlier and they'll deal with you. And that is what he's going through now. It's just a cult, pure and simple. This one not be but or if or anything. For you to, it's either, well, okay, let me not just mention. Let me not be say I fear them all, but this is what it is. So the annoyance is that how come this small boy? That's what that's where Afe Babalola is coming from. How come this small boy doesn't know who I am? Dare to point fingers at us. See all these people that are supporting him, they all belong to the same cult. They have the way they read themselves. My dad during his time, he wasn't a lawyer, but he was part of this. They are dirty, but God had mercy on him, and he left them, and maybe God found him or I mean, you find God. That's just it. These
Whose
people
phone
are
is that? Which person phone they go off?
not be my phone.
Okay. I beg, help us mute. Go ahead.
So my own dad was part of their thing and all that, because it's a fraternity that all of them show they condemn and all that, all these powerful people that you think they are respectable, and they all go to Methodist church. That is the thing. Methodist church, and then fool there. African church, they fool there. They're fool there. You see, when you begin to hear all these things, man, and these people are not even as powerful that as they think. All the juju self that they have, it's all mythical. They will threaten you and all that. For you to even be a top cop, you have to be a part of their fraternity. That's how it works. So their noise is that how dare this small boy? I think that's what the old man is trying to prove. How dare this small boy to come and start mentioning us? It's going to be a long case. I don't know whether I mentioned earlier that I read this evening that 2 more people have sued him when he's trying to drag him to Oyo State. Why? That's part of the thing that me and
Oyo and
Ferreira,
Ibadan.
yeah, Oyo and Ibadan.
And they are all SAN.
Yeah, they're all SAN. Now, this is what me and Ferreira used to say, that the people that enable all this criminality are
Nigerians.
one of the biggest problems. Because when this book came out, they didn't say anything, no. But they were emboldened because some corrupt people within this thing started this thing. Odina Kalu had stated clearly what the law is. It's not algebra. This is what it is. There's no local standing for him to be taken to Ekiti State, and even more still to be handcuffed. It was criminal. It is purely criminal. But then, do we have justice in Nigeria? We have seen from Peter Obi's this thing. So I don't even know why Peter Obi they even stress himself. Make we go hit the streets. Make we show them. Say, listen, no, we too we fit even rough them out. There's no point wasting money going to Supreme Court and all that, because all of them, even your own lawyer that is even representing you, you don't know whether they are playing on the same side. Because right now, there are a lot of saboteurs everywhere. You don't know on whose side they are.
The truth is this. There's one question me and some other people might have been asking. And the question is, how did we get here? The answer has been given to us. So the question I'm going to ask us is this. What are we going to do with this answer we have gotten?
You will need to be united to fight our common enemy.
The battle on ground is not only Dele, it is us.
Mama Echo, it's not about, listen, this is not even about Peter Obi anymore.
See,
or Labour
I am
Party.
not talking of Peter Obi here. We've been asking, me as a person have been asking one question. How did we get here? Where did this start? The answer has been given to us in this book.
Yeah.
The book was written with names and dates. And if the people inside the book feel it is not true, then let them tell Nigeria by taking Dele to court. And by taking Dele to court, it's taking all of us to court. We must know the truth. Did you understand? So this is their nonsense. It is a battle that all of us must team up to fight, because these are the evil people that have destroyed our country.
But Mama Hecho, are they going to allow the truth to be spoken?
Hello? Do you need their permission? These wicked, evil people, you need that. What kind of fucking permission do we need from them? These people that destroyed us, ṣé orí gbogbo yín tẹ́ ẹ bà ìlú jẹ́? Ẹ ti ríran o, ẹ dẹ̀ ti rógo láì désẹ̀lẹ̀, ẹ̀yin lórí burúkú.
I was thinking last night, a lot of things.
Look at the people that destroy our country.
And
they are looking for respect.
Exactly.
Respect, Oshi.
A lot of thoughts.
Respect my foot.
A lot of thoughts were going through my mind yesterday.
The truth is this. We will reread the book. I will be listing their name one by one. We go the advertiser. In fact, when I start my channel,
Mama
I'm
Echo,
going to do advertisement for my channel.
Mama Echo, one second. Let Tone finish so that you go jump in. Sorry, let him finish his thoughts. I know say it's very upsetting. But let Tone
at the end of the day, we just need to speak with one voice, with people that truly care about Nigeria, that wants to get. See, that is why I have zero tolerance to people that I don't know where they carry person go. They go talk as if say they are speaking the truth, but whereas they are not speaking the truth. That is the most dangerous people. You see, and one of the thoughts that was going through my mind was that fella, remember many years ago, how they denigrated him. Don't mind that man. That too much Igbo where they smoke. But it's turned out that Igbo where the guy they stroke, the Igbo they talk correctly. He talk to past Reverend Father self and Pastor and Gio. He talk that truth. He speak. See, this country, we pray. I will just pray that Nigeria will not happen to you because it will so mess up your mind. And I think that is why Showore is not a bad man. I think that is what he's going through a lot. Somebody's brother that was murdered. You know? So go on, man. Thank you.
I want to do clarification. No. Is it Vavor? Is it this guy's family?
Yeah.
So they be part of this journey.
That's what we're finding out.
This
is why they are resisting.
All of you. Nobody they una go put for them. Una go carry all of us because they say foul, breeze blow, foul. You open this. Look at it. Dele, kudo to you. Washorire. Oh, ní kúkú òjijì o. Àwọn olórí burúkú yìí, wọ́n forí wọn gbé. Look at the people that destroy Nigeria. Just look at them. And say the NBA that they call their useless association. Una better wake up, oh. If not, we go drag all of una. All of una. Since una say your role as a judiciary of Nigeria is to pervert justice and practice criminality. Una just start. My children, make una wake up. Oh. Now the people when useless una be this. Now the people when make the country to become a non-entity that turn you people to what God did not make you to be. So the battle on ground now between us and judiciary. Uncle Peter Obi, just give us space. You'll be peaceful journey. We just stay on your peaceful lane. Make you leave us for this trouble. You they hear me? Just stay on your peaceful lane. Because these wicked people, they don't deserve respect from any of my children. They don't. And they are going to seek great children. Look at the people that turn Nigeria children to become non-entity. Look at them. Look at them. Una they ban book for Nigeria. May they not sell her for Nigeria. We go buy her from here. We go send her home. We go send her. None of you from today go will not know peace. Una name go ring bell. Make una come charge all of us. Look at what turned the country to become what it is today. We be asking, how did we get here? How did we get here? Look at them. Look at them. Obasanjo, Iwona, Orayenyi. None of you should parade yourself in any of this TV or anywhere. Say, una they call una say useless elder statement. Who make una to become elder statement? Who make una? Make una go see una made for Western world. Una useless. Finish as una they smell. And let me tell you people, una children, una grandchildren, una wife, una concubine, all of them, they go chop this ipache. All of them go get from all, except we don't know that. Anywhere una see these people, children, grandchildren, make una jam them together because
I beg go, Biko, Mama Echo.
No,
you go take her easy. I bet we know they jam people.
They take anything easy.
No, not talking like that for the channel. You want me to ban this channel? Unless you want me to ban this channel, all of us will enter house now. No, we'll see where avenue to talk again. Everybody will rest. So we need to know. I know say they pay for body. Somebody
una country finish. Una use the money to train una grandchildren, train una children, una can't turn every other Nigeria picket on non-editing, Konida, Fugoboni, plus una children, plus una wife, plus grandchildren, all una generation, not there for inside this basket. Anywhere una see una children, una humiliate them. Because now the fruit of corruption, they take train them.
Yeah, I want to play this video of the protest. Somebody was asking about the protest.
When I remember Nigeria, water on our way, me as water on our way, me as. When I remember Walaya, water on our way, me as. Water on our way, me as. When I remember judiciary, water on our way, me as. Water on our way, me as. When I remember Nigeria, water on away me as water on away me as. When I remember this country, water on away me as
water on away me.
When I remember Nigeria, when I remember Nigeria. When I remember this country, water on away me as when I remember Nigeria, water on away me as when I remember corruption, water on away me as
water on away me.
When I remember bad government, water on away me as
water on away me.
When I remember bad people, water on away me as
water on away me.
When I remember bad government, water on away me as
water run away me.
When I remember this country, water run away me.
Water run away me.
So that's whether na Nigeria Civil Organization or something like that. Now they organize that protest. I don't know. I would expect that Nigerians were really serious. Everybody for don't pour enter road right now, streets for Nigeria. But hey, we are where we are, right? So, Mark, you said the question, what happened to the planned protest? I just played that. That's one. You see how few the people were. Meanwhile, some fellows are all those people. I know they even all those people that they call out Peter Obi. I don't know why Peter Obi did everybody mouth. The man is only doing what he knows how to do. Everybody should do their part. I don't understand. Everybody's hopping on his name. It doesn't make any sense to me. And the truth is, it's just a part of the mod. Yep, Sid, you're right. It's just part of the Hydra-headed monster. Yeah, Bukachua. Remember Bukachua? He said it openly. What did they say? Off your mic. They turned off his mic. They escorted him out so that he won't say more. He told us how he influences his wife to give judgment in favor of his friends. Aha, we heard it. Exactly. He's just making sacrifice. That's true. You're right, Sid. You're right. Don't you see Nigerians are going on about their business? Nobody came out because we have been captured. I'm telling you. That's why I said people should just leave this thing for Baba. The 2027. Guess what? When T-Pain is done, his wife will collect it. You want to bet? This is going to be a family affair. Nigerians will serve their father, serve the son. I'm telling you, if not careful, they will serve the grandchild. Not be Nigerian.
I don't think that will happen.
Okay.
But what I know for sure is that Tinubu will do 8 years. In terms of his son, which I'm worried, see, nobody's saying anything now because initially the current lieutenant governor wanted to contest for Lagos State. Other people want to contest for Lagos State, except one man has spoken out. I think he's the Speaker of the House.
Mm-hmm.
We know what's going to happen. Mumu people, his father will put him there. But again, it's all left for the Lagosians to make that decision.
Exactly.
The problem we have, and we currently have, and we continue to have, is that we are not united. Somebody said something, I think I was listening to Aisha. I don't know who said it. He said, when you people say that they're not listening, it's a lie. Remember the first time they brought Dele to court, they put him in handcuff.
Yes.
The second time they did not put him in handcuff because people cried out.
Yes.
They are listening. And they are really listening so hard. So the only reason why we are still dealing with this is because we are not united. Trust me, if only 100,000 of people protest in Abuja, only 100,000, let's not even talk about millions, consistently, they will shut that country down. We don't have to take a lot. I was talking to Mazi Ezoke today, regarding this woman that they took her, the Wike is trying to take a piece of land. And, he was like, people voted and they protested about 3 weeks ago, somewhere in Abuja. And when they asked people to come out, people were asking for money. I said, let me tell you something. That's not the problem. Until we are united, the problem is that we are not united. We are used to suffering. Until we are united, other than that, it's gonna get worse. At this point, somebody is still asking you for money to go and protest. Look at the Edo State governor. He said, this number is confusing me. This number is confusing me.
I need a T-shirt too. I'm confused by this number. I need a T-shirt. I beg. Let me support my government.
You can't read numbers. How can you sign a check? Somebody can bring $1 trillion and give you, and you sign. Because you can read numbers. They couldn't even write it in words for him. And the Edo people kept quiet. Let me tell you something. If Edo people had come out in masses and shut that state down, you won't have this governor you have today. You say Edo no be Lagos. Edo na Lagos now, not be the same thing.
Edo is in the Poto. Leave that. I say I need a T-shirt made so that I will be reminding them anytime I come here.
Somebody like Dele is in this thing. All of us are the people in Nigeria, just very few people. are speaking out. 3 other sons. What does that tell you? They are now trying to frustrate him, drag him from one court to another, drag him from Oyo to Ibadan to Ekiti. And people.
So Abuja, you forgot to add Abuja. Abuja join.
All of them san. What is san? It's
san.
Just a title.
San.
Just a title. Anybody can. I told you, 2 of my classmates, they're from my place. I heard, in fact, one of them is the current MBA chairman. It's from my place. We all went to school. I studied accounting. They studied law. So 4 years, 5 years. Actually, 3 of them. And I heard their son. I said, really? Just like that? Yeah. And my sister, my younger sister, is a lawyer. She said, it is the game of you put your money, who you know. It's not about what you have achieved. No. It's about you have the money and who can put you there. Who is your godfather? Imagine Dele Faro to me. If it's something that had to be given by merit, is he not supposed to be a son? He's supposed to be a son. But now this is the Association of the Sons, Senior Advocate of Nuisance, nonsense. They are ganging up again. They need to be ashamed of themselves. You are ganging up one person just because he mentioned your people's name. But let me tell you something. It's just because he's Dele. Are you telling me it's one person, prominent person from the north? They dare not. Fear no, they catch them. They dare not. Fear no, they catch them to go carry somebody from north. So, unfortunately, we have to deal with this thing that is going on until we get our senses together. But for now, we have not even started. We will continue to go on like this. We are used to suffering.
But you notice that majority of the name mentioned there, they are from the West?
It doesn't even matter. What I'm trying to say. No, it doesn't. Listen, what I'm saying.
Majority of the name mentioned there are from the West.
Let me tell you, Mama Hesho, the man from the north, the Hausa man that mentioned the same Afa Babalola name, that he was paid to come and defend NMPC. He said it publicly. Did anybody arrest him? He's from the north. Did anybody arrest him? He dare not. He dare not, because if he tries to do that, you know what is going to happen in Nigeria. So let us just be honest with ourselves and tell ourselves we are.
I know that people, I bet make una also bring una own list, if una get, no na bring her.
All of them are the same thing. Bukachi Watel told you people what it is, and but before then, we already know. We all know that our judiciary system is corrupt. When somebody tells you go to court, what does that tell you? Because he knows that you will never get justice. And your INEC chairman came here and lied to us that Ghanaians, they copied from us. I say, copied from you. Did they rig their election? Their election was as transparent. They did not turn off their machine. So how did they copy from you? When you people are talking about we are trying to be like Americans to copy their democracy, we can never near them because each state conducts their own election, even on the federal level. Presidential election is conducted by each state. Until we start doing that, we are not serious in Nigeria. So, I mean, when I say, let's disintegrate, but it's because of people like Dele that gives me hope. People like Ferreira here gives me hope. The reason why we have to stay together. I told you every morning, every Sunday when I wake up, I like to listen to his sermon because he speaks the truth. But the people he's fighting for, they are not listening. You see people defending the people they don't even know. Defamation. He cannot. I said at the end of the day, you go back to your poverty. Dele is not poor. You go back to your poverty. You are the one suffering. These people are not suffering. Delo said he's not leaving Nigeria. Why are they even asking for his international passport as if he's going to run away to do what? The person that didn't run away, if he wants to run away, he will be in abroad, and be talking to us. But he's there in the Nigeria. Why is he running? He said he's not going to leave. This is where he belongs, and this is where he will stay. For those of you that want to escape, I like that word he used, escape. Escape, because there is no future for this country. There is no future. In terms of P2B, I don't even understand, honestly speaking. I don't know whether he's gonna contest or not. I don't know. But the only way anybody can take away power from Tinubu, if all these political parties, we have 19 political parties, all these year parties, if they come up and we have only 2 political parties and they bring out one person, there is no way. It will, I mean, there is a massive vote that you will have. You can't even rig it. In fact, the person that would even want to rig will be like, this one is unriggable. But we are not there yet. We are still trying to find out who will be the president. Everybody wants to be in charge, forgetting that everybody will not be in charge. There will only be one leader. And that is why everybody is fighting. Atiku wants to be president. Kwankwaso wants to be president. Obi wants to be president. Other people want to be president. It is the turn of the North. It is the turn of the South. This is how we'll be doing it. Somebody say, if anything happens to Tinubu, Shetima will do 8 years. After 8 years, then the power goes to South. Is this how we're going to develop Nigeria? My people. I don't know what else to say. Gajago, good evening. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. I've been listening. From the beginning. Thank you for the reading, both Ferreira and Omoye. It was succinct and it all fell into reasonableness in all of our minds that this is the position that Nigeria is in, has been in, and will continue to be in unless something is done. Something rather abrupt, I'll put it to you. The fact of the matter, I've always said that Tinubu is not the problem. The problem is the system. And if the system isn't pulled down, then this is what we can continue to expect. What Mama H.O. said earlier seemed to me to be reasonable in terms of the level of unity that we need to strive. But again, that is not a solution by itself. The people need a plan. The people need a strategic plan that says what they're going to do over the next 4 years. And I put it that way because I'm taking out 2027. 2027 can't happen. If it happens, Nigerians are, I don't want to use these terms, not serious or they're weak or all these things. But if it doesn't happen, if that kind of thing does not take place, then Nigeria is going to just run into the ground with people having pulled out billions and taken to whichever part of the world they wish to be in. You can see by so many people who are Nigerian, millionaires, politicians, or business people who don't come back to Nigeria because they can't. So they live in foreign lives as Nigerians. They have different passports. They don't care, is what that tells us. For me, it's a really sorry situation, man. It's a really sorry situation. I know the rest of the world would have their own problems in their own countries. But sometimes when I think about Nigeria, I think no one's got it as crazy as this, where the law itself is a shambles and just a bully tactic, a tool to be used by the elite to smash anybody that they feel like. And that's what we're presented with, openly, without shame. It's magnificent in terms of the size of the lunacy that we enter into. Man, it's very sad. It's sad. These are the countries we put ourselves in, and truly, we don't know what to do. We have to find a plan, as I say, but really, when we think about, man, what are you going to do about this madness? What are you going to do? I mean, without forcing your mind into a violent arena. Because this is violence. What's going on is complete violence. And how do you answer violence? With appeasement? I don't know. I don't know about that. I think violence needs violence. But man, that's where I am in the understanding of this reading. You know. And really, I think it's a good reading in that we can see it collectively, as opposed to even reading as an individual, the book. Seeing it collectively and letting everybody hear what is being written, I think is a good exercise. And maybe the book in itself would be the thing that causes unity among us. Because as Mama H.O. clearly said, yes, Dele Farotimi is there, and we know the brevity that he has used to chart his own course. This is the position, or should be the position, of every individual of us. We are Dele Farotimi. We are who we are, at the same speed of being usurped, taken out of the society. You can just be ejected from the society. I mean, what's going on? Anyway, I'll land it there. I've got a few other things that I want to share, but I'll land it there. Thank you so much.
Phil, have you got any submission? Hi, Ferreira. Can you hear us?
Ferreira. Oh, Bonnie.
What did you say?
They're asking if you have anything to say.
Oh, yeah, of course. I always have things to say. It's just that the country is gone, and we have to keep talking and begging our people to call it what it is. We can't keep sugarcoating it, pretending, and that's the problem. Too many people are not talking. Too many people are not calling it what it is. Too many people are quiet for good reasons, I understand. But too many people are doing it for the wrong reason. They're being quiet for the wrong reason. They are not calling it what it is for the wrong reason, which is their belly. I cannot call their belly the wrong reason. To them, it's the right reason. But man does not live by bread alone. There are other bigger issues, particularly when you are a family man. There's more than your belly in this life. And then what are these people want to leave for their children? Let me cite you a small example. Viva Rose Omeko, okay, right? Is a big name. You know, even though Ebenezer Obey sang about his father in Nigerian legal system, big man. They were part of all these things. They didn't use their time to change it. His father's generation. When the injustice came, he came and touched his son. Them still in that Lagos State governorship from his son is because people like his father did not stand their ground against injustice. They parley along. Paddy put them together. I shall survive. The zeal to become a big man in Nigeria is so important, to be in that circle, to be among them. Look at what it cost his son a governorship position. If they had, I'm not saying his father was corrupt, excellent man, forgive me, good man, but still, too many good men keep quiet when bad things are happening. Too many men take the middle road. The middle road is the most dangerous place to drive. If you think I'm lying, take your car and drive on the middle lane. You will find out you'll get accidents on both sides. But what should be appealing to Nigerians is what they want to leave for their children. If all they have is money, this money that turns to paper on a daily basis, it is paper. There was a time the naira was higher than the dollar, but right now it is paper. And it will get shitty than that going down the line as long as this system remains. And what most of them don't understand is that you cannot be in the corridor of power all the time. And this message goes for the big shot, those who are making it in entertainment, in business, in anything they are doing, great Nigerians. But it behoves on them. They have to help fix this problem for their own sake, not for me. Because this problem they don't fix now, it will touch them. Maybe not this generation. It will touch at least by their third generation. We have seen wealth disappear. There was a time in Nigeria, it was the Daroshas, they were related to me, that were the millionaires. And Olowo Darosha, they've never seen anything like it. If you ever know anything about Yoruba, and they talk in Lagos, Olowo Darosha, once it Dolowo Atijo, they become old. After the Daroshas, then we heard about the Abiolas. Does any of you still hear about any of the Abiola children today? Now it's the Otedolas and the who else? The Dangotes that are the
we have Faje Miracle from back then.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that it will pass. This too will pass, and they have an interest. They need to hear people like us talk. They need to hear people like Dele talk. It is in their best interest to get together and say, how do we fix this madness? Because this thing is not going up. It's going to keep going down the drain. Down the drain. And every Nigerian, irrespective of our tribe or religion or reason or interest or political affiliation, that one is just the dumbest of it all, has to do something. Soldiers, police, how do we change the system? How do we join with like minds? What can I do in my little niche before this monster destroys me? It is true, Makon loye kan. Emi lo kan oye iya yen yi ma kan every Nigerian. About 200 million law if we don't fix this madness. However way we have to fix it is to find like minds, great minds, people with positive intent. People, there's really no good man. There's no perfect man on earth, but there are people. Nigeria is being raised like a fatherless child, a child that has a father who gave birth to him, but yet the father is gone drinking, gone sojourning, gone marrying wives, and is not taking care of his children. So I want every Nigerian that is hearing my voice to understand that they have to take care of their children. If you know it's too late now, it's bad, but at least join forces with people who want to change. And the people who are still battling their stomach just want to keep pushing the propaganda, saying things are right. Anyway, I don't call those ones normal people. I call them depraved. Those ones have mental problem. Maybe the message should not be to those ones. Let's leave those ones alone. Let us focus on those of us who are not depraved, but we have a little bit of hypocrisy in us. We have a little bit of cowardice in us. We have a little money, and the problem is not touching us, so let them sort themselves out. Those are the ones we are talking to now. And then we have those who are really good people, but the system is so bad, they were like, F it, I'm not going to be a part of this no more. I'll just live my life abroad or anywhere in a village, in another town. Just say, but these are the people we are talking to. And I call them the silent majority. I don't really know exactly their number, but they are out there. Even me that's talking to you today, I just started talking. I have tuned out. You know, when you turn off your radio or you turn off the station for almost 20 years or 25 years, I've tuned off Nigeria. I tune it off. It has no relevance to me. It has no bearing to me. Like Madam Luke would say, I'm not going back there. If I die, they're not burying me there at Grace. I die here. I live here. My children are here. I have relinquished my citizenship. I have none anyway. I have another country that gave me an opportunity to live that I call my own. But that nostalgia came back just a A few more after that election. We can't continue like this. And then there are obstacles to talking. People don't want you to talk. That's the biggest one we face. People who want to shut you down, shut you up. That's the biggest. Then there are people who talk but gaslight, deceive, or perpetrate. I'm not using the right word. They talk, but their talk is to make people accept this status quo, this insanity, this madness. How can you talk and let? It's called sedation. It's like putting a pill or drug in your medicine. How can you expect any human being to live in the condition people are living in Nigeria, and you have any humanity in you?
What are you saying?
You know, there's a lot to be done. We are doing our part, and we will still do more. But we have to also find a way to shut the voices of the oppressors. I don't know whether oppressors is the right, because people is that the moment you use such words, some people just tune off and you're calling them this. But that's what they are, though. They are not our brothers and sisters, so they are our enemies. And until we see them as enemies, we won't approach it right. People who want to destroy you because of their own greed. People who want to take your land because they are Olowos. People who want to take what is yours. And the thing they are taking is so expensive. They are taking your child and grandchildren. That's too much a price to pay for the greed of another man. The price we are paying is too much, it's too high. Because what is happening to us is generational genocide. What you have enjoyed in your childhood, if you did enjoy anything, your grandchild cannot enjoy it in the Nigeria of today. Then in the Nigeria of tomorrow, your great-great-great-grandchildren will not even smell it. That is too high a price. What they are asking us to pay as a price, those who are asking us to be quiet, those who are asking us not to talk, those who are trying to gaslight us, those who are telling us it's not that bad. We are telling you, yes, it is too bad, and the price you want us to pay for this to stay like this or continue like this is too high. And that's what we want to change. And we can't do it by ourselves. We need people. We need the silent majority. We need the quiet ones. We need those with half a conscience who wants to drive on the middle lane. They don't want to offend this. They don't want to offend that. Driving on the middle lane is the most dangerous lane to drive. Join the right side. Join the side of prosperity. If no one says thank you to you till you die, your great-great-great-grandchildren will thank you. The children that are black in America today are saying thank you to Martin Luther King for his sacrifice. The children that are black today are saying thank you to Malcolm X for his sacrifice. Without them, they would never have had a Barack Obama or that lady that just ran for president. What's her name? Harris, Kamala. You understand? So every Nigerian that's hearing voices, don't be in the middle lane. Take a side. Be on the side of good. If you are on the side of good, even your own God would honor you how much more your children and great-great-great-great-grandchildren. How would the road vivos feel now? See the injustice of Nigeria touching them. The father was among the greats, but did he stand? Did they stand with Fela when this was happening to Fela? How many people stood with him? All those that didn't stand with Fela is happening to them now. It even happened to Gowon himself. It happened to Gowon, former president, former head of state. So we have a responsibility. It's not preaching. It is the fact of history. And that dam will break. Those who think it won't break, they're fooling themselves. And when it breaks, oh God, it will break. But this is what we got to keep putting pressure so that that dam break. The biggest. Yeah,
sorry,
go ahead.
Mr. Ferreira, before you go on, and by the way, you're making such a passionate point. Please don't forget what you're about to say. So is he able to block Amazon from distributing?
No, they can't. All their law does not go beyond their Lagos or their
That's
Abuja.
what I thought too. Because
you see, they live in a delusional world.
Exactly.
They live. It's called Julio had a song about it. They live in their gangster's paradise. A gangster's paradise is still a ghetto.
For him to do that, for them to do that, they have to come to America and present that case and win that case in order for them. But it's gonna be tough. They know they can't do that. It's only in Nigeria.
They're just, they're there in their jungle.
Even if there's freedom of speech here, even when they antagonize Biden or the family members, even Trump, nothing.
None of their rulings going to affect anything. Even if they say pay by this, none of their rulings going to affect
even
anything.
In Nigeria, why would you say you're going to take the royalties? Just the pump out mouth.
I mean, how much is too much? People are dying. We can go on. We don't want to talk. Let's focus on solutions, Sha. And the solution lies in the silent majority. People who have been tuned out, if we can get them on, tune on, just to listen. They don't have to do nothing, just for them to get the message. There's a lot of them and they are abroad. And then what we have to do is stand as a wall of resistance against the gaslighters, the sedative givers among us. You don't know the implication of spreading sedation. Let's say, for example, 8 of us are here now. We say, okay, tomorrow we want to go and march at some embassy in Chicago. And 2 of us stand up and say, it will be too cold, don't go out. Those are sedative. Or, you can't change Nigeria. You're just wasting your time. That's sedative.
Let me give you a quick story. Sorry, Mr. Ferreira, let me give you a quick story. So 2023, right? When we're fighting for the presidential election, Peter Obi. So I was on Twitter at the time. So people were galvanizing, protests, and all of that. T-Pain must go. So I reached out. I was like, I put out, like, please, if you live in this area, reach out, let's coordinate, let's go out, let's go to the embassy, let's go to the state house where I live, let's go to the state house, let's go do this. Nobody answered. No, the only person that responded said, they work, they're not, they won't be able to make it. What day is it? First of all, I said, well, I'm thinking these days and this. I might be busy. Otherwise I would have. You know what I did? I just went out by myself, and I just did one person protest. Right?
Is that what you showed this week? I saw something where you were alone with a placard and you turned it around.
That was from last year.
I actually thought you were in London when you did that. I thought it was London. I saw that video.
No.
I thought I was there. I think then I've not known you as as I said, these Londoners, they try you. See them marching in. I thought you were.
No, now here I take do I not in London, no. Because I was tired of waiting for people. This is the problem I find with us Nigerians outside of the country. We don't have any sense of push to do something for our own, to trigger some change. Everybody's quick to have opinions. Everybody's quick to talk. When it comes for the real action, it's sad. It's sad. Most of them they don't want to come out at all. You go the one that say, is it not this the same country you were all talking passionately about? What happened? I had to go out on my own. I had to go with 2 of my cousins. There was ones that were videoing me.
They would rather twerk for you than come out in that cold.
No, what you're saying is very, very correct.
It's sad though. I'm not gonna lie, it's sad.
Well, the fact is we don't have this drive. I don't know whether it comes from tiredness. You know, me at my age, I've been on this thing a long time, and I'm getting to the point where I'm tired. I'm tired.
I'm not even talking about if you've been in the game for a long time and you've been protesting.
No, all I'm saying is that there are few of us who have this drive.
Right.
But many more of us within the countries that we're in the diaspora. After work, running up and down, trying to secure yourself, doing this and that and the other one. It's only talk left, though, in many people. They don't have much. In fact, many of them don't even want to talk. They don't want to talk anymore. They're tired of talking. So we really have to know what kind of army are we for the job that we've got to do. You know, we have to be really real about it. What is going to ginger people up into the notion of coming out and supporting truth? I had a conversation with a cousin of mine just yesterday, and I haven't spoken to him for a long time because we piss each other off a lot. Anyway, we spoke yesterday, and as you know, his brother is a lawyer, and he comes from a pretty well-to-do family. His family unit is well-to-do. And as we spoke and caught up, and you know, I was expecting him to mention anything of what's going on in Nigeria. He didn't mention one, not one, not Delefara to me, or not the price of living, or not this, not that. So I'm there listening, and we're having our conversation, and he's speaking about the way I dealt with him the last time we spoke. He's telling me that I put the phone down on him, and I genuinely don't do that. I can't really remember what. All I remember is he was another one of those pacifiers, those people who speak from the middle of the road, those people who don't really know, even though we're warning you, those people who have seen the signs, but they can't be bothered. Those people. This is what he said to me. Okay, so after you've you know, he said to me, "Are you trying to be a prophet?" I started laughing. I'm not trying to be a prophet. I'm trying to just be on the side of reality and truth. You know, are you happy in the muck that you are in? He said that since he's been back in Nigeria, that he's learned a lot. Nigeria saved his life. That you know, he sees things as they are. This is how things are. And he said, for all you're wanting to say, nobody cares, he said. And I understand where he was coming from. But this is the level where we are actually dealing with a group of people that suffer and don't care, to the point that they will take themselves out of suffering, or they will try to take themselves out of suffering. This is what we have as a base to pull an army from. I don't know if it's a good base. I don't know if it can ever be strong. I feel what Nigeria needs, for as strong as our people are, they need a greater diaspora than our own diaspora.
What happened is that Jagun, they rather escape and be looking back at the problem than turn around and face the problem. That is the state we've been conditioned to be in.
Well, I don't want to follow that in terms of we're all in that position. All of us are in that position that you just spoke about. I'm speaking about the malaise where you are inside a country and you are prepared to live an existence rather than a full life.
You know, the thing is, I think part of what's playing a huge role in the malaise is the church and the mosque. I'm going to just put it out there. The dulling that the church provides, they go to church, spend hours on end, being brainwashed. None of them.
Omoye, please, for God's sake, add journalism to it.
Add journalism.
The press.
Right? The press. All these people contribute to the malaise of the people, like it or not, because the truth is that when you go to the politicians work hand in hand with the pastors, with the imams, with the journalists. to sing it's the same mind. They mess up their mind. They brainwash you. You go to church. Oh, well, do you know there's some people in Nigeria you talk to, they don't think there's anything better out there for them. They're so used to the suffering and the
That's why
mindset.
I don't want to put it on the church. I don't want to put it on the church. We know what you're saying.
You have to.
Wait, please. We know what you're saying is real. What I'm saying is past is deeper than that. Past, because you know the church, it could be for upliftment. The church during the days of slavery was the thing that gave some kind of hope, confidence, attitude to the Black Americans to be who they are. They broke through many ceilings to get to where they are today. And some of where they are today is very unfortunate. It's very backward. Still very backward in terms of how they're displayed to the rest of the world. What I'm talking about is that this is us. This is in your family. We are a people who live under an oppressive dictate, be it family, be it work, be it church, be it mosque. Doesn't matter what it is. Let me tell you a quick story about Yoruba people. Yoruba people, the women are given quite a lot of respect from childhood to adolescence to adulthood. Now, I don't say that the women don't go under the same oppression, and I'm not saying that this is wrong or right. I'm just telling you that so much so that many of our mothers and wives, mothers particularly, are able to oppress the manhood out of their children to the point where these are men. You're not a man. Serious people, if you see them on a different level where they can be their true self, you see that they're serious. However, under the realm of their mother, you see how sheepish they are. That is what we have in Nigeria, especially amongst the Yorubas, because the women in Yoruba is very strong and they're backed by certain of the bigger man than the grandfather or whoever. But the way the respect works, when you look at other races outside of Europe, the respect that these families give their sons in order to give them the blessing to become that man. Me, I know it. I've seen it so many times. And I know what goes on in my own household. We're built up to be strong. We're built up to have a good mind. We're built up for it. And then when it comes to time to act upon these things that we've learned, if be it fair, my child, don't do that, or this one, that one, and the next one. But I'm brave. I'm a man. I should be doing this. They're not pushing you for that. The other one, you don't respect me. I had you the 9 months in my stomach, and then they'll be coming out with a lot of childish idioms for the men in their family. You're being childish towards him, or you continue to treat that man as a child. These things happen within. We have to tell ourselves the truth, We can't be pointing the finger here and there and don't think it's not us right where we are.
You're actually right. I do agree with you to that extent. You're right. The family also plays a role because of the kind of respect that they expect from you.
Yes,
they tell you, oh, this person is older than you, got to respect them. Oh, this person is older, you can't talk to them like this. You have to respect your parents at home. You go to school, you respect teachers. The teacher can slap you around. You have to be quiet and take it.
That's right.
You go to your job, your boss, even in Nigeria, in the Nigerian setup now, you want to take time off to take a leave. You just want to take a day off. Yeah, you don't need the job. You want to take a day off. You don't need the job. If you go, somebody else will replace you. And they put so much pressure on that. They treat you like a slave in a job. So you're very correct. From the families that we all come from, because I was talking about traditional leaders the other day. I'm calling everybody because The truth is that it's in our system. It's grafted in. That's
It
why
is.
people can go to church and take whatever one man is saying verbatim without
Absolutely.
thinking critically. Does this
Abs-
make any sense? Right?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
from the family. Then at the end of the day, 1 second, Mama Echo. So at the end of the day, when you have that mindset of you've already been beaten down at home.
Yes, you
You've
have.
been beaten down, right? Then after when you now have the opportunity to fight back, you can't. Your hands are tied because you've been beaten by your family. Respect. Unless you're a rebel and you are okay with being tagged the black sheep. You understand? But when that happens, your hell breaks loose. You become an enemy of the family for a very long time until they start waking up and realizing, maybe she made the decision for herself. So you're right. Absolutely. I can't even push back on that. Because if that wasn't happening, the religious people will not have so much power. The traditional
They have
leaders
too
will
much
not have so
power.
much powers.
That's right. That's
Our
right.
leaders, our politicians will not have so much power. So it is the upbringing, it's the way we came up. Too many roadblocks.
Too many. You see me? I am that very thing that you just pronounced, the black sheep of the family. That's me. And I don't mind the position. And the other day I read something about the black sheep. It said the black sheep in the family is the special one. It's the one who wishes to cure ancestral curses. It's the one who wants to set the family right. It's the one who will talk in the face of illegitimacy in any realm. That is the black sheep of the family. The rest of the outside, we're just following. We're not observing anything. We think everything's all right all of the time when everything's messed up to the hilt. You see, when I come on these shows and I look at us as Nigerians, I misbehave, no doubt. But when I just stand back and I think this is just Nigerian rubbish. It's just Nigerian rubbish all over again. Do you know what I mean? And no one recognizes it as Nigerian rubbish because they don't want to admit what it is. Sometimes I don't have to step out of family to understand who we are because I've got my family. And we're just as much as I'm proud of us, I love my family, that we are strong people, I love us. But we are as dysfunctional as any other Nigerian family.
Absolutely. No, you're right. You're right. When you're coming up, you get tagged. You get people get tagged stubborn, doesn't listen, wants to do her own. No matter what you tell her, she'll go on and do her own. This is what, in the family, you're already broken. By the time you get out there, you're going to church, it's easy for your pastor to take advantage. It's easy for some politician to come and bamboozle you and lie and you believe it. It's easy for you to go to court and you go to court and the judge is yelling on a lawyer, chastising him right in front of everybody without regard. That's the kind of system we are in. So this is why we have a broken people. This is the result of it. Right. And then you have on top of that, you have the layers of military rule that we had to go through. Obey or they break your back for not obeying. It's madness. So we on our own, we have to break out of that mold. We have to break out of that mold because there's no way around it but to do that. Unfortunately, we have to build soldiers from what you said, Jagun, from what we have. And this is where, what Ferreira suggested, we have to come up with a way to start to educate and open the minds of our people. We have to now be pastors. We are the new generation pastors now. We need to carry a different message now. We have to be telling the people, do you know that you don't have to do this? Question. When somebody has told you to do something, question it. My dad used to tell me, you ask too many questions. He would tell me, you ask too many questions. We'll say, okay, this is what I want to do. I don't want you to ask any questions. I'll say, but I have to understand what you're trying to get me to do. I ask and challenge it.
Absolutely.
Of course, was it easy? Was it an easy time for me? No, but I was ready to defy because of what I believed on the inside. I know it's not all of us as Nigerians that can do that. I was happy to be tagged whatever. Do you understand? But it's not everybody that can be like that. So we have to now be the ones to take the message, like Ferrer was saying, and put it out there. To be honest, the minds of the people need to be revolutionized. I was speaking to a relative recently. It's like a hopeless situation. You're talking to them and showing them the way out. They're saying, well, it is well. It is well. That word, I can't tell you how much it annoys me. It angers me. I feel like
I hear the lessons.
Ay. Mama Echo, please speak, Jerry. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, una court for Abuja say make all the money when they sell for through daily book when they give that to them. Then they give that to Afebaba. Nigeria judiciary, they're not going to start to amaze us. Kai.
That was to say that for what they are suing him for, before the judgment has come out, they'll begin to start eating the money.
From all the bookshop plus the one from Amazon, they should give. And the court granted it. Hey, I can't understand.
Now.
So this is the end of the judiciary.
It's the end. It's the end. It was the end when they weren't able to take the president to court and have him found illegitimate. That was when
that's true. That's true, Jago.
First of all,
that's the beginning of the downfall.
He's in Ekiti.
That was the beginning. You're right.
I mean, it was pathetic.
He's up in Ekiti. And you people are charging him in Abuja. And you filed the case. You went to court today. You get the whole judgment today. Really?
It's terrible.
Olumide, sorry, welcome. Oh. We see you. Welcome, my brother.
Nado.
Well done, oh. Welcome.
Thank you. Good
So
evening,
Amazon
everybody.
will now package the money and send to them, right?
Olumide, you don't escape us. You've been very rare. How are you, my friend?
Jurisdiction here now.
Not bad,
Amazon will do that.
Not bad. I'm okay. How's everybody? How are you, Jago, and everybody else?
They can't world you it now. They can't world you and say,
Let me wear my
When you think you are
I know the
seeing
old.
God,
I know they
we
see without my
just
glasses.
started. We just started.
I know they see without my glasses. Jago,
have you been listening, sir?
I can't be on that platform. I can't
really?
be on that Maggie's platform or Rudolph platform. I mean, I'm just sorry. I can't be on that place where they peddle lies every weekend in, weekend out. I just can't be on that place.
I see.
Okay, now Dele Faro to me bring us here. May we leave other people alone for now.
you know, say me I go talk my mind.
I know so you will talk your mind. You know, we get after this live show, we get 30 minutes after the show, just us. We go talk. So you will get opportunity to talk all your mind.
You see those guys, they are just making
talk this one. She's just talking now.
They're just making mistakes upon mistakes. You know, say they are
My question is this: so they can file a case, and under 24 hours, they will just pass judgment just like that.
But did they pass judgments, or they just carry the case to court?
No, they didn't pass judgment.
Another one in Abuja today now.
No, they didn't pass judgment. I think they're still pending.
No, the one in Abuja. There are different cases everywhere.
So even if they well, I just wanted to know if they pass judgment or they just carry the matter to court. But even if they pass judgment, those guys are just nothing but jokers. If you ban it in Nigeria, how does it affect Ghana? How does it affect Togo?
No, it's not even that.
How does it affect Benin Republic?
The money of the book, they should give it to Baba Afe.
No, how does it affect Benin Republic?
Mama Echo, no stress yourself about that one. They fool themselves.
They are just nothing but jokers.
But and every step of the way, they are confirming everything written in the book.
I mean, is that just goes to show you that these guys don't want to fix the country. They are not interested in fixing the country, and this is what we've been saying all along, you know. And it's just unfortunate that criminals have captured the whole the whole of that country, the institutions and everything. They are good people, though. Don't I mean, we must realize that they are good people. Why do I say that? If you guys remember this case of these MFM guys, they always call them the three. I've forgotten what they call them now. These three guys in MFM. Remember this Olukoya case that these guys got locked up for 9 years. I don't know if you guys heard about it. We need to go online and check. The YouTube channel is Yoruba Gidi channel. And then there's one lady, another YouTuber, Antia Duni, that carried the program. So you know these guys were imprisoned they were charged for stealing from MFM and they were in prison for 9 years. Do you know that at the end of the day, that gives me one hope. That singular gave me hope. After 9 years, you know, they were then found to be innocent. The police could not prove their case. And the judge ruled that the police did a shoddy job, you know, and these guys gained their freedom. That gives me hope that there are a few good people in Nigeria, if not many, in the different institutions, but it's just that they don't have that opportunity. You understand? Especially when a bad person holds a very, very key position or a position of authority, you know, especially in places where there's a chain of command, police force, army. I mean, Tony will be a witness. It's difficult. It's difficult to, you know, and it's most especially when they've seized all. So there are still good people, but unfortunately, we are where we are. And if Nigerians don't stand up like what you guys are saying, this thing will repeat itself in 2027. I mean, this is just, they don't even care whether this thing is barefaced. Even when it stares us in the face, they don't care. They just keep, you know, doubling down and I mean, it's just a joke. Everything is just a joke. But I think the key thing is, I mean, in strategizing, the key thing is that these guys have the apparatus of government. And for people who have the apparatus of government and influence, it is difficult to convince the outside world that, you know, to take the battle to them, you have to convince the outside world.
I don't think, if I can, sorry, quickly disturb you there, that route, I don't like it. And I don't like it for the reasons of Syria, they have shown. For the reasons of Bangladesh, they have shown. Because for me, that's what we got to do. We got to take the apparatus back and put it back in our hands before 2027.
So what I mean, Jagu, is that I'm not even saying that we should get help from outside. You know, we have to make them lose legitimacy in the eyes of these people. You understand? How does that government truly lose legitimacy in the eyes of this Western power, so that when things fall, they know that it is the people who want their power back, their authority back, their sovereignty back, you know? So that is where part of the strategy should be. You understand? Because there's some kind of influence, and the very people who are peddling those influence and making them have legitimacy are our own people. You know, our own people that maybe schooled abroad, or maybe the abroadians that are feeding, you know, feeding this message to the Western powers that this is the way things are, but they're not really that way. So there's a lot of things. It's going to be a very, very hard fight, you know. But
not to cut Olumide off, I totally agree with Olumide. Part of our strategy is to make sure we make them lose legitimacy, and that is going to pit us against those that are saying it's not that bad or it will get better. It's going to pit us against. We're going to be at loggerhead with each other because they're saying the opposite thing. We are saying this. And for us to convince people that those in charge now need to lose legitimacy, we have to keep those other people quiet. Those who are spreading poison, who are spreading sedation, who are spreading...
I hear you, but think about this. When we're thinking about strategy, you know that we, especially when you speak about the West and getting them to delegitimize the government that they have more or less agreed should be there. For us to do that, you know, the game of the West is to confuse all the more. And why I say it is, wait. Why I say it is essential for us as a people to use our influence where we are abroad and to actually make sure there's actionable policies that we have placed amongst our people back home. If that doesn't happen, then the West will just replace one goat for a pig, which is what they've basically been doing. So, you know, with this thing, let
me tell you one thing about the West.
Deep fight. The fight is deep. It's not this ain't no easy something.
You're
true.
Right.
I agree.
I agree. On the West scene, look, if the West see that we stand up, they will back off. Just like they did with Mali, Niger, or Senegal. They would, okay, that's what their people want. They will still try to get a hold of those bad people among us to still remove the good people. But once they see that the people themselves are saying no, they will back off. That's a fact about the West. Right now, the problem we have in Nigeria is that our own people themselves are not saying... 95% of Nigerians believe in this political dispensation.
Yes, sir.
So that's the problem. So we don't have the numbers. They do. So all they have to do is convince them that it will be better the next time. Easy job for them. Easy. We don't have the numbers. They do. Because 95%, including those abroad, believe, oh, if we just have the right candidate or if we just have the right party. So they don't see a problem with a rigged system. That no, you got to stop the wheel of that rigged system. You have to break the wheel. Like the mother of dragon said, you have to break the wheel. As long as you still ride with their rules, go and partake, you are affirming them. So all they have to do is say, well, you participated in the game. This was the result of your participation. You can't cry now because you lost. You see where the story goes. Now you want to cry because you lost. But you were aware of the rules of engagement before you participated, and yet you participated. You know his Jagba. How does Tinubu say it? Is snatch it, grab it, and run away with it. You know that's what we've been doing since 1999. Now that you lose, now you want to cry that you lose when you are aware of the game. Why didn't you object to the rules of Jagba, snatch it, and run away from day one? That's the problem. So they have the numbers, and we don't have the critics. We can complain all we want. We can cry all we want. We can say the system is bad all we want. Until we visualize the problem and crystallize it, pour graphite on it. Because the problem we are facing is invincible. It's invincible. As opposed to apartheid, which was black and white. If it took apartheid almost 100 years, how many years do you think it's going to take us? When we've not even admitted that the problem is there, or that it's invincible, or that the rules of engagement are not what we should be partaking in. We have not yet agreed on the fundamentals. But we are so busy with the issue of tribe, issue of religion, issue of zoning, issue of APC, issue of PDP, issue of Labour. Check the conversation out. It's been a year after a contested election that people are crying that it was rigged. Up till today, there's no conversation on election reform. What does that tell you? Up till today, all the major actors in that election have not said we're shutting everything down until that is resolved.
Ferreira, see, well, I don't know what people mean by election reform. At this point, to me personally, I think all this talk about new election law.
I agree with you. I'm on your page with you. I'm just saying that even those who are at the forefront, I'm talking of the likes of...
It's just going down the rabbit hole, because no matter how many laws or how many reform they make, they will still find a way to rig the system. You understand? Yeah. So at this point in time, we want people, what should be reformed now, what should change is the caliber of people who will supervise the election. The caliber of people, the right things have to be done.
No, you're wrong, Olumide. That is the ostrich in the sand methodology. The ostrich in the sand. That is the ostrich head is buried in the sand, as if the problem of police collecting bribe is not there. Problem of judges collecting bribe is not there.
No.
Problem of electorate collecting money is not there.
Look at, for instance, now. See, they've been making laws. How many more laws do you want to make that will change, that will bring results? Look at the Abia State election, for instance.
I think if he wants to talk after you.
Okay. Look at the Abia State election, for instance, where that woman did the right thing. Now they are saying, you know, that today they say they've removed the woman, they've fired her from her post. And they've possibly replaced that with somebody else that they will know will do their bidding. So right now, and look at who conducted the Ido election. It was Wike's cousin. So these people, no matter how many laws, these people are bent on maintaining.
Yeah, I'm not talking about laws. I'm talking about confronting them with the fact, like Dele is doing now, that the system is broken. Part of it. Let's if we talk, I beg.
Sure.
I don't think it's all about reforming the election, the electoral reform. It's just the same thing, whether you have reform or not. There is nothing wrong with our electoral system. The problem is the people. So you can do all the reforms you want to do. Did they not promise us that the BVAS machine is gonna work? They swore. And what happened? So you can have all the reforms that you want to have. The same thing is still gonna happen. It is us, we the citizens. It is up to us to take back our country. These people know that we are weak. These people know that we are not united. And like I said the other day, I said, remember when they organized the first protest? They all ran away because they don't know what is gonna happen. Some of them, they were talking to us from America, London, everywhere. So when it didn't happen, they all came back and continued. I promise you, like I said earlier, if 100,000 of us can unite together, shut down this country called Nigeria for 1 week, I swear, you will not know what is going to happen. But I promise you something will happen. But the only thing is that everybody's going around, we are afraid of buying. That's why I say, I don't want to buy. I don't want somebody to buy me. I don't want any people to do this.
To speak to Ife's point, Ferreira, you see, even if you do option A4, you do whatever method we've been doing up until this point, the BVAS and all the rest. The point is, no matter what you do, with this same set of people at the helms of affairs, they will subvert the will of the people. It won't work.
Okay, this is where I want to take up that conversation where you just landed. Let me tell you, Olumide, if you don't find a way to collectively stand up to the bully will continue to bully you. That is what our elite has failed in. The process, look, you keep saying the people. 90% of the people are followers. So who are the movers and shakers and changers of society? The elite. The elite, including our so-called activists, if there is any among us. We have to keep talking in the open space so that new ideas will come up and say that they would now say, how do we prepare the people? This should be subject of conversation. How can we prepare? Look, I keep saying it, Olumide. Somebody is ringing the doorbell or something. No, I keep saying it, Olumide. You're not going to hire a carpenter that has never been trained or prepared. You're not going to hire a doctor that has never been trained or prepared. You're not going to hire a lawyer that has never been prepared for a job. You're not even going to hire a teacher that has not had some form of preparation. Now, Olumide, tell me, since we got independent in 1960, who has prepared us for a revolutionary mind? Like Omoye was saying, the only thing we know is to obey, comply, obey, comply. That was all NTA taught us. When NTA gives you news, it's giving you news of the people that you should be questioning. It's not teaching you how to question them. Look, I've taught here in America, I've taught in high school, I've taught in jail, I've taught in elementary school. One key thing the Americans push on their children is the power of questioning, the power of inquiry. From the very kindergarten age, ask, question. That's independent. We don't have that. We are sedated people. Olumide, we have to admit the truth. We need people to wake up that sedation. The likes of Gani and Fela could have, but they were not focused on us, the people. They were just focused on fighting their colleagues. Not colleagues.
If I may add to what you say.
Yeah.
Yeah, good evening, all. You see, it's not that we don't know. Many of us know, especially this new generation of the internet. But the problem is, I tell you why people are not coming out. It's not because they're gonna die. No. The problem they are not coming out is because all of us are fending for ourselves.
That's right.
You understand that? If I don't go out today, I will not eat. That is the highest problem. And these politicians, they know that. And that's why they're breeding those things. In all other nations, when you are petty business, when you have petty business and you have a job that pays less, they support you. So the highest problem you see those people are facing, if you say I'm lying, just put up a survey and go on the street now, ask people why they won't come out. They will tell you, oh, if I come out, who is going to feed me? They have nobody. That is part of the problem. And, some people call it stomach infrastructure. So if we can find a way of dealing with that, then half of our problem will be solved. Why would you think they go out and give people 5,000, they come out to protest? I think I had, was it if he's saying in Genje, go to call people to come out and protest, they're looking for money. If you give them money that time, they will come out. It's all about hunger. And these people, they understand that key. And that's why they're not gonna, in fact, they threw away that key. We can't find that key. Because any day we found that key, we open the door and that is it. End of story for them. So, yes, in as much as we talk about, grabbing them and, making sure they hear us, one thing we cannot look away from, I keep saying it, our biggest problem is the press. Nigerian press is the worst press in the world. I say it openly. I talk to them. I let them know that. How can a president do 90 days? Nobody sat him down to interview him, to ask him questions, to say, okay, 90 days, have you reached, the first, benchmark you set for yourself? He done 1 year. We didn't hear from him. Come on, man. Come on. Is that a press? I've been hammering on the press, the NBA. You see these two people? They are the worst enemies of Nigeria. Look at one of their own. Look at one of their own. No matter what that man did, right? NBA should. I heard one man saying today, they got the mechanism that dealt with issues when lawyers have problems. Okay, Dele didn't go through that. He only writes a book. He didn't go taking this man to court. So if you are a solid organization, he should have come to you first. If that is the case, or take him to court. The NBA is supposed to be smoking now.
Sir, can I add to your point? I don't mean to cut you off. Let me just add. You see, you put it on the journalists now. You have to use a bigger umbrella. It's the elite, all educated people. That is the problem. The journalists.
No. You see, I tell you this. Yeah, I tell you this. Yeah, me as an educated person, let me count myself as one of them. Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm not working. I don't have any platform. That's platform. Right? You see, by law, I am saying this. I'm not missing words. Right? I am saying this because this is what the law said. The law said that the journalists should hold the government accountable. Go and read our constitution.
But who owns the journalists in Nigeria?
I don't care. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They abandoned their job. You see, Dele Farrell to me could have been a judge today. He turned it down.
That's true.
Okay. So if I'm a journalist, one of the biggest respect I have for that man is for him to say, I am not even gonna continue with the profession I love. You read his book, you see how much he loved that profession. For him to say this is not working as it should, I'm gonna get out of it. That is not an easy thing to do. I'm telling you. That is not an easy thing to do. So all these journalists who are working there, so if you know, that's why I'm putting it on them. Because it's like a doctor. A journalist is like a doctor. You swear an oath to go and defend the right of the people. Just like a doctor swear an oath to go and save lives. So if doctors go, because all this nonsense the governments are doing, they start by people in the hospital because these people are doing this. We will say, oh, because of the elite. No. Because the law has said, do this. And if you do it, everybody see what you do, let them punish you, or if you're not ready for that punishment, just step aside. That's why I'm hammering on the press. What about our lawyers? What about the NBA? What about them? What excuse can we give? Those are the real big men. Are they not Sansan? Senior advocates of nonsense. Are they not? So the problem is, it's like when if you said about, if they merge, forget about merging. These people are not ashamed of themselves. They will rig in the open. Nothing. You see, 2023 has exposed everything. They're not afraid to rig. If you doubt what I'm saying, just inquire what happened in Imo State. Inquire what happened in Kogi State. These two states will tell you everything you need to know about the next election or whatever election without saying, INEC, you conducted this election, come and prove that you conduct this election according to the district. That's the only thing that would break the camel's back. Any other thing you like in reform or do this, it's not going to happen, except if there is a change of heart from those Nigerians who work as ad hoc or whatever.
Yeah, but they are doing this because nobody is challenging them, or nobody is mobilizing enough to challenge them. You see, the elites are all part of the problem, because it is this same elite that will come and argue that let the democratic process work, take it to court. You can't be advocating for violence. You understand? It's people who went to school. I don't see the market woman on the street saying that. I don't hear her saying that. It is this your same elite. It's people like Abati. Is Abati not an elite? Eh? You see the way people, so many others like that.
Farah, speaking to that point, speaking to that point where Mr. Obi Boise made. See, no matter how much you and I talk, or the people back home in Nigeria, we see people like Rufai, we see people like, Farotimi, for example, talking every day, and all of these are being exposed. I mean, we've been telling each other, nothing that Dele said in the book is anything new that we haven't witnessed, It's just that some highly placed person feels that his ego has been bruised, So this same, don't forget, see, we are chronicling all of these things. It is the people in authority that have the power to make these changes that we have to find a way to make these changes. You understand what I'm trying to say now? When somebody like Odili, Justice Odili, will say that they will not fold their hands as a judiciary to allow the people subvert what they have legitimized. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This same judiciary, if you read the electoral law, it says that they are supposed to be unbiased. They are supposed to be like the umpire or like the referee between two parties. And if the party that conducted the election, that should supervise the election and make it credible, has been found wanting, what stops the justice or the judge from saying, okay, another institution there, police, come and look into what transpired during the electioneering process? Did they falsify results? Did they, there should be an arm of the police force, like maybe the FBI, that will look into to see how materials were falsified. See, all of these things are not, these judges will not subpoena, they will not order that things like that should be done. Even the Tinubu, look at the Tinubu case, the Tinubu certificate case. We don't even have to go to US to go and reveal. You can order the police. You have a police force, a bureau of investigation.
Brother,
somebody has been in the panel for a long time. One Love, thank you for being patient. Are you ready to speak, bro?
Good evening to you guys.
Good evening.
And to everybody.
Thank you for your patience. So you've just been quietly listening, I'm sure.
Everybody beautiful.
Yeah.
So I'm enjoying this, like how we used to watch what they call it, Tom and Jerry those days. Yeah,
bros. This thing you said, right? But apart from Omoyes calling your attention, you see how we do it, where we know each other here. The platform Omoyes says, "Hey, manage yourself." So you see how we come in. Oh, I want to come in. They allow you to come in. So please feel free. It's not like we own this.
No. I understand. I when you guys are making those submissions, I don't want to like come across, unless I have something that I really want to maybe comment on. But I enjoy listening to everyone, in the panel. I enjoyed Ife's submission, and I think my brother with glasses on, I forgot his name now. Yeah, he actually made a beautiful too. Olumide, sorry. One point that Ife raised was the people, which for me, actually, it's 100% right. Because at the end of the day, I don't think we are going to move anything forward if the people do not understand what is going on, And Mr. Olumide said they are sedated and you have to wake them up. But the question is, how do you wake them up?
Olumide is the other one. That's Ferreira you're speaking.
Sorry.
That's what we have to brainstorm on, know how to wake them up.
How do you wake
that's
people up? Like,
I mean, there's no problem that's on this side that the God has not given us the ability to solve. We have to go back into history and use the proof, the notepad that other people use in other struggles. That's what we have to work on. But that's why I said it's important we engage in meaningful conversation, not meaningless ones that sends us to sleep, like conversations like tribe, religion, party, affiliation, and all the other garbage that sends us to sleep. But there are solutions if we take a blueprint from what others have done.
Yes, I think that's absolutely right. Because at the end of the day, I don't know, like whichever government we end up having as a nation, it's going to depend on what we want. But if you go back and look at what we have today, the people were not even part of all of these shenanigans that is going on right now. Like, if you ask me, how did they even come up? I don't think my father or my mother even know how they come up with the Constitution.
Exactly.
Nobody knew what was going on. Like, all of a sudden, we have a 1999 Constitution. We left the military autocracy, and now we are living in a supposedly democratic arena, which is totally false. So until we all come together and decide, what do we want to do? Like, what do we actually want as a people? Like, how do we want our rules to be written? Like, how do we want to live by? What do we want for South, North, East, and how can we get along? And if we can get along as a nation, because we have like so much difference, which I think is a strength, but if we can't do that, if we can achieve a common goal as a nation, then we all have to like, okay, well, maybe we can go our separate ways because we are so divided by religion, by tribe, by ethnicity and stuff like that. And I believe we'll be able to achieve that goal that way. But a situation where you have a nation, where you have a governing article of constitution that is not even, an attestation of the people's might and will, you continue to have problems. By the time somebody comes out from the north or from the south or from the east and say, well, I'm voting for this guy because I'm Yoruba, he's Yoruba, or I'm voting for this guy because he's an Igbo, I'm also Igbo, then we have a problem. Because if we all cannot unite and decide on one thing and try to eliminate that tribal sentiment, then there is a problem. If we can't do that, then everybody should go their separate ways and decide how they are going to write their own separate constitution. If we can achieve that, then I believe every state and every region should have their own government. And if we want to, at the end of every 4 years, and decide, well, we have regional government in every area, but are we going to have like one single president for the whole nation? Maybe at the end of every 4 years, we come out and vote for one president, just like almost like what they have in the U.S. Because almost every state in the U.S. they have their own self-independence from the federal government. So if we want to do that, then we can achieve that by just making sure every state are self-governing themselves, and we have like one single overall, maybe a federal government that only protect the safety of the general public. You understand? Because you have a guy who is an Anek Shema, he's going to tell you, well, I'm loyal to this guy because I know him from the West, or I'm loyal to this guy because I know him from the South. Even when they are doing something wrong, plain and simple, everybody can see that whatever they are doing is completely wrong. But because they are loyal to the person, so you see how we have a problem. And I still think we haven't evolved enough. Like, we are still in the process of evolving as a nation. And by the time the people are not completely into the picture, and they are not self-aware. Most people don't even know who their representative is from their locality. They don't even know who their senator is. And they don't even know who these people are, but they are there in the House of Assembly representing them. So where do we even start from? And they are very happy. The elite and the politicians are happy that the people don't even know what is going on. Nobody even know what. I can tell you 90% of Nigerians don't even know what is in the Constitution. They don't even know how the police are supposed to act. So whenever they do something, everybody like, it's what it is anyways, what do we go do now? One day this country go better. That country not go better. God is not going to come from heaven and fix it. You have to get up and do something. If you are going to allow the wicked guys to continue to rule us because they are using force, and you be like, well, I'm a Christian, I'm a Muslim. I'm not going to use force. God will come and will come and fix it for me. You will wait and wait and wait and wait until probably the end of the century and the eternity will come. Nothing will happen.
Wait, who they talk? I want quickly interject if you allow me. You made a very powerful point, and I wanted to put Jara on it.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Wait me your name, man.
One Love.
One Love. Oh yeah. You were with us yesterday too. One
Yes.
Love. You said it all. You've said the keeper. The people don't know. Give me a percentage. At least 90% or 95% of the people don't know. Do you agree with me? Then the question is, who knows? And why are those people misleading us? Because they are gaining.
Yes.
They want us in the dark.
They want
But
us in the
it's
dark.
not all of them. There's still some of us who know. We need to increase in number and challenge those people who know that are trying to put the rest of us in the dark, which I believe is what Dele is trying to do.
Yes.
The like of Fela also knew. He sang till he died. They
Yes.
lock him up, did that. The likes of what's that man? The lawyer, Ganifa Wehimi, also knew. But they were minority among this group. You understand me? So this group are our real enemy. And we might be 0.00001% of those of us who know. This is us that need to get a louder voice, block their audio out so that the audio transmissions, the people stop receiving that poison, and then start to get our own information of knowledge. They say my people die for lack of knowledge. We can't do it. We need an army. You understand? And to get the army, we have to pass knowledge across. But the people who don't want that knowledge that you know, that I know, that Olumide know, that Omoye know, to get across, are those people locking Dele Farotimi up now.
Yes.
They are the one who came up with that fake constitution. The people they are copying in America, do they have immunity in their own constitution? They purposely did all these things to benefit themselves. Now that we are knowing, most of us didn't even know. We just went to school. We just want a good life. But as time has been showing us now, this is the time we have to start addressing the truth. Like Olumide said, this is the time we have to let the world see that they are not legitimate. We can only do that by confronting them, blocking those who are trying to sedate us, and then have an alternative media. Because all the media we have now, they are just echoes of these bad people. Even Arise, as good as Arise is.
Can I keep in there?
I think. Oh yes, go ahead.
Yeah, you see, to be honest, yeah, it's gonna be hard for us to find the people, and I will give you a reason. Omoye knows this. I'm about to say now, right? Because during the election, before 2023 election, we all said, if we want to get Nigeria back to work again, right, the diasporas need to do something. If we all agree today that we're going to change Nigeria today, unless it's hard to do that. But if we stop sending money back home, I'm telling you, yeah, within few months, you will see what will happen. Because you see, right, all this money this man is going around borrowing, yeah? All this money is going around borrowing. The diaspora, the money they send home in a year is 10 times bigger than all this money he goes around borrowing. If I lie, tell me. So if we stop sending that money, what do you think is going to happen?
I did, Mr. What's your name, sir?
I want to do it.
With full respect, Mr. What's your name, sir?
Chooks.
Mr. Chooks.
Mr. Chooks.
I agree with you, and I also beg to disagree with you. You know why? You're right.
Yeah.
You're right about this money we are sending home. It's a huge amount. Mr. Chooks, have we thought about having all this money, half of the money we are sending home, not all, half, just use it to champion a cause that will make our country better so that we can go die and rest in that country. Into an organization or movement.
Yeah, but we need to start somewhere.
Not this one.
You know when I'm saying sending money home, don't get me wrong. It's not like, you sending money to your family. 90% of us here have humongous projects we are doing down there, or business we are doing down there. That is what is sustaining that country. Not the money we send to our families to feed. No, not what I'm saying. Okay? So if we can stop that, like you said, just give little. Okay? I know what I did during the election. Okay? I know how much I invested in that election because we're the obedient. We sign up every month. It's direct debit. You debited yourself every month till the court ends. That's when I remove my distance. So if I can do that for election, why can't I do that in other distance? So that's what I'm saying. If we can agree first, stop sending, then we can come back and say, okay, how do we contribute to make this work? Because you see this, I'm saying it with all my full heart. And Omoye, like I said, Omoye knows about that. She and one of our sister was championing it then. Let's stop sending these people until they agree to go in mass and vote. So what we did then is to contribute to give people transport and all this. This is what we are talking. We did a lot then. That's why we are so disappointed. We did a lot. I thank God the owner of this platform knows what I'm saying. She was there. Okay? So it's not about we in abroad. We have to show, first of all, agree with each other and start doing it. Then others will see. Because if we are unified here, it will send down a big message down to the people down there. So that's what
I'm very powerful point. If we are unified here, how do we get us there? Very powerful point.
Jago was trying to make a point earlier. Jago, do you still have that point that you want to make?
I can't even remember now, really, but I'm enjoying listening as well.
Okay. If you had your hand raised,
while you gather your thoughts, I can make my point.
Okay, if you had her hand raised prior, so let her quickly go, and then Olumide, you can go. Sorry, I'm sorry about
you can go. That's fine. Go.
No, I was just joking. I was just pulling Jago's leg. No.
Oh.
No, I mean, my brother that is saying something, we need to stop sending money home. I can agree, and also I can disagree. Like somebody, said here, how can you stop sending money home, especially to our parents? That's going to be very difficult to do. The only time I said I'm not going to send money back home is once they bring out this tax reform, whatever they're going to say, they're going to start taxing us. Is it 10% they said that they will start taxing us? Yeah. That part I said I will never send money back home. That one, it wouldn't even be a discussion because it means I'm giving them 10% of my hard-earned money. It's not going to happen. But it's going to be very tough, honestly speaking. Secondly, I don't think it's all about money. I don't think it's all about money that is pushing people behind. I think there is more than that. Okay? The thing that happened in Syria, it didn't cost them money. The one that happened in Kenya, I don't think it's all about money that helped them. It's all about us agreeing as one Nigeria. Put our differences apart. It's not about Yoruba, Hausa, The Hausas are more united than Igbos and Yoruba combined. They are more united. Just say, put the matches now and light, there we go. So it's not about the money. It's all about us. Are we agreeing to do this? And we will do it. It won't even really cost us that much. Even if they decide to bring the police, the army, the armor tank, all of them, how many people will they buy? We can overwhelm the government. Look at what's happened in Sri Lanka. Syria has fallen. We saw what happened in Kenya. You have to overwhelm the government. And how many of them? Even if there are 20,000 of them and we are 100,000 of us, we can still overwhelm them. That's the argument. You can spend all the money you want to. If they don't want to come out, they don't want to come out.
Ify, I have a question for you. What do you think is dividing us or blocking us from forming this unified force to attack the real problem? Can
I don't think we still love
itemize them?
ourselves. There is no unity. We don't love ourselves. We
No,
still have that ethnic problem, the tribalistic problem.
Let me try and provide maybe an answer. Maybe I will make sense to that question of how we can unify. But first, I want to say that I often disagree with most people who say that we are not united. See, even in America, the way they are, they will say they are not divided. Yeah, you will say they are divided. But at the end of the day, see, like I always tell people, I always use this example that I wanted a Yoruba nation. I would have preferred that a space where Yoruba go and have their own countries, their own system, Igbos and every other ethnic group that wants to go and have their own system. But what was I going to say now? So I mean, I've always wanted that. But if the people, if we can all come together but the last election proved otherwise, that but you allow what a few people did to subvert the will of the majority, to say that we are not united. See, you would always have people who are conservative minded, who want their own Igbo space, who want their own Yoruba space, who want their own Hausa space. But the large majority of Nigerians voted for somebody from the east, even in the north. You understand? Even not all north. So I always want to push back on that space that says not everybody is a bigot, not everybody is a racist. But I do agree that we have to be more unified. And I think that the starting point, maybe part of what they've captured, is that we need a critical mass of that enlightened environment, enlightened group of people, youthful exuberance. And that is our universities, our colleges of education, our polytechnics. I think that is where that mass, those are the fearless youths, the fearless youthful exuberance. If this kind of education that Ferreira is talking about, I'd always been talking about, can come to them and they realize that this is what their future would look like if they get their country back. I think that part of our space, I mean the space back home in Nigeria, should be tapped. The universities, the colleges of education, the polytechnics, maybe those are the critical mass that if he's talking about, Ferreira is talking about, enlightened mass that can be explained to. Because if you're looking at the whole general populace, it seems to be a lot that is really uneducated, especially in the northern part, you know. I don't know if I made sense there.
You did.
Because I know back then the very foundation of protest then has always been, I remember them in my university days, it's always the student union. Especially in those periods of the democracy, the Abiola, when they truncated June 12 and the rest of it, those were very important critical mass that the activists, people like Gani, even Falano, you know, tapped into.
You know, yeah. I think sorry to disturb you, Olumide.
Yes, go ahead.
But I think it's time to go backstage, as it were, because we're beginning to repeat ourselves. I think the not shock, but the alarming accuracy as to what was read today from Dele's book has got us speaking in this way. And for me, it's draining. Because I am very aware of what the problem is, and we all are very aware of what the problem is. I think it's about solutions. And I don't want to break your show or anything like that, but I think whatever we want to do backstage, I think it's best we do it now. It's late, very late here in London. And I'm because I tuned in today and listened to what everybody had to say about the meeting, you heard what I had to say. The clearer things get in that area, I think possibly the more progressive we can be in our chats.
Right. You're absolutely right. So I'm just going to let people finish their thoughts. I'm going to give 5 minutes each for us to wrap up. So I don't know if Tone still here or is falling asleep? Tone, are you still with us?
Otisu.
Okay. What do you guys think? Should we move the meeting to tomorrow then? Since Tone is asleep, Mama Echo dropped off.
Let's move it to tomorrow because of Tone.
Yeah, because Tone is very important.
Is that good for you, Jagun, or no?
Oh, you know me, I'm at this stage, I'm very much just an observer, if you don't mind.
Okay.
And a contributor in whatever I can contribute.
Well, we could fix an earlier time for it so that Tone doesn't fall asleep.
So maybe what we'll do is before we start the show tomorrow, we'll probably then we have to come backstage before we come on the show. That's what needs to happen. So I'll just share the link like half an hour before the show or 45 minutes so that way it's early enough and people can say whatever before we start the show. I think that'll be much better because right now everybody's late and people are So Jagun, you can give your final thoughts since I know it's late over where you are, so you can go lay down.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
All I've got to say really is that we know that we are in crisis as far as our nationhood. We know that time is of the essence in what we are doing. We also are very aware, no matter how well we may be doing in the diaspora, the better we do here, the more we are paying into the system that oppresses us, to be frank. And we have to be fighting from back home, to be honest, if we are really going to make changes. And I think we all have to just think that the influence that we have is probably our greatest weapon. And we have to conduct the kind of influence that we have in such a way that is beneficial for our focus and for the direction that we want to take the nation to. So I'd just like to thank everybody on the platform and, hopefully more truth and more strength have been gathered today and we keep rolling forward. Yeah. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you very much, Jagun. Thank you so much for your contributions today. Well noted. So we continue tomorrow. Aluta continua.
Indeed.
Victoria Asceta. Isn't that what they say? Yep. So we continue tomorrow. Thank you very much. Have a great night, my brother.
Thank you so much, Brian.
See you later, Jagun. Thanks.
Okay, guys.
Bye. So, Ify. Okay, we can hear you.
I'm good. I don't have any other thing to say. I mean,
Right. Okay.
Did you guys read a book today? Sorry, I joined late.
Yes, we did.
You guys did chapter 6 and 7?
Yes, sir.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Or you want to read it for us now?
Chapter 7 was quite revealing. I recommend you definitely read chapter 7. That was where we got stuck talking. That's why we were able to talk this morning. The law of revelations in chapter 7. That's really the beginning, as it says.
Wow.
Yeah, it was an eye-opener. Or you can just watch the replay where we were reading it. So you don't have to read it. You can just watch the replay. Nice. And then it was quite.
Go through it tonight and join you guys for 8 tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. 8 and possibly 9 tomorrow. Yeah.
I wanted to say, because me too, don't they fall asleep small, though they do my assignment. The way I believe that our problem can be solved, but the solution is not going to come from one source. The way I'm looking at the devil we are facing, the monster, we are facing is just the same way. I know this is a fictional character. It's just the same way they had that battle in the Game of Thrones against the king of the Night King. You notice that in the battle against the Night King, many people contributed without even knowing they contributed. It was until all the contributing forces met as one.
And they put their differences aside. Remember, it was only what's her name? It was only that lady. What's her name? The daughter of that man. She was the only one that even though she listened, she was like, okay, fine. Yeah. She was going to have. But she had
you're talking about Cersei.
Not Cersei. Was it Cersei? Was this? Yeah, I think it was Cersei.
Cersei Lannister.
Yes, Cersei Lannister. It was when they talked to her, she was like, no, she's not going anywhere. She's going to remain there. She's going to fight from there. But she had other plans in mind. But you see how all of them came together, regardless of their differences.
And that's number one. It wasn't just that. You notice the part where each research, like the librarian, how his research was able to dig up information. Are they going to need the dragon stone? They're going to need.
Yes.
So it was like multiple, and I think that's the problem we are having in Nigeria. We've not been connecting the dots.
Yes.
Like the likes of Obi, who are positive-minded, the likes of Sowore, who are revolutionary, radical-minded, the life of Farotimi, the like of Nnamdi Kanu.
Yes.
All these people have solutions in little bits, but all of us haven't really formed a coalition of mass against this monster, because what we face is really a monster. And I'm telling you, we can borrow a leaf. All these things they talk about, let me tell you where they are coming from. It's not like I get brain anything. It's from the struggle in apartheid. Let me give you a small lowdown, not just 3 minutes. No, won't be long.
No problem.
In apartheid, around the days of Stephen Biko, that by then I think they have arrested Mandela. Mandela was in prison. You understand? First of all, the likes of Walter Sisulu and all the rest went to recruit Mandela. Mandela wasn't involved to get him in. So later they were doing their own struggle. Then they left the peaceful struggle and then went into armed struggle, sabotage struggle. Anyway, Mandela was arrested. But there were the youth wing in school of likes of Stephen Biko. He was still in school. He was in medical school. And they had students' union all over South Africa. You understand? But the student union were mostly coordinated by moderate whites. So somebody like Biko now looked deep into the future and said, wait, we can't let these people be speaking for us, because no matter how they have the interest for us, they will still have sympathy for the white minority. So he broke away from the student union of all the team and then started his own Black consciousness movement. Now, what pushed him to start Black consciousness was that he noticed that the system of apartheid was being perpetrated by Blacks with whites at the top of the chain of command. So to him, this is deep, because what they would do is that they would take a Black man, put him behind a curtain and ask him to testify against any activist. And then the police that goes to do the arrest and detention are all Blacks. So even though the others are coming from the top, from white, Blacks are the real fuel, the tire, and the engine of the apartheid system.
Yes.
So Biko now saw that, wow, if he cannot get his message to his fellow Blacks, they are doomed.
Yeah.
They are doomed. So said it is better for him to quit medical school and fight this monster than for him to be a doctor and make money as a middle class and still be a second-class citizen in his own father's land. So he gave that sacrifice, just like Dele is giving now. But what they did was that they now said that he has to start getting the message to Blacks that it is in your interest that we fight together. Remember, there were divisions too in South Africa. There were the local tribe, the Intulu tribe, the this, the that. So it's better we fight together against this monster. that if we don't fight together against this, we don't stand a chance. But what Biko did not do was to alienate moderate whites.
That was his downfall.
No. That was his smartest move, because nobody would have knew about his death if he hadn't made a friend with a moderate white. Because it was that moderate white man, one Wood, that wrote the story of how Stephen Biko was killed in prison. You understand? That made the story come out, that made the world to know him.
Right.
You understand? But the fact remains that he understood that he has to work with moderate, but they shouldn't be the ones championing their cause. The same thing why I'm borrowing from their leaf is this. We, in Nigeria, with this problem, we have moderates among us, those who think the problem is not that bad, or we can't change the system. We cannot let them be the one dictating the direction of the movement for us.
Right.
You understand?
Right.
It's either you want a new Nigeria or you don't. So those who don't want a new Nigeria to be considered enemy, and that was what Biko did. He started preventing his people from listening to the main South African media, because he believed the main South African media was sedating the people. So that's the belief we have to borrow from them. The Nigerian press belong to the oppressors.
Right.
They will only do the bid of the oppressors until we cut that chain from them and spread our own message. This direction we want to go. It might not be 10 years, might not be 5 years for it to be possible. But as long as plans are laid in place and the right people are connected, that was what I was telling Obi the other day. Instead of building boreholes, which is a good thing, don't get me wrong, you should be building radio station.
That's right.
We should have 10,000 Omoye Corner. We should have 10,000 Mayegun right now with the problem we are in now.
Yeah.
You understand? And those who are moderate among us, who keep trying to sedate us and saying, let's just calm down. It will be well. No, it won't be. How do we know it won't be well? Because 30 years ago, we were in the same shoes before we escaped. And now, 30 years after, it's worse than what we left.
Right.
So what is the guarantee that in 30 years from now, anything will be better for those now, even if they don't know it, even if they are the ones defending it? So, and when people keep saying people are not ready, they are right. But there's a few of you who know. You have to put your head, just like in Game of Thrones.
Right.
You all have to put your heads together, connect the dots, and then march collectively towards the monster. That's why I was telling you yesterday that those who believe in the political system as it's currently set up, they don't know what they are doing. They are the enemy. Those who are supporting APC, PDP, LP, they are the enemy. Because unless we all say we don't want to appoint someone to drive the bus, we want to build a new engine, we're not going anywhere. And we have to keep talking, and we have to be rude and mean to those that are trying to silence us. Because the cost of what is happening to us, we don't know it. What do you know what it means to have a generational genocide?
Right.
Do we even understand the implication of that? That means over time, our culture would disappear because we are no longer there. Our children would disappear. Our
ancestral
language would
homes,
disappear.
our grandfathers' homes, our great-grandfathers' homes.
That's why I'm saying the cost of what is happening is too high.
It's
but
high,
people
yo.
don't see it. They don't see it. Most people are not fighting because they are thinking it's not affecting me. I have escaped. But that escape is a delusion. You really haven't escaped. Because if that genocide don't hit you while you are alive, I can bet it will touch your grandchildren.
Hi.
Somebody wrote something here. DSS has been ordered to seize Faratumi's boots.
From where? From America?
No, from one Yaba store.
Is it from America? Let's know.
My thing is
Why-
this:
why
why are
don't
you
they-
guys so much worried about
Why-
this book? If
They,
this
they
book
know
is
how to
not paying you
petition.
people,
They know how to petition people left and right. Why don't they petition Amazon to stop selling the book? Let's see
they
what
can't
happens.
do that now. So, you know, they don't have the power to do that. They can even in the same Nigeria self. Where would they even start?
They said they'll start seizing people. So that means that the police will now have freedom to be searching people. So if
Yeah,
they find
or
the
Dele's book.
they-
If they find Dele's book in your hand,
Guess what?
Yeah.
They said they have freedom of speech in the Constitution. You see where the problem is? They said
It's a
there's
serious
freedom
problem.
of speech guaranteed by the Constitution. Somebody wrote a book. They put him on a cuff. It's
I
crazy.
don't have, bro, I don't have no problem them charging Dele to court. You know, they didn't even take him to court. They took him to prison.
Do you see?
But
Do you
it's the
see how these
process,
people are?
and that is constantly.
But why would you take somebody to prison when he hasn't been found guilty?
That's what I'm saying. That is my point. And it boils down to what I said earlier. Let me tell you something. It's all about we are speaking, these people are hearing us. It's just that we have not taken one main decision, you know, that can really shake them. I said when the first time Dele came to court, they put him in shackles like a criminal, right? Nigerians raised hell. Guess what? The second time you see him smiling, like waving at people and talking as if nothing happened, clean shaved and, you know, looking handsome. So they are listening, they are hearing. It's just that we haven't put anything in place that will shake this system, this contraption, like Mayego will always call it, contraption called Nigeria. But are they listening? They are listening. Even Tinubu that said he doesn't get to social media, people are telling him what we are saying. He's listening, but unfortunately, he doesn't have any clue. He doesn't know what to do, you know, because he doesn't have any good intention about us right from the beginning. He just wants to be the president. Ferrere, you are spot on about everything you said. Again, like I always say to myself, sometimes I ask myself, what can we do differently? Some people don't want us to unite together. Some people want us to stay together. Some people are asked for regional government. But again, at the end of the day, it is all about the same thing I keep saying. People.
That's true. The culture hasn't evolved.
Yeah.
And all of this, somebody, I think it was a Seed, wrote on the comment section, it talks about how politicians corrupt, judges corrupt, mothers corrupt, father corrupt, daughters corrupt, everybody corrupt.
It's the people.
Culture. It's the culture that breeds corruption.
That's true.
We haven't changed any of those. And I don't even think we are ready to change that yet. I remember...
That's why I keep saying some people have to prepare us to be ready. Is that preparation stage that we are now? We have to. Oh no, we are not in this stage. We have to start preparing for that preparation stage to prepare the people. So we've not even the road to freedom is long, my brother. Continue.
It's long. It's definitely long. Look, in the States, they declared independence in 1776, and the Constitutional Convention was not held. I mean, a final convention was not held until 1787. That's almost 11 to 12 years after independence was declared. Now, these guys were doing their research. It took them years. And I mean, the West would say, no, they don't want to be part of the Union. The South would say, no, they don't want to. So it was always a struggle. It talks between different, political parties and different people from different regions with ideas. And they have to come together at the end of those years after doing their research and decided that this is how they want to be governed. And they went to the independence and they put pen to paper and decided that they are free. And they have a constitution written by themselves, not by some group of military guys, not by some guys who are in Agbada uniform, who pretended to be Democrat, we are never Democrat from the beginning. This constitution was written by the people, and that is what they have today. If they have to amend it, the people will also decide to amend it through their electorate and their representative. But what we have right now is not a reflection of the people's will and their mind.
It's not.
That's why I said if we can come together in a common front, then we all have to have like a separate regional government. But again, how do we get a regional government when the people are not ready? When even
they're not.
That level of having a regional government for every state to have their own sovereign, independent constitution written by the people, where are they going to be found? The same thing, the same sedation that you talked about. People are sleeping; they don't want to wake up, and then you need to find all of these set of people all over the place. I like your analogy. They have always been traitors among us. They have always been people who are not ready for us to move forward.
No.
Listen to some. If you read the book of Malcolm X, the autobiography of Malcolm X, he talks about even some of his speeches. He talks about how you have the house end and the feed end. I don't want to use those words because of YouTube. Then he talks about how the house end is so patriotic to his masters. And then when you come to the house end and said, well, don't you want to fight for freedom? Can't we all burn the master's house down and run away so we can go and have our own freedom? The house end has been serving the masters for years. He's going to tell you, oh no, I don't want to run away from here.
Exactly.
Where else am I going that is better than this place?
Exactly.
I get free water from my master. I live in a good place, even though he whips my house every time, even though he makes me walk all throughout the house every time. And then guess what? If you go to the field end, the guy who has been working in the field, in the cotton field, in the cassava field, in the sugarcane field all day long, I tell him, let's fight for freedom. Even before you utter the word freedom, he's going to jump at you and say, let's go. Because that guy knows what it is to fight for freedom. He knows what it is. And then in Nigeria and then among us, and the politicians have showed around and among us many house end that are definitely wanting to work for them forever, even until they die. They are not ready for those who are working in the field to get that freedom. And they've been using them for years. And that's why you see people who are someone like Daniel Bwala, who understand that this guy got into power through an illegitimate means. But because he's been given some money, it becomes the house end. He's
Is it only Bwala? What about Abati? What about so many of them?
And some of these guys, they know the truth, but because they
know the truth.
They tap in from
they are making gain, and they will do everything to make sure the rest of you don't know.
To work for the master. And there are so many of us out there. There are so many people out there who are laboring in the field, and they will only tell you, you keep laboring, you keep working, and you labor in vain. And they don't want anybody to be educated because they exploit that avenue of not wanting you to know anything that is in the constitution or anything that is even about the law. Look at our education. Look at our primary schools. They are all dilapidated. Our education is retrogressed from when the British left. Even the system that we are.
And these people doing this to us, they got free education. No,
they got free education. They got free education. Even the system the British left, the British are not even practicing that system up to today. They left that system long time ago. But even the one they left for us, we were not even able to like advance it or even like form something on it or even come up with our own idea. And everything is, come on, from 0 to 6 to 7 years. If you can't have a basic education, what are you going to have? You're not going to have anything because you don't have a foundation to build on. And our basic education is all gone in Nigeria. And they are happy because they are using that to exploit the people. They know the people will never understand what is going on.
They will never understand. You know? As long as that darkness remains, the truth dies. Continue, brother. I'm just adding to your word. Please don't let me interrupt you. I'm enjoying you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very sad situation where they understand that if they free these people by letting them get the best education they can get, definitely they are going to be oppressing. How did they even get to the point of assuming they said they quote unquote, they said they fight Abacha, they fight the military, they fight all of these big guys, which I never say where in any history. One day Tinubu actually went out. I mean, dude was not even a rebel leader.
I make you laugh, brother. No? I like to put salt and sugar as you they talk. One of my colleagues, where we both march those days. You remember those days, students were the conscience of the nation, right? Oh, yeah. We all march against them, Abacha and them, Babangida, right? I can't ask my colleague, say, my brother, why not they quiet now? Why not no they talk? She be in a match against Abacha. You won't hear what my colleague tell me. He say our generation has achieved its purpose. We drove the military out. Can you hear that kind of rubbish?
Imagine.
We drove the military out to come give our people something that is worse than the military. Is that an achievement?
That is worse than the military. That's what I was asking.
And you were among those who march against the military. Is that an achievement? That's what my colleague said. Though. I was asking him, why is it only Dele that is talking? What happened to the rest of you that were in NANS back then? They were strong.
Let me say something really quickly. So my channel has been demonetized. So that means that I'm just making videos and nothing is happening. Okay, because like
did they try to punish you?
Yeah, for the words.
So YouTube is punishing you now by demonetizing you.
Yeah, so I can't make any. So even if I'm making videos, I'm not making anything on it. Like nothing. It's just there to just be there. You understand? They've even deleted some videos. So if you want to support the channel and you want to share the channel and make it go, you can only support me through PayPal. Because I can't get anything on. If you look at the comment section, you will see that the money sign is no longer there. It's gone.
Wow.
Okay. I just noticed it now. I don't know.
What happened?
It's possible. It's possible. I have to check. It's possible. I don't know. I don't know how this works. This is the first time I'm getting this.
People will go.
Yeah, you understand. So it could be because it could be a mixture of people using the words, and it could be that some people have gone, whoever has gone to report me, I don't know them, so they know me, I guess. But yeah, so
the only way find out what happened or more.
I have to maybe reach out to them and find out why, and I have to send them. I think there's an email that I got. So I have to look at it and see what the process is.
But the devil is busy. They will never succeed.
Yeah. So anyway, just putting it out there. I've pinned it. If you want to support PayPal, that's all I've got. Or if you have what's it called?
They won't let you share all these videos now.
No, I can do the videos, right? But I just
let people donate, like help.
Yes, people can donate. Yes, people can.
Terrible. These people.
Yeah, people can.
That's why we need our own media, our own friends, where there will be free speech. All this nonsense of punishing people for telling the truth.
Exactly. There's a channel that I opened. I think it's another. It says it's a group of Nigerian people that opened it. I actually set up an account there as well. So maybe we're gonna do some of the stuff we need to do. Because you can say anything, whatever, on that channel. I already created the channel. I have to find it and let you guys know what it is. Maybe as you guys are speaking, I will find it and pull it up, and then so we can do some of the work that we need to do. We can just, if we want to talk hot topics, we can go to the other channel, But for now, I'm just going to continue doing the videos since people know me here on YouTube more. And check it from there. But if you need to support, please use my PayPal account. That's all I've got for now. So nothing for YouTube. So it's a thankless job. This is part of the.
It's an enemy. Sacrifice. There are some people doing this. There are some people who are doing this. You will find out. You will see the truth. You will see that I said it. Some devilish.
I'm gonna keep doing this. It's not like I'm going to stop.
Devilish people.
They don't
want that truth to come out. They will do everything to fight against the truth.
Yeah. So anyway, continue. The conversation is great. One love, please.
No worry. We'll still support you.
We will still support you.
Understand that this thing does not come without any difficulty.
Okay. Guys, me I go work out.
Okay.
I go wait for link for tomorrow. Okay.
Okay. Olumide, thank you very much for joining.
Olumide, somebody see you for Facebook page. Come to ask me, say whether you be my brother. Say you look like me.
Well, that is we be brothers from a different mama.
Take care, Olumide. One day I will come visit you now for that Canada.
No problem.
Yeah, nothing good comes easy. They will always come.
Yeah, those are the devil.
They will always come and try to derail this one and to make sure we don't succeed. But
we don't succeed. We don't talk.
And using all these, their agents all over the place.
Agents, yeah, they got agents everywhere.
People that so that
any issue
not come across. But people always get educated no matter what, because they've already destroyed our education, our basic education. The only thing we have now is our mouth and try to say the truth and make sure people can hear us loud and clear.
They hear us loud and clear. Yes.
This is not Arise News. This is not channels where they can send a letter or try to clamp down on one of the newscasters or their journalists there, making sure they portray or say whatever suit them as a government.
It's one of their agents. They be devil people. Go. Anyway, I know curse for English, but I did curse for my mind.
Yeah.
It's
crazy. Yeah.
No, One Love. Yeah, you were saying something earlier. Sorry, I had to interject you there.
Yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought. But
I'm so sorry.
No,
you were making a lot of points.
A lot of points, yes.
Yeah, solid point. You were saying something about, I think you were saying something about, what's it called? You talked about the fact, you guys are talking about, Ferrer was talking about the South African thing, and then use Game of Thrones, and then you now said something about, how do we come together? How do we get this going and stuff like that? Anyway, I guess.
Yes, I feel like that's like one of the major issues we have. But the politicians the people don't realize that, look, the devil himself was so smart that even he had promised God that he's going to make all men miserable like unto himself. Like, look, you don't want me to be in your presence. You said I'm not good, I'm this and that. But again, look at you. I'm also going to try to make sure your children don't, they don't even be like you or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make sure I destroy everything. That's how some people still act. That's how some devilish people still act.
Devilish people.
They'll be like, okay, I'm here now. Or even just how people will go and those days how people will join all these different societies and different cults. They realize that the society that they join is not good. They want to try to bring other people to come and experience the same
terrible things
and the same terrible things that they are going through. That's just how these politicians and these crazy people are doing things. They want to make sure that we don't succeed. They want to make sure they try to get 2 or 3 people, even 4. If they can get just one person to sow discord among us, they are so happy.
They're so happy,
And they just try to make sure that unity does not come. If you look at what happened in NSAS, everybody was so united. Look, they were shaking to their core. Even like Buhari that had never came out to give a speech, whether it was doctored or it was formulated or whatever, they ended up giving that speech. The guy came out from his chair and started giving speech because they saw like every youth in the country were united behind one cause. How do we come to that reality? How do we come to that unity again that will make sure that these people listen to us? Look at what happened in Kenya. The youth stood they stood Ruto down for how many, almost 5 or 6 days that they were protesting, and they were still protesting even after he promised them that he was going to withdraw whatever tax bill that they were trying to pass. So most times we think we don't have the power. The power actually lies in our hand. We have the power more than the politicians do.
We do.
Because whether they rig the election or not, if we decide today and say enough is enough,
enough is enough,
this has to stop. Because we can't keep, people can't keep living like this, where if you are a big guy in the society, you commit a crime, you are not held responsible. Another guy, you go to the market and steal the tomatoes, they will be placing tires and coffee him left and right because he's hungry. So this idea of class consciousness needs to be awoken among us. Like, we have to understand that these guys are just there to make sure they get everything they can without even realizing that there are other people that are supposed to be benefiting from these resources that we have. They believe the country belongs to them.
They do.
They are the top 1% that are supposed to dictate everything. Like, you can't speak, you can't talk. If you do, you are going to be handcuffed. And then I just sit and ask myself, how is this better than the military regime?
Exactly. It's worse.
This is not better than... I remember when the Babangida and the Abacha were still in power. These guys never did something similar to what these guys are doing today. They criticize Abacha and then this and that. But guess what? I went back and checked. It was during Abacha that Nigeria had a surplus budget. After that, Nigeria has never had a surplus budget.
Yeah.
But we think, like, how did he even achieve that? Like, I was asking myself, how did he even achieve that? And we say we have democracy today. We could not even come up with one thing. Roads are dilapidated, our schools are dead, everything is gone. Like, we don't even 2024, we're still struggling to have electricity.
And some people want us to believe things are going to get better.
This is the dividend of democracy. Oh, we are glad we have democracy. Oh, no, you don't have democracy.
You don't have.
And when he spoke, he said, "Oh, this guy, this Davido, because he's an American citizen, that's why he's talking like that." No, the guy put it quite right. We don't have democracy in Nigeria. What we have is not democracy.
That's true.
And they pretend under the disguise of democracy and be like, "Oh yeah, every 4 years we're going to show to the world that we are conducting election." You don't have democracy. A country where you are selecting people to get into power is not democracy. It's not the will of the people, you know. And then you just pretend like you're running an election every 4 years.
Every 4 years.
Brother Ben, welcome.
Let's just go back to the
Thank you very much for coming
so that
in.
we know that we don't have a democracy yet. We can go back again and try to restructure so we can have democracy. But what we have right now is not democracy.
It's not democracy. It's just our brothers that keep pushing this lie. Say you want to destroy our democracy. Say you want to. What's all this nonsense?
What is democracy? Do you know what it took for these guys to come on? What conviction they had? These people did not even value their life. Did not care if they are going to buy them. They understand that this is what they have to fight for. They did not fight for democracy. This is not something that came out from their heart. It's not something that came out from their struggle. It's not something that came out from everything about their body. They did not fight for it. That's why they are having their mouth to mention, "Oh, we have democracy." You don't have democracy. You don't know what democracy is. Because if you know what democracy is, you will stand for the truth. If you know what democracy is, a guy from Imo State can become a local government chairman in Sokoto State. If you know what democracy is, a guy from Lagos who was born in Lagos can become a governor in Zamfara. If you know what democracy is, a guy from Zamfara can become a governor in Edo. That is what democracy is. And that is where you can say we are one Nigeria.
They don't know and they don't care.
But guess what?
Oh, sorry.
They believe they have the power. And if you talk, they will silence you.
up.
They will silence
They will lock you up.
There is no free speech. There is no freedom of movement. There is no freedom of expression besides their own criminal expression. That's what they have.
That's the only thing,
There is
which
no
is what we have to block.
Yeah, there is no
We
freedom.
have to block it. All their messages from
people-
all their media. Sorry, I keep
People just
interjecting you.
have freedom to do anything. If you say anything, the government comes after you.
Yeah.
And we say we have democracy. No, that's not democracy. But the democracy is governed by the will of the people, which we
Yeah.
don't have today.
We don't
Welcome. Let's allow Brother Ben go. Brother Ben, you say you know what happened. Thank you for stopping by. Welcome. This is my brother, another brother from another mother.
Thank you,
Welcome,
Sister
Brother
Moe.
Ben, African
Yeah,
Podcast.
thank you.
Welcome. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've been enjoying the conversation. I'm actually at work, but I was listening out too.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to come and clarify that demonetization. Hopefully, maybe my own personal experience can help.
Okay.
What I noticed with YouTube is that if this is the first time you're gonna be paid, I don't know when your channel was monetized, but if this is like the first or second time they are going to pay you, usually around between on the 6th to on the 12th of every month, the algorithm will go around, and then if they're gonna pay you for the first time, they actually wanted to check if your channel is real. So if you check the message they sent to you, the message might said you were demonetized for reused content. So if it is for reused content, don't worry, don't stress about it. It's just gonna take you 90 days. After 90 days, just reapply, they will monetize you back. One of my channel just got demonetized yesterday. The Uncle Beno channel, it was demonetized where they're gonna pay me the first time. They said reuse content, and every content I have there, they were all original. I created everything myself. So I didn't do anything. My 90-day expire on the 2nd of this month. So like 3 days ago, I just saw the email and I clicked the reapply, and that was it. So they monetize it back. So if you check, if it is for reuse content,
It
please
says
don't
for
bother.
reuse content. I just saw it now. I'm just looking
Okay,
at it
okay.
now.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's good. Don't bother. Don't stress about it. It's just one of the way they verify ownership of channel. I got 2 channels. My both channels are being demonetized the same way. I did nothing. I don't even delete any video. So after the 90 days, I reapply, and it won't take up to 12 or 24 hours. They will monetize the channel back. That's what I wanted to say about that. And regarding the topic we are discussing, there is one part that actually caught my attention. The part about they're gonna tax us in diaspora 10% whenever we send money.
Yes.
Well, I just feel sorry for my people in Nigeria because I don't see right now. Right now,
The last thing I want is to give my money to those criminals.
No, bro, you will pay twice. Remember, you paid 10% in the church, and then you pay to the government. That's even the annoying part. I don't pay at all. That's the problem.
The thing is really funny because right now I'm sending just for upkeep alone. I'm sending about $1,000 every month. So you want to tell me when I send like $1,000 a month, Tinubu government will take $100 out of my money? So I just feel sorry for my people. They sorry. So now I'm planning now that I'm gonna have a meeting with them and say, well, if we don't remove Mama, I no send anybody message. You better look for something to do in that economy to sustain yourself. I can never bring myself to give. I have not even give 10% in church. I will now give to who? So I'm sorry. No. It's not going to happen. And then thinking about how to really fix that country, I think these people, they are very powerful. They've hijacked the entire country and they know how the system works for them. I think majorly right now, we just have to continue to educate the people back home because in Nigeria right now, abnormalities has become the norm.
Exactly.
So that's just the situation now. It's like sometimes I don't know whether they go me one babalawo that actually tie all of them or no. Or maybe because I was privileged to leave the country, that's why my orientation changed. I don't really know because sometimes I saw a friend of mine yesterday who put, I don't even go to X because X divest me. He shared
it's
something
very
about
toxic. You don't even want to be there. I was
my
there
sister.
for a short while. I deleted my account. I left. It's too toxic.
I saw him share something on X and he was labasting Dele Faro to me. And I'm like, dude, you're a lawyer, a young lawyer, with all the education you have, and this is what you're going to say? So I text him back. I'm like, dude, I saw what you shared on X.
Excuse me, sir. I don't mean to interrupt you. People who, me and Dele match together. I had a 3-hour conversation this weekend. You know, one here waiting, my colleagues were saying about him. You don't want to hear. I can't even. These are people who call themselves radical. Those of us who marched during the days of Aluta against Abacha and Babangida. You don't. Those are. I'm talking people who rose as high as being NANS presidency or assistant secretary for NANS and all that. You don't even. Those are people.
I think they are hypnotized or something. It's just like the show I did today on Wiki and all this destruction he's doing in Abuja. A part of me was kind of like happy. You know why? Not because I'm really happy with the nonsense he's doing. It's because in Nigeria, those who think they are in the middle class, anytime there are problems affecting the poor, they just feel less concerned. They are the one that will.
What happened?
What happened to your audio? Brother Ben.
And I was enjoying him. Oh, please bring him back. Oh.
Can you hear us? Brother Ben, can you hear us?
I beg, join back. Oh, I was enjoying you.
Oh boy. Brother Ben, please, if you can hear us, please, join back. Oh, this conversation is very, very good. Okay, please come back. One love. Oh my God, one love left. One love, please, thank you so much, One Love, for your fantastic submissions. I don't know what happened, whether it was network or something like that. But please, if you can join back, because your submissions were off the charts. You and Brother Ben, Abemona come back. But if not come back, I understand. Tomorrow we move again. But I just want to acknowledge, thank you so much, One Love, my brother, my fellow general in the army. Thank you for your submissions. I really appreciate. But I bet we dey wait you. Hey, see submissions. I'm
Solid
enjoying
one.
this. So.
Solid submission.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I'm saying about having topical discussions, not sedative discussions, not discussions on things that's not going to help us. I just hate all those tribe and religion discussion. I know they like them. I know they
Me
like
too. It makes me. That was one of the reasons. I'm just typing to Kene now. It's one of the reasons why I left X. X will make you into a bigot. If you are not one, you'll be forced for some reason. I don't know how it happens. You just become. You're now finding yourself becoming extreme on certain issues. I'm like, no, this is not who I am. Hell to the no. I just deleted my account. I said, you know, what brought me here, I think it's already done. It's time to move. I beg, I can't. People just divide you to so divisive.
Most negative, the
going
most
back, negative.
And
Going
all
back
these
and
things
with
has
big
nothing
Troy.
to do with our problem solution.
Exactly. It's
solve
not
our
helping
problem.
us.
But that's the
No.
one that they like. That's the one they want to talk about. Eh?
Exactly. Kenena. Kene say X is amazing. He turned me to an Igbo bigot. Na lie yo. Na lie. They know they see Kene go your day background. If they listen, you know they ever Kene will just stroll. That's it. He never participates in all this bigotry. He might make one or two comments, but hardly ever. Kene. I know you for X now.
And then another thing we Nigerians do is we go carry another man country matter for head.
Exactly.
I'm just weak. If we spend half of that time talking about another country on our own, maybe we'll get one solution. We go carry their matter as if say they hear us. The people when they talk about don't hear you. You're talking Israel. You're talking Lebanon. You're talking
Palestine. Now they'll be talking Iran and Iraq and the rest of them now.
I'm not saying they shouldn't talk international, but don't make it the focus of it because your country gets problems.
They will carry it on their heads. That's what they look at the US election. Do you know how divisive it became on X?
It was.
Because for me, I was like, this is the reason why I'm supporting. If you see how it became war, I was like, what? People that we all fought together, they insult the I said, oh no, these people, this is gonna turn me into something I'm not. And I'm not gonna let it. So I just deleted it. Yeah, I'm like, no, I'm not gonna let this turn me into something I'm not. People were now like ganging up literally against it, you know. No.
We go to take Panadol for another person headache, and we get our own headache, and now my week, my brother. That's why I be they tell you all. Now don't they listen to me? Our problem be the elite. If the elites get their things together, that country will change.
We not feel wait for elite, so.
We not feel wait, so you're right.
We not feel wait for elite. Elite ain't doing jack. They are sleeping under Egyptian cotton like Kene. So their life is soft. Yes, Kene is sleeping under Egyptian cotton. You get Egyptian cotton. You get.
I didn't know that. Kene, that's how you are. Okay.
Kene is enjoying. He's one of the 1%ers. Kene. You don't cast yourself now.
I know
carry the matter. You people will get country know they discuss their own matter like that.
I'm telling you, they nearly skin people on top of Trump and
now only Trump. You see, you never see them fight over Palestine and Israel.
Yes, now come and see fights on top of country where the religion when you even get now borrowed one.
Borrowed religion.
The people when they are not even they worship the God when they call it. Mr. One Love, welcome back. I was like, why did he just disappeared like that after giving me a fantastic submission?
My network, I'm actually not home, so I mean, I traveled to a different state. So
okay. Okay.
If they have that passion to actually figure out what is going on in the country, like to actually tell the politician, hey, enough is enough. Oh man, honestly, that country for not better. The way they will be arguing over Manchester City and Arsenal.
Wait. Hold on 1 second. Please hold on. Hidden Pains, what did you say? Obodo Yibo, Sister B, it can't be true.
What happened?
Are you serious that somebody is typing on Daddy Freeze show that Obodo Yibo just is dead in Nigeria? It's a lie.
Huh?
Are you serious? Hidden Pains. Please, can somebody check Daddy Freeze show?
I'm doing that now. Oh my God.
What is going on?
Which one?
Oh my God. Do you know a lady called Obodo Yibo? She has a channel on YouTube.
She lives in London.
She lives in London. She went to Nigeria. She took a mini, she took a vacation.
Yeah.
Are you seriously kidding me? It's a lie. Hey, Nigeria forever taking it young.
Did you say, wait a minute, did you say somebody stabbed?
She said somebody typed in Daddy Freeze channel. Sorry, guys, please bear with me. That lady is like a sister to me.
Daddy Freeze is live.
Yeah. I'm just seeing it, though. This person. What happened to her?
They say Briepo is dead. Auntie B is dead. Who is
Hey, it's a lie.
Wait a minute. What happened
It's
to
a
her?
lie. I don't want to. What?
Yeah.
Or is this person just trolling?
The person? It's only one person saying it, and Daddy Freeze
Yeah.
has just closed his show.
Yeah.
Did it happen on his show?
I don't know. The person has been spamming Daddy Freeze's show.
Hey.
He's the
I
one, the
don't know
same
who that
person.
Obodo Yibo is. I will go find out.
Yeah, check out Obodo Yibo. She normally deals
TV.
with
She always talk about marital issues.
married. Yeah.
Auntie B. Hey, Jesus.
Hey.
I didn't see it on Daddy
Who is this terrible? This person is terrible. Look at the comments they are putting.
Where are you seeing that, Omo?
It's on Daddy Freeze live
On
show.
Daddy Freeze show before he closed out just now.
So, Daddy Freeze already closed out?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
just closed out just now. But I was still able to read some of those comments.
The comments are live. So if you go, you see the live comments.
So could that be false? I mean, right now we don't know.
That's what I'm thinking. Is the person just trolling? Because this cannot be. Oh.
But why did Daddy Freeze close out so quickly?
I wonder what he was saying. Let me see. Let me try.
Is she the one called Auntie B?
Yeah.
I can't find anything there. No.
Can you check? Do you have Instagram?
I'm on Instagram.
Yeah, if it's a recent news, you might have little to find out about her at the moment.
Right now.
Yeah,
I don't want to believe this. Maybe this person is just trolling. Maybe it's just one of those people.
Just they share
Yeah, those people, one of those people that don't like, her content, that troll her, I don't want to believe it now. No. Hidden Pains, I beg. I don't want to believe it. No. I have to shake this out of my head. I have to shake, I beg. Hey. Phew.
Nigeria.
No.
Oh God.
Come on, that country is something else, man.
It's something else. So
As we speak, Seth, I don't even think we have up to 100 doctors in that country.
I don't think so. A lot of doctors have left.
They
lot
left.
of doctors are leaving. They're still leaving.
What a country.
Why wouldn't they leave? What they okay? Let's just look at this. Politicians don't care if we have doctors. They don't care if we have teachers. They don't care if we have
They
nurses.
don't care.
They don't care if we have anything, because why? It doesn't affect them. If they have anything, they fly to London or they come to New York and and see a doctor. You know.
I didn't see anything.
May it not be anything.
No,
I
I
have.
don't think it's true. I
Let
think
me second. Yeah, I'm gonna.
I didn't see anything. Please, you need to stop this nonsense, please.
There are some people, they just like to write rubbish, you know, on here.
All these people that are trolling and writing, assuming it's false information, all these people that are trolling and writing false information are supposed to be doing community service. You know, put them to work so they can be useful.
Yeah.
They will have time to be giving out false information, but they don't have time to pay attention to what is in the constitution. They don't have time to pay attention to what the politicians are doing and how they are.
I didn't say. It's a lie. And I mean, you don't dwell in that. It's not.
It might not be true.
Yeah. If it's true,
I just sent her a message. I just sent her a quick voice note. And I will explain when she responds. Hey, Allah magic, God forbid. Anyway, moving on. Obedience, exactly. Obedience for Trump. Oh my God. They now said obedience for Trump. They said insulting. I said no, I can't. I don't want anybody to take. This is not our problem. It is not our problem. Can we focus on our own problem? For where? Now, so we live there for
you will even see pastor saying, "Please pray for Trump." Some will say, "Oh, this person in the other party is the devil." Come on, you are comparing yourself to a country that is far way ahead of you.
Not just telling you the person is supporting gay rights.
I said their rights many years ago, centuries ago. Here you are, you can't even figure out how to feed your people through.
That's not even the point. You know, the truth of the matter is just because of the issue of gay marriage. That's why they're calling him devil. I say, you people that have built the largest church in the whole world, look at your country.
Okay.
The war capital poverty.
Yeah. Exactly. And that they know the shame for that one.
Give me the devil that tells me that he's a devil. I will take him than an angel that pretends.
Our country called Nigeria. Let me tell you something. If somebody is trying to convert you and you've never heard anything about religion, and you look at the country where the person is from, will you ever believe the person? Because they say charity begins at home. All these pastors that are preaching, why can't they go to Syria? Why can't they go to Iraq? Why can't they go to all this? I thought the Bible said we have to preach all over the nation.
My sister, do you remember that Martin Luther King was a reverend? He marched to Washington. How many times have you seen these pastors marching to Abuja to protest for good governance, to protest for good water?
My brother, then they praise for dollar now. They pray for your dollar, make you no reach 10,000. That one no reach. That one a big miracle now. I just did joke. You know, hear that one where he say he pray for make dollar no reach 10,000.
Everybody is corrupt. You can't even no exception.
We get
you
problems,
go to Nigeria, any government, this thing you go to do something, you must pay. You must pay something. If you don't, that thing will not be done for you.
Will not be done, no.
Yeah. Instead of us to wake up, we are
instead
sleeping.
of us to wake up, we they do smash.
Talking about
they talk Manchester United.
That's it. Building the biggest church in the world. Yet you are telling me that your country cannot move forward. Are you telling me your God is sleeping or what?
All the miracles in this world you never heard of. It comes from Nigeria. It's only Nigeria.
Only come from Nigeria. And when God has given us the agency and the authority to do stuff by ourselves,
God gave us land of milk and honey. Land of milk and honey.
Ferreira, you're talking about land of milk and honey. I bet where Pastor, what's his name? Sule woman, where in they self, make him come pray, make I get money for my
account. If I was this,
what then they do? you will see money in your account.
My sister, if I was this God, sir, me, I would even ask myself, what kind of being have I created? I've given you everything, yet you're
everything. You have everything.
Private jets. I gave everything I have, and God bless. Why only you out of 10 million people?
You're still calling me.
Why?
That's because if you never start to the drink tea. If you start to the drink tea now, everything.
Why only you? Let me tell you something. Let's digress a little bit. Have fun. Not all the time. May I tell you something? I don't know if I've said this before. I used to be a dangerous tighter.
all the dangerous titles gather. You are
dangerous. When I mean dangerous, I don't pay 10%. In fact, my first paycheck when I passed my board, now I carry them, I not even touch them, the whole thing. I'm telling you.
Wow.
I carry them.
You carry everything, give person, give pastor.
Yeah.
That pastor they enjoy.
That man don't enjoy. Go back kilishi, suya, chicken, beef, tozo, everything.
So you contributed to the number of private jets we have.
Hold on now. Hold on. But sir, I started asking myself question. Then I used to work night shift. That was how I discovered that the freeze. I would scroll YouTube and I started asking questions about this tithing. And I said, who is this man, this handsome man? Boom, I clicked on it. And I started listening. I saw with Sunda Delaja. I clicked on, Sunda Delaja. I was like, okay, now things are beginning to make sense. My brother said, they talk to you now. I've not been to church in the last, man, no lie, at least 4 or 5 years now. At least 5 years for sure. The only time I go to church, maybe somebody is doing something, they will invite me. I don't go serve because I work every Sunday. Honestly speaking, when I came to this country, that was when I discovered that everything we are praying for in Nigeria, we don't have to pray for it. It has already been given to us by the government. Now what is the time? 10:36. You can get in your car, go to store, go to anywhere. So, I mean, all the prayers we are praying in Nigeria is a waste of time. Anybody
those prayers will not be answered because God has given us the authority and the privilege and the power to fix those things by ourselves. But we are playing
our wickedness, and hypocrisy.
We are sleeping, playing around, thinking God will come from heaven and fix things. No, the Western world that we are comparing our country to, God never came down from heaven to fix it for them. They fought for it. They took the bull by its own and say, hey, look, we can't let you 1% keep ruling us and pushing us left and right how you want us to behave. We are the people. We are going to own the power. You are going to give it to us or we all go down. That was how it happened. That was how they fixed their country.
Bro, the only thing I want is the one where they will pray for you and money will get into your account. But my only problem is say the money that will go into your account not be say like 20,000, 50,000. Now they should buy money, $500, $1,000. Waiting that one go do. No. If you want to pray, make money enter my account. Make big money enter. But you never hear that. It's 1,200. I'm like, which kind of nonsense be this one?
Yeah.
I said, this God na poor God.
It's crazy. What about that? There was one testimony. One testimony I listened to on YouTube. He said, I think it was Suleiman that said, he said he prayed for one guy. He was in France and then he appeared in Germany.
Nah, Suleiman. In France, and he appeared in this thing. Only.
I said, oh my goodness, what Nigerian pastor cannot do those things.
Then be joke.
Oh my God. And all this, I mean, the thing that really bothers me is how even looking at the economic situation, these pastors are just feasting on it. They are using it still, like the weakness of the country. They are using it against the people, just collecting money.
Against the people,
they're just collecting money from them left and right. And these are pastors that are supposed to come together and be on the street protesting that we have a better country. No. They are there. Oh, don't worry. Leave them alone. God will judge them. God will take care of them. God will do it. No.
They're using it against the people.
That's not going to. That's not going to happen. Even in the Bible, David took up weapon and fought Goliath. Even the children of Israel, according to the story in Exodus, they had to walk. They didn't just stay in Egypt and say God will come
Even
out
to pick manners, they have to come out and pick manners.
They didn't say God will come from heaven and come lift us across the Red Sea. They had to walk for days to get to the border, and they were able to cross. So if we are going to sit there and just keep going to churches, and instead of us burning down all those churches and those mosques and trying to set up an industry, we have to think about how we are going to live our life. This whole thing going to church. I'm not saying people shouldn't practice their religion or believe in whatever they want to believe in, but that shouldn't be in the forefront. If you look at every country around the world that was built on religion, none of them stood up. None of them.
None of them.
Look at countries that were built on ideas. US, for example, was built on ideas, not on religion. Even though they have a common Christian religion, but they never built their government on religion because they know that was going to be a shaking ground. They came up with an idea after doing their research and say, this is how we want to live our life. We want to be free from the monarch and all the kings and queens that were in England and in Europe that were dictating how people should live their life. They came up with their own constitution and decided, no, we want to do things independent at this time. They came up with their own system of measurement. And back in Nigeria, we learned all these different ISI units. But when I came to the US, every one of their things are different because they wanted to be independent from Great Britain. They don't want anything to do with them. They came up with their own way of running stuff. Everything is so different. That's independent, So if you are just going to sit there and be thinking like, let's pray for Trump, let's pray for this, when we have problems to deal with, when we have agriculture to address, when we have clean drinking water to address, I just feel like we are wasting our time. And every single day you have new churches coming up every day, left and right. One street can even have up to 20 churches. And they will be like, praying and dancing every single day. And these are people that should be working. That's why our human capital index is so low and our productivity is down.
It's down, though.
It's crazy.
It's down, though.
I wonder how they want to improve productivity when everybody is in church Monday through Sunday. How do they want to increase productivity? And the people that are the working class, the young people that have to be very active in their youth, working and doing stuff in the society, are wasting away in the churches. That is disturbing. Any sensible government will be concerned for that, but of course we don't have a government. Prayers Mondays through Sundays. You have young people wasting away, giving off their service for free in the church, using their talents for the church without getting paid, nothing, no addition. I know people who went to church in Nigeria never had a job in their life. All they knew was church.
Church, yes.
At the end, when something happened to them, guess what? The church abandoned them.
Oh yeah. If you can't play the piano or play the drum, once you leave or you're sick in the hospital, somebody else will play it.
Exactly. Exactly. I don't know. It's crazy to me, honestly. We spend so much and then we'll come out and say, we are praying. Look at experience that happens. Look at the number of people that poured out. In a country where there's so much hardship, should anybody be... In fact, they start the protest for that experience, right?
But that's what I'm saying.
My sister, you see how these pastors, all these Adeboye and these big guys in the church, how they are so powerful when they speak to their people.
Exactly.
If these pastors, they lead the protest, just like Reverend Martin Luther King did, all of their members will go with them. We will have a force, and every one of them can unite. If all of these Christian Association of Nigeria come out and say, we are going to protest on so that until the government listens to the people, I don't think some of these things will be difficult because most of the people just want to hear from a leader, somebody that will tell them, go out there and do this. But we don't have this leader. All they care about is how to take their money. The other one will say, if you don't pay tax, you won't go to heaven, or you will buy, or this and that.
Exactly. And the problem I also have is that even the people who go to church, it's almost like they lack critical mind, analytical mind to be able to question things.
No,
when you
they don't ask
question
questions.
things, it gives you an idea. It either draws you closer to that thing or helps you better understand, because only in questioning you get answers.
Absolutely.
If you don't question, you're not going to get answers. But anytime you say anything, I don't know, they're so emotionally, sentimentally attached to nothing. Meanwhile, you are suffering. You are not doing anything about it. Your pastors are not doing anything to alleviate your sufferings. The pastors are buying up factories that are meant to create jobs for you so that you can even continue to pay them tithe, if that's what you want to be forever, a slave.
They will tell you not to question anything because it's God has said it. Don't dare question anything. No, don't try it. But how do you expect us to evolve? How do you expect us to move forward? How do you think that this Western world, how they develop so many stuff? What about countries that were not even colonized? What about countries that did not even spend time with their colonial masters? But they were questioning stuff. How do scientists discover things? It's through questioning.
Exactly.
How do you have iPhone today when we used to have Nokia 3310? It's through questioning. How can you receive calls from two different people and merge a call? It's through questioning. This is science working. You don't develop anything without questioning stuff. Somebody cannot just walk out from the church and say, God said this, God said that, without somebody questioning. All you see them writing, picking up papers and writing stuff. What are you writing? You don't even know what you are writing. You can't even question your pastor. Why is this thing like this? Why didn't God do this? If you say God made the children of Israel cross the Red Sea, why didn't he take them through River Jordan? Why didn't he take them through the Atlantic Ocean if that was the case? So these are things that people question for years. That's why I'm sorry to say, if you go to Israel today, they don't want you to mention about Jesus. They call him Yeshua.
They don't even worship him. He's not the same.
They don't want to hear because they think, okay, some of them believe he's a prophet, some of them believe he's a traitor. It's not that they don't even think, most of the time, this person was of a godly being. But it's just the fact that they are questioning stuff, So nobody would just come out from nowhere and say, oh, let's do this thing like this because God has said it. Or let's do this thing like this because I am the pastor. Just listen to me. Don't question anything. Prayer works, I believe. If you have done the work, that's when prayer will work for you.
Exactly.
Don't just sit there and feel like, oh, I am going to get up and go to school tomorrow. And once I get there, I will just go in there and write my exam. I will pass without you studying. You're just going there to fail.
And people have done it too. People have prayed without reading, and they expect that the book will fly into their brain and they'll be able to answer. I've heard in Nigeria people say it's angels that write their exams for them. Have you heard that one? I've heard it in Nigeria. This is how brainwashed these people are.
How many as angels don't write exam, Rich? Why are we still where we are? How many things have you discovered?
Upon all the prayers.
Angels are writing exam from
we have.
Yeah, you cannot even do it now. 3310.
We have 10 in every street.
What kind of an angel? Then the people that angels are not exam for, they are discovering the latest MacBook Pro. They are discovering the latest 5G network. What kind of an angel is that? Where is that angel coming from? I don't even want to serve that kind of an angel. Like, I don't even teach you how to do a common. People are discovering. Somebody built a whole Tesla factory without an angel writing an exam for him.
I'm telling you. You see, people are gravitating towards Teslas and cars that. Go ahead, sorry. Go ahead.
No, the richest people in the whole world, they're not even Christians.
Exactly.
They're not Christians. None of them. At all. None of them.
I forgot who mentioned this. I forgot, somebody made a statement. I forgot, I read a book. I think, was it Karl Marx or something that said religion is the opium of the people? Because
one of them said,
it definitely does your faculty. It prevents you from thinking beyond your ability. It prevents you from thinking beyond your reasoning. Because
exactly
what do you do there? They say, okay, this is the law, follow it. Don't ask questions. That's what religion is. Because God has said it so. And if you decide to even deviate or even try to ask a little bit of question, you are viewed as a fallacy. Like, this person shouldn't be here. Let's kick him out, type of thing. How do you move forward? And this is what this is what people that migrated here from Europe, that crossed the Atlantic Ocean, all the way from different parts of Europe, Denmark and England and all of that. That is what they ran away from, because they didn't want to be subject to kings and queens. Because those guys will just come, oh, I'm entering the 3rd, I'm entering the 8th. This is what I believe. This is what God said we should do. I'm James the 2nd. Don't ever ask questions. No, they said they can move forward like that. You're not going to do something by you're not going to achieve anything by just listening to one guy declaring a decree and everybody keeps silent and not be able to ask questions. It was when they started asking questions, like, okay, why is it that if you throw a paper up there and before it falls down something happened, or why does it have to fly for so I don't know how many seconds before it happened? And here we are today. You can fly from one place to another within 3 hours, where you were never thought of being for months if you without an aeroplane. But nobody sat there and asked themselves. Well, no angel taught them how to study, but they are doing aeroplanes. You know.
Look, listen, my brother. Everybody for the world today, from Korea to Japan to Asia to Malaysia, everybody they make electric trees. Electric car, car where they fly, mouse where they solar house, this out development they go left and right for the whole world, even for Arab country. Look like wetin we they do, we see they buy a better pass my neighbor generator. We get problem. Oh, I don't know who do this to us. Oh.
I implore all the pastors, they should get their ass out there and protest on the street. Forget about this thing that you're preaching. This old Bible that you're carrying around, it was given to you. It's a borrowed religion. You go out there. You can believe in whatever you want to believe, but that does not mean you cannot walk. You cannot do the needful to make that country move forward. But I doubt they will do something like that because they are benefiting from the members that are giving them money. You know, they keep benefiting from them.
Who they sing go? Who they serenade us?
People will tell you they cannot eat in 3 square meals a day. You still tell them, oh yeah, bring your tithe. Don't worry, God will provide for you.
God will bless you.
Bring your tithe. Don't worry. Once you bring your tithe, you at the end of the day, that family will go on and they will lie down for days. They can't even feed, and then the children can't even pay school fees. Pastor will say, "Don't worry, God will deliver. The God that delivered Jacob and Israel, Esau will see you through." Yeah.
Hey, I think the job, most of these pastors in Nigeria, their job is to numb the people, to brainwash them, so that they cannot think critically. How many of you remember the work that Pastor Adeboye Redeemed Church called the members when they were all taking, whether a prayer walk they call them or whatever? You see the number of people that came out. Just imagine if those people came out to protest what is going on. You think things will not change? They will change.
Okay.
You understand? They will change. So at the end of the day, when you look at some of these things, right? If the truth be told, even the Christianity itself is a business. Christians don't like to talk about that. They don't want to hear. It's a business. Sid, I know you're a Christian. I see you fighting seriously in the comment section.
My sister,
you know you're my brother, and I appreciate you.
If you go to some places in Europe, as I speak to you, at the last time I was in Spain, if you go to some places in Europe, those churches are, in fact, most of them are now either apartment building or they are like just whole building and are left behind.
They are discotheques. Most of them are.
They are even turning them into nightclubs.
Yes.
They turn them into nightclubs now. They don't even
most
not only Nigerians, they go church all over the world.
Most buildings here in the States. Some places I'll be driving, I'll be like, oh, this place will be like St. Catherine's or something. They used to be churches. But you know, Sundays they're not even open. Nobody go in there anymore because they believe, look, nowhere you won't pray, even if you're under the bridge. God, if you say that God that you believe in, that is all knowing, is all omnipotent, omnipresent, and however they describe it. If it's all knowing God, He should be able to answer you from wherever you pray. You don't have to go bow to one guy who is just picking people's money and using to buy private jet before God can answer you. We are all gods in our own form, for crying out loud. He said, if we follow the Bible, He said He created us in His own image. Then we are more like gods. We're just like many gods like Him. If we cannot pray for Him to answer us wherever He is, then He is not an all-knowing and omnipresent God. Then let's forget about it. Instead of us walking down the street and marching to protest, leading your members to go to Aso Rock and tell them, look, enough is enough. We demand change for this government. You are there praying and turning left and right from Genesis to Revelation, preaching Like
you know, they will listen to their pastor before they can listen to anybody. That is
that is what I'm saying.
These people are chained.
That is what I'm saying. If we really want, like what I think Mr. Ferrari was saying is that he made an analogy that for the church to come, it has to come from a union from different angles. If this pastor really wants changes, they can tell their members, look, today, Sunday, look, forget about coming to my church. We are going to march on so and so street. We are going to Abuja. You guys come to my church. Let's start from there. Everybody will march to that government house and will demand change for this country to move forward.
Yeah.
But they're not going to do it because they are benefiting from the offerings and the tithes that they are getting.
Kene, you said the widow gave her last wheat to Elijah. Now last wheat he give, I don't even remember. Now last wheat true. I don't even remember. You say
now if a critical thinker is going to ask you a question, Kene, they will ask you, were you there?
Exactly. How do you know it was wheat?
How do you know it was she was a widow, and how do you know it was a wheat?
Exactly.
What evidence do you have to prove that?
Exactly.
It's in the Bible.
Looked at. I'm not trying to say you don't. I'm not trying to dispute your religion. I'm not trying to say you don't believe in God. But scientists will ask you, were you there? What evidence do you have to prove it?
And that's what they.
It's by faith. It's by faith.
That's what the matter is, that even in the same Bible, we are called slaves. And when you call somebody a slave, are you a slave? They start getting upset.
Exactly. Do you understand? And guess what? The same Bible is what they used to carry slaves. Guess what? The same Bible is what, you know what they did? They now gave the slaves their own Bible. They removed most of the contents of the Bible and left only the ones that talks about slavery in the Bible. Now, when they were taking the slaves in the ship, right? They said they chanted on the waters. It's called the prayer of forgetfulness. They chant on that water and say that they will never forget where they're coming. They will not remember where to go back home, and they will not remember where they come from. There's a long prayer like that these people will chant over the waters and give it to the slaves to drink. The ship they used to transfer them was called Jesus. In that same ship, your ancestors unalived.
Yeah,
in that same ship, they unalived. Some of their bodies, they're not even now inside water, they throw them. So sometimes I wonder, you understand, it's okay to believe in whatever it is you believe in, but you gotta question a lot of these things. You have to understand the history of it. Most times, right, the reason why there's so many people, if you see most people who believe so much in Christianity like it is in Nigeria, it's a slave mindset. They brainwashed you so that they can take your resources from you. They numbed you to the reality. They say, don't worry, when you get to heaven, you will see riches. You will just go and enjoy heaven. Meanwhile, they are collecting your riches in front of you. They've collected everything and left you with paper. Meanwhile, you already had God inside of you. So what you were looking for outside and what they are brainwashing you with is information they already know you have. Make it make sense.
The politicians, they know that is our weakness. That's why they keep exploring it. They will keep telling you, oh, religion, oh, don't worry, God, and then the Muslim will be preaching their own on the other side too. Oh, don't worry, this is okay, this is fine. We can deal with it. Let's just keep moving on. It is. No country is built on faith, Mr. No country is built on faith. Countries are built on ideas. Countries are built. Faith alone is not going to move us anywhere.
At all, it's action, right? It's action. And sorry, one of them. I have to say this, right? See, let me tell you. It's not by believe what you want to believe. Go to the church you want to go to. Nobody's criticizing. I'm not going to force you and say, oh, don't go to church or don't. It's up to you. That's your prerogative, right? But I already know that I have God inside of me. I already know. And every decision I make comes from here. It doesn't come from outside. If I was listening to everything that one pastor was preaching, do you know how many people these pastors have derailed from when I was young? All those people that used to go to fellowship, go to all these churches when they get around the corner. Do you know how much these people they've derailed their lives? Some of them are trapped within themselves. They cannot freely express themselves anymore because of that conditioning from when they were small.
So we even believe their pastor more, even disclose more information to their pastor than they would disclose to their husband or their wife. You know,
we cannot push things. See, we cannot push things from different. I'm sorry on this subject, on this Christianity subject. Sorry, there's no angle to push it. They have numbed and deceived the people and taken what is theirs rightfully from them. They've taken what was inside of you. They have convinced you and they have lied that it is outside of you. So you must go to church to go and meet that thing. Meanwhile, it is already inside of you. It's already with you.
It's already inside of you.
There's a problem with that. So if you cannot question that, then there's a problem. So no matter how many times you say, oh, let's look at what angle, your Christians in Nigeria, it's almost like they are zombies. They don't think, they don't question. Everything is whatever the pastor says. If the pastor says drink this water, have you seen videos of pastors putting her inside women's breasts, even doing them on top of the altar, even batting them? Haven't you seen those videos? That's a level of brainwashing that does not make sense. That whole thing is to be broken down, stripped down completely. Your God is already inside of you. There's nothing anybody can tell you that whatever comes out inside of here is what you go. If you go with what somebody says, you're going to make mistakes. So no, we cannot look at it from all angles. There's no other angle. Even the Christianity that you follow, the people originators, they don't believe in it. You don't question, you don't ask why. The so-called people, when they say that they bring it, they don't believe in this thing when they pray. I don't understand, though. You be my brother and I love you, right? But come on, we have to have this honest conversation. And you're a highly intelligent man. I give it to you, right? But you have to admit, you have to agree with me. The reason why Nigeria is where it is today is as a result of the conditioning of your politicians, of your pastors especially. Those pastors are paid to continue to keep Nigerians numb. Do you know how many homes your Christianity has broken? Do you know how many mismatches they've made? You must marry this man. You must marry this man. Meanwhile, inside of you, your mind, you say, "Not be this. I don't like this person. Don't be this person I want. I not connect with this person." They go force you and join together. You know how many marriages they'll say, "Stay, no worry, it's okay, it's okay." Look at Osinachi. Now Christianity, now carry and go the land beyond. Enough he talk. He talk. He say no more than not. Is that Christianity, my brother? When we see something where no good, maybe we call our heart because it affects you now. See how should they defend? No, my brother. All bets are off. Christianity go collect. Muslim religion go collect. Traditional religion said they collect. You know, not see the Babalawo place where they set fire on recently, when they say, so the gods when you pack together, none of them put out this fire. They put fire for the place. So what are we talking about? Religion has destroyed Africa completely.
Africa.
Exactly, Misty. The colonial ships left the shores of Africa on Sundays. Hello, Christians. On Sundays, they prayed that your ancestors will make it to the Americas. Come on. And we say we want to be free in Nigeria. We want to be set. We cannot. Not with this mindset. Not with trying to protect what your colonialists have left for you. Even your colonialist children are telling you that what they gave you is false. Pastors' children are coming out and telling you that what they gave to you is false. You people are not paying attention.
They will go to the altar and be reading from an history. The Bible is an history book. Everything there is an history. You know, that was penned down by some group of guys, and they handed it over to us as a religion. Okay, fine. You can believe whatever. You have the right. Anybody, you can believe in iron, you can believe in wood, you can believe in tree, you can believe in anything that makes you feel connected to whatever higher power you believe in. I don't care. It's your choice. It's your freedom. Now, like just what you were saying, Somoye, we have that thing within us already, but we don't know. I think there was a point in I think in Exodus. So for those of you think maybe I'm not even close to a Christian or being a religion. Look, I've read everything, Genesis to Revelation. I know.
Think that I'm not a Christian, please. I want you, don't even believe that I'm a Christian, please. Yes. Don't call me one.
Because
don't
the
believe.
reason I read it because I wanted to see what in there. It's just like reading every other book. Now there was even a part in Exodus when Moses was doubtful, like he was asking God, like, oh, when I get to the when they got to the Red Sea or something like that, and he was like, what do I do? And God was asking him, what do you have in your hand? And then that was when he realized that he had a staff. Look, we already have something with us, but we don't know. We are still like calling on God, please come and help us, come and help us, And that's why I feel like if I'm this God, I would just see them be laughing like, come on, what are you guys doing? I already gave you everything that you need to succeed. And here you are still calling on me for me to come and help you. So I believe by the time we get rid of all this religion, we get rid of it in the sense that the way people took it, like the way they put everything for their head,
put checks on it, not
absolutely
checks.
Like, look, Rwanda regulated all that nonsense. Was it
Rwanda? Exactly.
Before I take a test, before I polish my shoe, before I do this, I have to bring religion into it. No, we are not going to go anywhere like that. We have to start asking questions. We have to start, because everything that is. Do you even remember back then in Europe, to even question the Roman Catholic or even the Protestants, it was a sin. They would even try to tie the.
It was an unalive sentence. Once you do it, they unalive you straight away.
People like what's his name? Galileo Galilei, and even the Newton and the rest of them. The guys that discovered what we have today, they were pursued left and right because they thought the people thought they were questioning the order. They were questioning the king and the queens. But guess what? The microphone that your pastor is using in church is science that built it. It's not God that he prayed to that came from heaven to build a microphone. When are we going to start thinking critically? And now people don't just see, they'll be like, oh, are you going to prevent us from going to church? I'm not saying you shouldn't go to church. I'm not saying you shouldn't go to mosque. But even Bible say, for everything there's a reason. There's a time for everything, man. You have to come out and be able to reason if what we've been doing for years is working. Church, pray. These things are not working for us. This is becoming insanity because you are doing one thing over and over again and expecting different results. It's not working for us, So we just have to sit there and ask ourselves, what is it that is keeping us back? It's a double whammy. Politicians oppress us, and then they still use the pastors and the imams to also oppress us through a different avenue, through religion. So we are being cramped or shackled down by several ideas and several myths and several ways that we can never get out of. Until this religious thing is taken out of our equation, we are going to be where we are, and nothing is going to work. Even some people now will tell you, Dele Farouk to me, what did they do and say? This young man, you are only probably 40 to 50. You're going to insult that man. You're going to insult 90-something years old man. We don't take all the time to build. That means we cannot talk to an older man who is messing up, because of ideas and because of cultures and religion. Oh, he should have, toned down his voice a little bit. Why would he write a book like that? So old man should be stealing money and we should just close our eyes and be looking at them. Or they should be doing the wrong thing. We should just close our eyes and be looking at them, because our Bible say, "Oh, don't insult old man, or don't threaten old man, or don't talk to people anyhow." Oh yeah, continue, because if you go on like that, definitely nothing is going to work for us. There has never been a time even in the Bible. There has never been a time in the Bible where people need something without making noise. You are just going to sit there, even when the people of Israel were trying to get out. Moses went to Pharaoh and made the noise in that palace. Look, I am a messenger. God is sending me to let the people go. You have to make a noise. Don't think you're just going to keep carrying your Bible left and right. Fine, you can keep praying. I believe in prayers the way you want, but without working, nothing is going to go anywhere. Sorry. just how nature is, and God has designed it that way.
Exactly. Bamidele, Christianity and the church has become a big joke because the foundation was wrong from the beginning. That's why they brought lies to you. That's what they did.
I know about 4 people that I know personally.
Sold lies to you.
That are
Go
pastors.
ahead,
4 people that I know personally. These people are pastors. Like, looking back, I would never think that they will become pastors. But the condition of the country has forced them to think in that direction. Like, look, I can also cash if I become a pastor, because they see that maybe 1 or 2 persons they know before become a pastor. Now they are riding a Jeep and riding Lexus.
This is why, let me tell you, this is why it is difficult for us to move forward as a people, because a lot of us still have that colonial mindset. I'm sorry, it's just the truth. I mean, look at your ancestors.
It's what Fela called Kolo mentality. That man, go listen to all his songs. Kolo mentality.
I listen to Fela. Where?
Kolo mentality. Then he call her Mr. Follow. Make you open eye. You
exactly.
Go the follow enter Gushu.
Yeah.
Make you open eye. Go listen to all his songs.
Exactly.
We could not come up with our own thing.
These people just came. What they did was sell you what you already know.
Yes.
King Leopold already told you. These people already have a knowledge of God. They know it is wrong to take another man's wife. Hello? In fact, let me pull it up and read it to us, because this is a very important conversation. We cannot continue like this. Is why we can't move forward. I'm not saying practice your religion however way you want, right? But you cannot. Sometimes I didn't wonder. I know lie. The thing they bother me sometimes.
I tell people scientists are the closest. They are the closest people to God. They will say, "Oh no, go and sit down." What do they know? Scientists that don't believe there is a God. They do. They definitely do. Because what they try to find out is how is nature and how does nature works. Then, if you say you are a Christian, or a Muslim, or whatever religion you believe in, and you know that there is one Allah and one God, who created that nature? It's the God. So if you're trying to find out how nature is and how nature works, then you are the closest person to God, because you cannot find out how nature is by not asking questions. No, they find out for us how the air works, how the air we breathe in and how it works. They find out for us how the aeroplane can fly. That is nature. That's something that was designed by God. It's not that, somebody came in and put that principle there. It was a principle that was designed by God, that after a certain pressure and lift, the plane will be able to go up. That's just what God created. So for you to sit there and be arguing scientists don't believe in God, it's just a stupid and baseless argument.
I did look for the letter now. I don't even fix them again. Maybe I'm not the type putting the right keys, but basically, maybe they don't scrub them from internet, because they know say a lot of people were reading it back to back then. We can't. I mean, this is why it's difficult for us to move forward as a people. To be honest, this is the reason why. You say reverence, fathers and dear compatriots. The task that is given to fulfill is very delicate and requires much tact. You will go certainly to evangelize, but your evangelization must inspire, above all, Belgium interests. Your principal objective in our mission in the Congo is never to teach the N-word, to teach the N-word, to know God. This they already know. They speak and submit to one Nzambi, one Mungu, one Nzakomba, and what else I don't know. They know that to sleep with someone else's wife, to lie, to insult is bad. Have courage to admit it. You are not going to teach them what they know already. Your essential role is to facilitate the task of administrators and industrials, which means you will go to interpret the gospel in the way it will be the best to protect your interest in that part of the world. For these things, you have to keep watch on disinteresting our, see the word when they use S. Savages from the richness that is plenty in their underground. To avoid that, they get interested in it and make you murderers. Competition and dream one day to overthrow you. Your knowledge of the gospel will allow you to find texts, ordering and encouraging your followers to love poverty. Like happier are the poor because they will inherit the heaven. And it is very difficult for the rich to enter the kingdom of God. Hello? What are we saying? What are we saying? I know it's difficult when you have believed in something for so long. It's very hard. It's very hard to switch. It's hard, I know. But it's the bitter truth. That doesn't mean that you cannot believe in your Christianity. That doesn't mean that you should stop following and worshiping. All we're saying is open your eye, not leave your common sense for outside because you dey go church. Question every goddamn thing. For crying out loud. This is the world we are in. People have a right to serve or worship whatever they want to worship. But don't throw away your common sense because you are worshiping something that was borrowed. It was given to you. Argue it however way you want. The only thing you knew was you already had connection with the source already inside of you. It was already there. They just wanted to distract you to focus on the outside instead of looking within. That's why they keep you so busy, because they don't want you to find time to reflect, to think. The answer's already in there. I beg, I no come preach tonight. Now, Daily Pharaoh Timi bring me come out. I beg. It is a business. Once you are one, you will never be hungry. Exactly. Science has been proving a lot of things lately. Science. Look at what you are driving. People are entering, they use cars now where you don't have to drive. The car will drive you to your location and drive you back. Hello?
Exactly, without even being inside.
Without even you be driving it. You're just sitting in the passenger. The car go drive you, come back.
Your pastor is enjoying it, but he's telling you to wait for the kingdom of God.
Exactly. Are you kidding me? People are being served with by robots. They don't even have human being again. A robot will come serve you your hot plate. Now robot will ask you, how can I help you? What do you want? They'll take your order. Hello?
You even
they ask you, say, who do this to us? We see the whole world. At least if to say we don't see the whole world, they move forward. We can still they go do I better pass my neighbor generator.
Better pass my neighbor, yeah.
Who do
You're
this?
even talking, Ferreira.
See China. China is on another level. See Japan. It be like heaven.
Okay. Misomo, yeah. Go to Japan. Just ask yourself, what religion do they practice there?
Thank you. Thank you. I don't understand. Sometimes once you mention religion like this, that one they bother me past. The smartest of us, the brightest, supposedly, the ones where they're bright, you be like say the brain just disappear. They're not the thinking.
Now brain there, you pack and come out, come put the sand inside.
Oh my God.
It's a shame, honestly. We have a long way to go. We do. It's a shame. This is a marathon, true. Honestly, it's a marathon. So that, my cousins, my nieces, my nephews, they go say, Auntie was one of the fighters. This is why I'm doing it for them, because it's all recorded. So that they'll say, why didn't nobody fight? Why didn't nobody say? So you mean nobody said anything and they just watch the world collapse? They just watch Nigeria collapse?
Listen, Omoye, I told you Nigeria turns people to a zombie, to a night king, to a night walker. The question you should ask
oh my God, Game of Thrones.
I was joking when I was saying that. Now, the question you should ask yourself is that how do you wake up the dead? If you can
How do you wake up the dead? That's a good question.
Do you
How?
know even during COVID, this pastor that were protesting about COVID, they
exactly.
They all quickly went online, started doing online churches.
They said 5G, don't take the
science is not good. Oh, all these Oyibo self, how did they do this thing now? Wish they be no, they're not being wished. They are because of say that they ask questions, and they do all these things. Science is not good, but they all went online, started using the Zoom and
thank you
different platform to collect money. Still, these guys. Oh man.
They say, oh, you have to come inside church. You have to come. How will people pay tithes? That was what their concern was. Because people won't be coming to church again. They now find that Zoom. People now realize, oh, I can even watch church. Meanwhile, they don't guilt trip them. Say, if you don't come church, there's something wrong. Now when COVID can't hit, they come find out say, people why I come. Some people why I come. So you mean say I feel serve God from inside my house? They were sending envelopes in the mail to people to pay their tithes.
To pay their tithes. Instead of them to all come and protect their members and preach, look, you will get this disease. Or if you don't follow this, if you don't follow that, they were protesting not because of the disease itself. It was because they know their account was going down that month.
Exactly. They were going to lose money. Members will be coming and paying according to IFI. Which they call dangerous tithes, dangerous offering. No will come again.
When I first came to this country, the
dangerous tither.
Dangerous tither no will come. You know, go give us money. No, now if we allow them stay for house, then feed us become complacent.
I said when I first came to this country, I was attending one church in it was more like a college church, and the guy will come, the pastor will come and preach, and sometimes he doesn't even show up. Sometimes he will come maybe less than 1 hour 30 minutes. He's already planning to leave, and another person will take over. And then one day I ask him, I say, how come you are the pastor? You don't even sometimes you don't show up, sometimes you just come, you're already on your way out, less than. It's like sometimes he doesn't show up because he has to be at work. And then sometimes when he shows up, he has to leave early so he can go to work. And I was like, wow, really? You're the pastor, you are going to work? He said, yes, because the money they get, the people pay for offering and stuff like that, they use it to maintain the church. And maybe if they have anything to buy in there. I say, but for paying him, he's only doing this voluntarily. I said, no, Nigeria pastor, they take it as a full-time job. They are always inside the church from Monday to Sunday, they are there.
Sunday to Sunday, they are there. Every day they are there. They don't have work. They don't do anything. Is it not the same thing that we are saying? Traditional leaders, they don't have work, but they are giving them allocation. For what? For what? What job? What is the purpose of giving them allocation? What are they going to do for the community?
They are not doing anything. I have never seen one college say, "Oh, this college it was built
by this traditional leader." Yeah. He built it so that the people in his community can have access to education. I never hear. He built this center so that they can do creative work, arts. Maybe those are good with basketball, football, table tennis, whatever. Nothing like that. No boys and girls club. So I am asking, people should be asking questions of their traditional leaders. Why are they giving them allocation? This allocation they are giving you, what are you going to use it to do? Tell us what you intend to do for the community. They go do they swallow. It's the same way the pastors are being the same way. They are a form of traditional leaders to you. All they do is collect free offering, free money, enrich themselves, their children, their children's children, leave you poor. That's what they do. It's the same thing the traditional leaders do. It's the same thing the politicians do. We need to get sense. So this is why.
How do we wake up the dead? Religious dead, politically dead, socially dead, scientifically dead.
Dead. That's the question. All of
intellectually dead.
Yeah, everything is all so bad. Everything is all combined and collective. Definitely a super saturated situation that I don't know. everything is all gone. You know, people can ask questions politically, religiously or whatever. It's just whatever people say. Well, let's just leave. Let's just leave.
Our situation is the perfect storm. That's why they are who do this to us. This is the real perfect storm.
Sometimes I would just ask myself, I'm like, where did we get this wrong? Is it because we were introduced to a different language, like we have to learn a different language, or because the things that we even deal with are not written in our own plain language? I don't know. It's crazy.
It's sad. This is why, as a country, it's difficult. That's why it seemed like, I don't want to be saying it's not difficult. It seemed that way because we're so messed up in the head. Everybody wants to fight for their own. Thank you very much, my sister. God bless you. Have a wonderful night. Tomorrow, at Luta Continua. All right, then. Sit tight, too.
Good night.
Good night, guys.
Yeah.
Good night.
Yeah.
So, the thing is, this is why, when Ferreira says we need to get in the heads of the people, this is very important. That's the very first and crucial step to take. Because it's going to take a little while for us to wake them up. You see how we're talking about religion now? Yeah?
It's going to take a while.
There's nothing we have to start. We just have to start. It's a marathon.
They're like zombies. They're like, that country just does something to them. It eviscerates their soul. It destroys the humanity in them. It turns them to a zombie. They work for something to destroy themselves. They work vigorously against things that is destroying themselves. Who does that other than a zombie? It don't make no sense. You can't logically straighten it out. But I think it has to do with the transmission they are getting. If you can cut off that transmission and feed them new form of information, maybe you wake a few people up. But the ones that amazes me are the ones that are abroad that still think like that. I guess you can take a man out of the ghetto doesn't mean you get the ghetto out of the man.
Exactly. That's true. You just nailed it. You just nailed it. You can take the ghetto out of the man. You cannot take. So this is why it's going to be an ongoing sensitization and, opening up of the mind of the people, because their minds have to be open to even receive the semblance of change, like what VDM is doing. The guy is doing something. I'm hoping that people are paying attention.
True. I've never had a chance to comment on the other. That's the type of thing we need. Even when I'm talking about setting up this a diaspora media, is the type of people like the BDM, messages like that, where you'll be going door to door to expose their. You see, the one thing with darkness, not darkness. What is I want to say? One thing with evil would always continue as long as you don't bring it to light. But the moment you shine a torchlight into that darkness, you go see all the cockroaches run. All the rats, you go see them run. And that's what Nigeria want, to keep everything in the dark, for them to be presented as being noble, as being honorable, as being excellency, as being like this Babalola guy. So that as long as they are presented like that and all their evil is kept in the dark, everything is okay. But we need people that will be putting shine light for them.
Yes.
When they talk, wind don't blow, we don't see foul yash.
Exactly. Where they know see where to hide. We need more people exposing. Yes, if they expose them like that.
And
yes,
this internet age is a golden opportunity. We must not let it go to waste.
Exactly. Exactly. So this is what needs to happen. So we have to continue fighting, and
And then all our brothers, where they try to sedate, you have to call them to their face and let them know this is what do you understand what you're doing? All these people we won't talk about what will be the name of their national team for England? Arsenal United and Barcelona, and all these people we won't talk about Israel and Palestine. I don't say make them not talk. All the people want to talk about US election. All these people we won't talk about everything except the team we did their own bedroom. Their own house. We have to call them to order because they are poisoning our people. And we have to let them know how your house go dey burn. You go dey worry, say pipe don't blow for another person's house. Another topic you can't carry for head. They take Panadol for someone else's pain. I weak. Oh. That's why they ask you, you sure say somebody no do this to us?
It's possible, say they do something. That's a possibility, say something has been done. It's a possibility. I can't take that away, you know. But even if something is done, at least it was
when I sit down think, I don't understand. You know, if I look at the topics my colleagues are talking about, I'm weak. Of all the things in this world, you gotta talk. They say, how is this relevant to your children, children's children, to your family, to your nation, to your village, to your town? How is this going to help you? You can't carry Barcelona for head. Barcelona United.
We're easily distracted as a people. You know, even look Barcelona, BB Nigeria. Once they put that show down, everybody head. So they suspend
right
their
about
play.
us. That madman we join animal and human being together. Look,
do you understand? Once the BBN Nigeria show start, now everybody you see that they gather, they talk, they do. Once one music come out, Whiskey FC, Davido BBG, na 30 BG.
Yeah, it's the low level of Maslow hierarchy. That's where they are. They can't think beyond the animalistic level of Maslow's hierarchy of need.
Is it not a shame? Is it not a shame? How long are we going to continue like that? How long? For real. How long are we going to continue like that? You know? So this is why we keep pushing. You know, we keep coming out here and saying what we have to say. You know, if we need to, I think I need to find that new channel that opened up. It's like YouTube, but not quite the same, apparently. So maybe we can use it sometimes. So.
Sometime, yeah.
But, yeah. But anyway, let's wrap this up now.
Yeah, that's my own final submission. Oh, thank you for giving us opportunity to talk. But make we never give up. We got to keep thinking outside the box. There's no problem in this world that God has not given man a possible solution. And there's nothing new in history. All this has happened before. We just got to take from the blueprint of the others, how they solve it. And I think two solutions are there. The South African one, and then even although that's a bad example, the propaganda rise of the crazy Nazi party, which is what APC is borrowing from.
Right.
They are actually borrowing from that to want to nationalize everything in Nigeria to their pocket. But we can change it. We just need good men. All we need is a few good men and women. That's all.
Yeah.
All these other hypocrites, we don't need hypocrites. We don't need depraved people. We don't need them. We got to call them by their name. We need a few good men who have the interest of family, country, and nation and God in their hearts. Not that fake God where we serve for Nigeria. I'll go talk to you later.
All right, then. Good night, Mr. Ferreira. Thank you so much. Anuta continue. I will see you again tomorrow.
No, they use that word though. No, they use that word though. And Luther continue and this say, I'm going to continue to loot, and that mission will continue.
No, my dear. That's not like, okay, I don't use them again. Good night. Yeah. One love. You get any final say? Maybe we can shut down this place.
Sister, you do well. I mean, at the end of the day, we just have to. Everybody needs to wake up in that country, one way or the other, either religiously, politically. At least, maybe if we can start from the political side, slowly, we'll move to religion and to something else. But you know, either way, we all just have to. They have to wake up, you know, just to make sure this country can move forward. Because at the end of the day, these guys. They're not even going to let anything work. They just like the fact that people are sleeping, and they just want people to keep sleeping. I remember, I think it was 2 days or 3 days ago when you said whenever you went to Nigeria, you saw a dark cloud. For me, that's one of the things that are definitely there. You know, this idea of everyone is sleeping, they can ask questions. The country is so repressed. only the few elite 1 to 2% that are controlling everybody. It's like a place where there is darkness. People are just sleeping. People can question the authority. We can question things. So I just hope, hopefully, at the end of the day, we can come out of that darkness and be able to see the light. Because being tied,
I hope so.
I hope
so.
The other,
yeah, it's so thick. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and like being tied to the, because religion will not make people ask questions. You won't see the light with religion. I mean, not saying you shouldn't believe in. You can have your faith. You can have whatever it is. But who are the most successful people? You and I in this country now. Who are the most successful people in this country? Not be the Jewish. They are the most. They are the richest. They are the controlling Wall Street. But these guys, they don't
controlling everything. Governments.
Don't go to Israel and be talking about Jesus there. They don't want to hear. But at the end of the day, you will think maybe those guys therefore don't be devil, or therefore they would have been repressed, or God would have punished them or something like that. But it doesn't mean they don't still believe in their Torah or whatever religion or whatever their practice that they believe in. But they are not just going to be preaching or believing in that and be sleeping. They had to wake up and do something. They were also repressed. They were also persecuted by this guy from Germany too. But at the end of the day, they realized that if we continue with this religion and just keep this thing on our head without waking up to do something for ourselves, we are not going to go anywhere. But look at them today. They are the most successful people in the world. So I hope we wake up from that spiritual darkness that we are. That a lot of people are sleeping in that country, and unfortunately they can't carry Bible and mosque to make people they sleep more. Hopefully we'll be able to wake up and have that class consciousness and be able to free ourselves.
Exactly.
Hopefully I'll try to join you guys tomorrow again. Thank you so much.
No wahala. Yeah, so we'll catch up on page 8 tomorrow and 9, maybe possibly 10 tomorrow. Yeah. Thank you so much, One Love. I really appreciate it. Have a wonderful night. Yeah. Take care. Bye. Mama Echo, it be like say you don't reach your village or Kontagora or where? Tone and okay, Mama Echo don't come on. Tone be women. Don't go, don't reach in village. Stay. All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining me. I'll see you guys tomorrow, hopefully. Quinty, thank you so much. Bamidele, long time. How now? Welcome. Good. Thank you for stopping by. Kene, thank you so much, my brother. I appreciate. Seed, go, don't go sleep. Thank you so much, Seed. Though I really appreciate, even though we disagree on the issues that we just discussed in the last part. That not means you not still be my brother. These things are bound to happen, but it's nothing but love from here. Ify, thank you so much. Everybody that was on here. Sorry, I can't mention everybody's name, but I appreciate each and every one of you, and I'll see you guys on my next one. Good night.